1, 2, 1, 2.
Sanibonani. Sanibona. Ngiyacela siqale. Ngisaba le ndawana yokuthi masiphuza ukuqala kuzogcina kuthiwa isikhathi sidliwe isilwane thizeni. Manje kuzobe kushiwo mina. Ngiyacela ama-officials asishaya umthetho asilekelele lapha emumva sikwazi ukuhlala phansi. Members of the Interfaith Symposium nawo asondele sikwazi ukuqala umsebenzi wosuku. Sicela ukulekelelwa la kunamatekisi awu-2 ami la eminyango avimbile abanye abantu kufanele badeliver some services. Sicela udriver we-NN 67492 NN 67492 also ne-NP 133912 NP 133912 bakwazi ukusitedela la ngaphandle. Ngiyacela-ke bazalwane uma kukhona abahamba ngalezi moto basilekelele. Also kungenzeka ukuthi o-driver bekho ngaphakathi la. Mhlawumbe thina esifike ngazo also siqinisekise ukuthi umyalezo uyafika kubona. Cishe i-delegation yase Amajuba and also uMgungundlovu districts. Siyabonga kakhulu, angicele Dr. Mvubu, Dr. N Ngobese, and also Apostle Maphalala ukuthi beze la ngaphambili. Kukhona okufanele basikhonze ngakho. Kodwa angisho ukuthi siyacela bandla ngathi ayika-attendeki into yamatekisi lawa ebengikhale ngawo awu-2, the NN and NP. Sicela o-driver basilekelele ngokuwagodluza. Ngiyafisa wonke umuntu athathe ihlalo ukuze sikwazi ukuqala iprogram yethu ngokusemthethweni. Ngiyanotice ukuthi our program is very packed. Ithi packed injalo, we are almost an hour late. Besithe siqala ngo-5 to 9, kodwa kubheke ku-10 manje. Siyafisa nje ukusho ukuthi siyabonga ukuthi sesivukile sakwazi ukuza la. We are not taking for granted umusa kaJehova kuthina. Bakhona bafisile ukuvuka akusenzekanga. Bakhona nabasale emgwaqeni. Kodwa thina sila. So siyadinga impela ukumnikeza udumo. Kodwa ke sizonikezela kwabazosihola. Ngiyafisa uma uDr. Mvubu esekhona ngifisa before that angicele siqale ngomkhuleko that binds all of us regardless of izinkolelo zethu noma izinkolo zethu. Ngiyacela siphakame asicele abasilekelela ngesound ukuthi siqale iprogram yethu formally. Uma sesiqala formally ke uma sesiqala i-national anthem umthandazo wethu sonke njengesizwe asilindele kube kukhona any movement. Uma ubusangena eminyango ungasale usuma lapho ngasemnyango size siuqede umthandazo. Ngizocela siphakame sonke bese i-sound isirendarishela i-national anthem. Abesilisa uma bekhona abathwele iziqoko siyocela bazethule. Can you all rise? You may be seated. Asiqhubekele phambili neprogram yethu. Sicele uDr. Mvubu, who is representing the Nazareth Baptist Church, eze azosise enkosini ngomkhuleko.
Ngizocela ningibambise lo mhlabeleli wamaNazaretha ihlabelelo 185 inkosi yehla ezulwini yaba ngumuntu ebantwini inkosi yehla ezulwini yaba ngumuntu ebantwini yenzela Tina bonindi enga lezweni enga mulezweni ngiyabingelela uSpeaker wethu amalunga ahloniphekile eParliament akhona izinkolo zonke abaphathisi abakalizwi abakhona ngiyanibingelela kwelihle igama lomprofeti wethu waseAfrika uIza Shembe amen ngizacela ukuquota embhalweni ngaphambi bangikhuleke owabhalwa umprofeti uIza Shembe ngo1910 uma efika ezweni laseNatal empeteshweni weSabatha from verse 34 to 41 uNkulunkulu akakunika wena ndodo inhloko endli yakho inhliziyo yokufundisa indodana yakho ukuhlonipha uyise nokuhlonipha unina wayo ukuze isono songahloniphi kwayo singabizwa phezukwakho incwadi kaHezekiel 3 verse 18 uNkulunkulu akakunike wena nkosikazi oyinhloko endli yakho inhliziyo yokufundisa indodana yakho ukumhlonipha uyise ngokuba lithi lizwi indodana engamhloniphiwe uyise ayibulawe uma wena ke nkosikazi ungayifundisanga kahle indodana yakho isono sokuyisa uyise siyobizwa esandleni sakho that's on Deuteronomy 21:18 to 21 uma wena ndoda ungayifundisanga kahle indodana yakho ukuhlonipha wena mzali wayo nonina wayo igazi lesono sokweyisa kwayo abazali bayo lobizwa esandleni sakho uNkulunkulu akakunike wena ndodana yami inhliziyo yokulalela izifundiso zikayihlo zokuthi ungumkhubekisi umakhelwana wakho entweni yakhe lokho kusho kungukuthi ungaboyifisa intombi eseyigana omunye umuntu ungayibheki nokuyibheka isono esibi leso Deuteronomy 22:23 to 24 lalela kahle ndodana yami ukuhlonipha uyihlo nonyoko kwandisa insuku zakho zokuphila kwakho emhlabeni iloko ngasekho ixhegu emzini wakho nifani bancane ngokuba nigcina umthetho ukuthi sihlonipha uyihlo nonyoko close quote ngicela ukukhuleka uNkulunkulu omkhulu wezwe lakithi lase South Africa uNkulunkulu wamakhosi akithi oshaka nodingane nompande nosenza ngakhona wena baba ukhona ekuqaleni intaba nemango singabi khona nemthombo nkosi ngampompozi ngamandla nangalesi sikhathi moya ingcwele sisondela kuwe siyazindlala ungayibheki inkosi zeduko zethu ungasibheki nezeduko zabazali bethu ungayibheki inkosi nezono zabantwana ezwela phezulu kwendlela abazali busankosi ukuhlangana kwethu moya wakho wehlele phezulu kwethu kwabasazokhuluma nezikhulumi nesokuhenza umoya wakho nkosi usembathe sicela konke lonke lakho igama elihle lomprofeti wethu Iza Shembe nanizwe phakade amen
Siyabonga kakhulu Dr Mvubu mhlawumbe ukuzama ukubamba isikhathi ngicela abazolandela ababili ngingabe ngisaba phakathi kwabo asicele umqungebe and to be followed by Bishop Maphalala in that order.
Ngiyabonga mphathi ohlelo. Ngibingelela ozakwethu bonke nezikhulu zonke ezikhona la. Ngithanda ukukhuluma nge-spirituality. Spirituality is one. Spirituality is for those who are awake. Spirituality is for those who pay attention to their inner voice. Spirituality invites us to reason about everything, to question everything. Spirituality gives inner peace. Spirituality says, learn from an error. Spirituality transcends everything. It brings you closer to your truth. Spirituality is everything, and therefore it is in God. Spirituality finds. Spirituality questions everything. Spirituality is divine, without human rules. Spirituality unites. Spirituality you have to look for is to believe. Spirituality seeks the sacred in all books. Spirituality feeds on trust and faith. Spirituality lives in inner conscience. Spirituality has to do with the inner self. Spirituality drives to transcend beyond. Spirituality makes us live in God without renouncing our existing lives. Spirituality is inner meditation. Mphathi ohlelo abo bonke esidumisa kanye nabo kuvukile namuhla kumina nabangiphetheyo ukuthi spirituality is very deep than the people abangakucabanga. Njengamanje sishawa isimo esinjalo sokuthi ingaphakathi lethu sonke sineyinkinga eziningi ezidlulele kwabanye sigcine sikulesimo esikhona. Uma singavuselela kahle ukuthi sibheke imvelo yethu esadalwa kuyona, singakabi nazo zonke izinto esinazo esesithembele kuzona, sibheke umdali ngehlo elibanzi, ngicabanga ukuthi khona ushintsho olungenzeka. Kodwa ukhulu kakhulu kufanele iqale kuthina ngaphakathi. Sengikhuleka asiwavala amehlo. Ngihlala ngisho ngithi izwe lethu lathathwa siwavalile namanje alakaboni. Mvelinqangi wokhokho nokhulukhulwane, usazana nomkhubulwane, mathongo onke agezekileyo. Nakhu silapha namuhla. Sazi kahle kamhlophe ukuthi lolu suku nani livele niliqagulile. Nakuba singakwazi ukuqonda nokunichaza niphila kwezomoya kwezijulileyo. Sibonga ukuba la. Siphinde futhi sikubonga lokho. Sicela sihlangane ngenhliziyo sibumbane nangothando. Sibe munye. Sibonisane ngendlela eyaphambili. Sizikhohle ukuthi thina silaphi. Sisontaphi siyaphi nalaphi kodwa sibheke wena mvelinqangi wokhokho nokhulukhulwane ngoba uwedwa. Abekho abanye onkulunkulu abafana nawe. Abekho abanye onkulunkulu abakwazi ukuveza ilanga empumalanga liyeshona entshonalanga. Awukaze udideke nangelilodwa ilanga. Siyacela ukuba usinciphisele ukuzazi nokuzigqaja lezinto zenyama eziphelela la emhlabeni. Kufanele sibheke ngesizwe sonke. Ngiyakhuleka mvelinqangi wokhokho nokhulukhulwane, ngibheka iSouth Africa yonke indlela ehlukumezeke ngayo nesahlukumezeka ngayo. Siyazi ukuthi konke lokhu yishayo zethu noma sikuphika lokho. Ngithi angivume mvelinqangi, ngivumele isizwe sonke ukuthi sonile, ngoba uma singakuvumi lokho solokhu sacindezela njalo. Sithi akwande lokhu kuze kufikelele ezinzulwini zolwazi naseqondeni komuntu ukuthi kahle sonile. Siyashawa, siyocela uxolo ngaso sonke isikhathi ngenxa yesizukulwane sethu esizayo ongafanele sithwala amacala ethu ngenxa yokuzigqaja kwethu. Singasakhonziwe namvelinqangi, sesikhonza onkulunkulu bethu esibathandayo bese sisaba nehlazo. Amen. Ongabonakala.
Thixo libongwe abantu libongwe ngelosi alikho elihle emhlabeni elihle njengalo. Amen. Singavala amehlo sithandaze. Baba, egameni lika Jesu Kristu Nkosi siyathandaza. Ekseni baba wethu onamandla wonke siza kuwe ngoba wena wedwa uNkulunkulu ophilayo. Udalile umuntu, wadala izulu nomhlaba nako konke okukuwo. Baba wethu onamandla wonke siza kuwe ekseni ngegama lika Jesu Kristu Nkosi. Siphakama sinyuka uNkulunkulu size sihlalweni somusa. Masima kule ndawo uthe Nkosi ezwini lakho nize ngesibindi esihlalweni somusa nibeke indaba yenu ukuze nihawukelwe ngesikhathi esisona sona. Wawethu onamandla wonke siyathandaza egameni negazini lika Jesu Kristu. Siza nabaphathi bethu iKZN yonke. Siqala ngo-number 1 uPremier of our province. Siza ngo-Speaker in the name of Jesus, Legislature Mthetho. Sehla njalo sishone ezantsi e-district uNkulunkulu wethu onamandla ngoba simi kulo mhlabathi wothukela district. Siza no-district mayor egameni lenkosi yethu enguJesu Kristu ngoba sise-Alfred Duma uNkulunkulu onamandla wonke sehlele ezantsi ngomeya we-local in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Asishiyi lapho uNkulunkulu sikhuphuka namakhosi egameni nasegazini lika Jesu Kristu. Asigcini ngamakhosi nababusi nezinduna zodwa kodwa siyakwaba seyihlalweni ephezulu njengokusho kwakho baba wethu onamandla. Uthe masiqala sihlangana sithandazele bona kuqale. We are praying for their wisdom, knowledge and understanding. Kanjalo the spirit of counsel egameni lenkosi yethu Jesu Kristu ukuthi konke amandla obanike wona abakwenze lokho abakwenzayo. Baba wethu onamandla wonke besaba wena bakwenze Nkosi ngalezi zinto esengizibalile. Isizathu saloko ukuze sihlalisane kahle sonke ezweni ngokuthula. Baba wethu oyingcwele siyabonga nawu lo mhlangano esingena kuwo uNkulunkulu wabantu bonke. Siya invite ubukhona bakho kule ndawo. Yiba khona kanye nathi Nkosi engcwele. Hamba kule ndawo ngoba ifa lakho leli. Abantu bakho laba baba wethu onamandla wonke. Ithi baba wethu oyingcwele i-main agenda esihamba ngayo ye-gender based violence. Baba wethu onamandla sithumelele ingelosi ezihlakaniphile. Sithumelele ingelosi ezisheshayo. Sithumelele Nkosi enamandla ezulwini. Ama-angels that are trained for gender-based violence as sihlangana sibuthana sibonisana siwumphakathi ohlukahlukene ama-sectors Nkosi ahlukahlukene siphume nesixazululo going forward esisilekelelayo. Siyabonga ke baba wethu onamandla. Siyakholwa ukuthi uzoba kanye nathi njengoba sifike ngokuphepha la Nkosi engcwele sizobuyela emumva emakhaya baba wethu oyingcwele. Siyathandaza egameni lika Jesu. We speak traveling mercies in each and every one of us. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray by faith. Amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu ngokunyuselwa enkosini ngomkhuleko. Siyafisa siqhubeka nohlelo lethu ukuveza ukuthi sinezixoliso esifisa ukuyiletha before the house. Izolo sihlangene nosomlomo ukuvezile ukuthi fanele ngabe use Eastern Cape kwi-program enye kanjalo nosokela somlomo kodwa ngokuthi ke bekhona le program uyobe esejoyina kusasa. So Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi asihloniphe. Ngisasho lokho nje ngiyafisa acknowledge the presence of the presiding officer of the KZN Legislature, Honorable Nontembeko Nothemba Boyce. Siyabonga mahubela. Sinezixoliso ke sekela somlomo yena uhambe phambili eya kule program, so there is also a commitment emkhiphile. Sinesixoliso sika MEC usiboniso Armstrong Duma, MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, useGoli kuqondane ne-investment conference esehhovisini likamongameli. Also siyafisa ukusho ukuthi while siqhubeka njengeshayamthetho kube sekuqondana nokuthi ngolesithathu imvamisa kunema cabinet meetings, so the entire cabinet ibambeke eMayville in Durban ngokwemisebenzi ke we cabinet. Siyafisa ukubika also exolisweni siphinde sicele nje ukuthi uma sikhuleka Honorable Chairperson waka Social Development, Honorable Swartboy Ntombela, she's not well. Usesendlini le egcina abangaphilile. She's hospitalized for quite some time. Emkhulekweni yethu siyafisa sibakhumbule ezikusho izwi ukuthi naba siletha konke kuye. Ngiyafisa ke ukacknowledge abakhona siqhubeka nohlelo. Siyafisa ukukhuleka emakhosini asendlunkulu uma ekhona asefikile. Kodwa ke sesim-acknowledgeile usomlomo wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Siyafisa also in our midst ukusho ukuthi sibusisekile njengosifiye sikahulumeni sesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal ukuthi uhulumeni wasekhaya sinaye umeya we-local ukhansela uSibisi Povungani. Siyabonga kakhulu. But also sinaye othunyelwe ngumeya wesifunda sasothukela ukhansela uZuma. Siyabonga kakhulu Ncamalala ukuba khona. But I must also say silungiselela ukuza la ukubambisana kwama offices ahlukene asilekelelayo at a technical level. Siyafisa ukusho ukuthi sizwe simukeleka kakhulu ukusebenzisana kulama office kahulumeni wasekhaya. Public participation of the provincial legislature together with the public participations of the local and the district municipalities. Iwona enze sakwazi ukuthola indawo. Asikuveze ezwela ukuthi ke njengesifiye esiphakathi nendawo esithi it's a provincial government. Sikwazile ukuthi silekelelwe ngokuthi sikwazi ukuzohlanganela la silekelelwa ke uhulumeni wasekhaya. But also ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi in our midst sinawo abahlonishwa bahleli lapha ya ngoba namhlanje sinabahlonishwa bakalizwe. Kodwa ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi sinosihlalo wozihlalo esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Ukhona phakathi kwethu Honorable Kamavimbela Mahlangu. Also sinaye umlungu wethu omkhulu lapha ya uChief Whip wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal, uHonorable James Sikhosiphi Nxumalo. Siyabonga zwidi. Sinaye usekela Sotswebu wesishayamthetho uHonorable Vuyiswa Precious Qaluzi Mnguni. Sinaye usekela sihlalo woyihlalo uHonorable MA Umpumelelo, ngizosholela kuphela mntana nenkosi Zulu ndaba ezithu. Manje kwenzeka sathunyelwa kanye kanye sishayamthetho noMageba. Kwase kuthiwa ke uMr and Mrs Zulu. Sinaye udadewethu uHonorable CM Shinga Ndelomkhulu. Siyabonga. Sino Honorable Pradash. Siyabonga. Akekho ku master we pronunciation nje. Selokhu kwathi inhlo. Sinaye uHonorable Chair waka Public Works, uHonorable Makhosazana Patience Zungwabini. Sino Honorable J Gumede in our midst. Danenkosi. Sino Honorable Sipho Kefas Nkosi, usihlalo ka finance. Dlangamandla. Sobeke ukuthi sino Honorable OB Kunene uMtimande. I-homeboy ke. Ngiyacela uphakame Mtimande. Mhlambe usathe shenxe kodwa bengimbonile efika. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke sizoqhubeka si-acknowledge abanye abakhona. Nginayo ke inkinga ye-eyesight kodwa uma ngingaphonsisi we are being joined by Honorable Mpayipheli. Intokazi yase Nzansi nesifundazwe. Siyabonga kakhulu. Uma bekhona abahlonishwa. Oh, also in our midst, thank you so much. We have Honorable Umotli. Thank you so much, Mhlonishwa. Uma kukhona abahlonishwa abakhona esingababonile noma mhlamba basijoyine sengiliphiwe iphepha. Ngiyocela ukuthi silokhu siqhubeka siba acknowledge. Kodwa ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi sinayo abaholi esisebenza nabo sihola kuma districts ayishumi nemetro yethu eyodwa. Sinabo futhi amalunga interfaith avela kona wonke ama districts. Also sinabo abaholi noma abafowethu nomama nodadewethu nobaba abavela kwi-indigenous religions. Sibonile sibabiza ngokuhlukana la, particularly abenkolo yaka Nazareth and also inkolo yesintu. Sinawo representa i-Muslim but also the Hindu sect. So ngicabanga ukuthi ke si-acknowledge wonke umuntu. Kodwa ke mhlawumbe ngiyafisa ukuthi siqale ngabakhanya kude, glowing from afar. Sicela ukubona i-delegation yasemkhanya kude. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ezesilo uCetshwayo, King Cetshwayo. Siyabonga kakhulu. Sicela delegation evela eLembe leqamanya amalembe ngokukhalipha. Siyabonga. Sorry. Sicela iTheku. Siyabonga kakhulu. Sicela ugu. Babu. Okay. Siyabonga. Sicela Herikwala. Babu Mzinyathi. Sicela uMgungundlovu. Siyabonga. Sicela uMzinyathi. Siyabonga, sicela amajuba. Siyabonga. Sicela iZululand, hlala Nkosi. Sicela umhlonishwa uZulu ahlale phansi. Lastly, sicela the host district Uthukela. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi we have acknowledged wonke umuntu okhona, kodwa ke singelibale abazile ukuzoseseka. Kungaba abasuka Alfred Duma bengeyona ingxenye le ehleli ngala abahleli ngale, kungaba abasuka kwilanga libalele local, but also nabasuka yini konje uKhahlamba. So those are three locals akha i-district esithi Uthukela. Siyabonga kakhulu. Kodwa ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi siyatholakala also nasey'nkundleni zokuxhumana, ingakho sithathe a hybrid format. It's one of the things sisebuhlungwini noma sisebubini, kodwa kwakhona izinto ezizalekayo ukuthi siyakwazi ukusebenza singekho ndawonye kodwa umsebenzi ukwazi ukwenzeka. Siqhubeka sizobona khona abantu that will be presenting to us bengekho la, kodwa bexhumana nathi ngendlela zesimanje manje zokuxhumana. Angifise also acknowledge honorable Cele uNondumiso omunye wosotswebhu esishayamthetho. Acknowledge umhlonishwa uChiliza usihlalo waka Comsect Madungeni. Siyabonga ukuthi sewunathi. Ngiyafisa siqhubekele phambili ngoba mhlawumbe bakhona abazwelayo ukuthi ilanga seliyaphakama, kodwa ke besingakamukelwa, kodwa bekufanele sazi ukuthi uma kumukelwa kuzobe kumukelwa obani. Sesileke nasemkhulekweni, sesicela ukuthi asicele uMeya wase Alfred Duma Municipality ukuthi azosamukela. Sicela uze ukhulume nathi Bovungane.
Mphathi wohlelo, ngifisa ukuqala ngokubingelela wena, ngiqale futhi ngokuxolisa ukuthi ngifike umhlangano usuqalile. Ngibingelela umhlonishwa usomlomo wesishamthethwa sakithi KwaZulu-Natal, amalungu onke esishamthethwa khona la, umfowethu ukhansela uZuma omele iMeya district inkosi uNB Shabalala, namakhansela onke angenza kuba khona la, kusukela kwawe se-Alfred Duma kuye kwawasothukela. Ngikhuleka emakhosini asendlunkulu akhona phakathi kwethu, iminyango yonke kahulumeni akhona, amabandla onke akhona la, ama-delegates abephakanyiswa manje from different districts, amalungu omphakathi. Ngiyabingelela kubo bonke nje ababuya esishamthetho. Ngizwile program director, ngeke ngikwazi ukulandela ohlalo ngoba khona oyihlalo boyihlalo nohlalo, yabona manje ngizogcina ngikubhedekile. Kodwa nje ngiyabingelela bonke abahlonishwa babuya esishamthetho sakithi KwaZulu-Natal beholwa umhlonishwa usomlomo uNdunankulu. Ngiyambingelela uma ngabe noma ngabe uzogcina efikile noma uzogcina engafikanga kodwa ngiyambingelela khona umama uMadube Ncube. In greeting you, ladies and gentlemen, it is delightful that so many church leaders who are serving in different congregations are coming together into this symposium to discuss the most important issues within the religions and our societies at large. I would like to wish you all a welcome to the second Interfaith Symposium, a traditional event which aims to strengthen the interfaith dialogue within the province of KwaZulu-Natal and building a mutual trust between the religious communities. As we know that we are a rainbow nation, which means we have a different number of religions which must work together for the benefit of our province and also for the benefit of our country. The theme for this year's symposium speaks loud to what we are faced with in our daily lives and has taken a toll even on the crime statistics in our country. The crime statistics in our country is skyscraping. Therefore, the pressure we have is to ensure that our boys are well educated. This will also help us in our communities to fight the cancer of gender-based violence. This theme, developing boys to be leaders in the fight against gender-based violence for the restoration of women's dignity, is touching the nerve as we have a responsibility to develop boys as leaders of tomorrow. Siyaqonda sonke ukuthi isiZulu esazalwa sikhona sithi inkunzi isematholeni noma ke ungathi libunjwa lisefa. Lokhu kusinikeza umthwalo ocacile wendlela okufanele siyisebenzise ekukhuliseni ingane zabafana ukuze zibe amadoda aqotho akwazi ukunakekela laba abangenawo amandla, ngoba lento kufuna isho ukuthi onamandla physically funeka avikele ongenawo amandla physically. Akungathi umuntu wesilisa akhuliswe ngendlela yokuthi amandla akhe uyowasebenzisa ukuhlukumeza laba abangenawo amandla njengaye. When God created the man, even in his book, the Bible specifies that men are meant to lead and protect women and children. Amadoda uNkulunkulu awadalele ukuthi ahole aphinde avikele imindeni yawo. Within our societies, we have programs that will engage our boys from as little on how they should treat girls at the earliest age. That young boy will grow up with a mentality of knowing how a woman must be treated. In our communities, we have made programs where mothers are teaching young girls not to exploit their virginity and also to be well-mannered. The same teachings we apply to the girls must also be applied to the boys so that they grow up to be men that respect and treat women with respect. Isihlava ke bahlonishwa sokubulawa kwabantu besifazane siyinto enyantisa igazi kule mphakathi esiphila kiyo. Mawuthi ufunda iphepha lizokutshela ngomuntu wesifazane obulewe, hayi omunye umuntu wesifazane obulawa umuntu wesilisa. Mawuthi ulalela umsakazo ukutshela ngomuntu wesifazane obulewe umuntu wesilisa. Mawuthi ubuka umabona kude ukutshela ngomuntu wesifazane obulewe umuntu wesilisa. Lento isikhombisa ngokusobala ukusilela kwethu njengesizwe ukuthi silele kangakanani ekufundiseni abantu besilisa besakhula ukuthi umuntu wesilisa akakhuleli ukubulala abantu besifazane kodwa ukhulela ukubanakekela, ukhulela ukubanikeza uthando. Siyashoda mhlonishwa somlomo ngokufundiseka kweinsizwa nje zakithi ezisencane ngokuthi intombi iqoma la ithanda khona. Ngoba ikhathi eziningi sidibana nezimo zokubulawa kwabantu besifazane la uthola ukuthi umuntu wesilisa ufuna ukuthi umuntu wesifazane nomeza ukuthi akasamthandi ngoba babehlanganiswe ukuthandana. Nomeza ukuthi akasamthandi kufuneka aqhubeke amthande ngoba lo wesilisa usathanda ukuthi amthande. Into le edinga ukuthi sisebenze kanzima kakhulukazi thina madoda asethe ukukhulakhula ukufundisa abatabethu ngoba lento kufuneka iqale kithi emndenini emakhaya ukuthi uthini enganeni zakho zabafana ngoba kunzima ukuthi ingane yakho yomfana izoyofundiswa usibisi lapha edibana naye endleleni asho izinto wena ongazisho ekhaya. Inselelo lebhekene nabantu besilisa emndenini yabo ukuthi abakhuluma okuyikho enganeni zabo. Ingane yakho nje yomfana ifundise ukuthi njengoba ukhula nje usuqala ukweshela kukhona ukuqonywa kukhona ukwaliwa. Zombili lezi zinto ezakho kufuneka zimukelwe uwe. Intombi mayiqomile iqome wena, mayisiyalile yale wena. Khona enye intombi ezokuthanda. Ngize ngacishe ngacela ukuthi ningishayele izandla. Honorable Speaker, we must not turn a blind eye into some important issues. We have noted many instances where men suffer in the hands of women, but because of male mentality, a man is bound to keep those sufferings into himself just to avoid embarrassment. Kuyingozi embi lokhu ukuthi kuthiwa indoda ikhalela ngaphakathi. Ngoba into ceiling uma kushaya ku-ceiling ingaphakathi seliphela lo muntu okhalela ngaphakathi uyona. That is why uthola ekhathini eziningi uthola ukuthi indoda izibulele yona, ibulela umkayo, ibulela izingane zayo. Uyabona na ulandela uthola ukuthi kuningi lo muntu abekuvalele ngaphakathi. Kufuneka sifundise abantu besilisa ukuthi kuyakhulunywa. Uyayikhuluma into noma ngabe inkinga noma ngabe iyihlazo kangakanani uyayikhuluma. Uyayixoxa indaba yokuthi usuthole ukuthi umkakho unobudlelwane bozothando ngaphandle. Kufuneka umthole umuntu ozoyixoxa naye leyo nto ukuze akubonise ukuthi umhlaba upheleli la. Ngoba umuntu nje ezoyigcina ngaphakathi leyo nto uzothatha isinqumo. Ngesikhathi ehlukumezeka umuntu ekhaya umkakhe engaxoxi uzothatha isinqumo and isinqumo akazosithatha akusona isinqumo esihle. Konke lokhu kuncike ekutheni sifundisa sithini enganeni zethu. Angifisi ukuphumela kakhulu ngaphandle. Ngifisa ukugxila kakhulu emakhaya ngoba njoba sila sonke we have got families. Ilapho kufuneka siqale khona ukufundisa. Ukuze ingane yakho yaqamba uyakhuluma lo khuluma enkonzweni. Umfundiso whoever ozokhuluma enkonzweni ukhuluma into kodwa ekhaya ekikhuluma. iyaqamba iyakhuluma induna emhlanganweni wayo ikhuluma into kodwa ekhaya ekhulunywayo. So indaba yethu iqale ekhaya. It is therefore time that we join hands, both men and women, to expand ideas on how we can root out the issues of women abuse within our societies. It is our appeal that in every spot where we have meetings or gatherings, it is therefore our appeal that in every spot where we have meetings or gatherings, could be churches, could be schools, or even in taverns, where people spend most of their times, we must have conversations with these things. Ayikho inkundla yokukhuluma nge-GBV. Noma kusemngcwabeni asikhulumeni ngayo. Ngike ngithi-ke mhlonishwa somlomo, induna ayingahlangani nomphakathi wayo. Izihlukane nayo ingakhulumanga nge-GBV. Ayibe i-standing item. Emhlanganweni wenduna nje kwaziwe ukuthi induna izokhuluma ngokuthi wemadoda kulesigodi hlukanani nokuhlukumeza amakhosikazi. Hlukanani nokuhlukumeza izingane zenu. Ngisho emngcwabeni asikhulume la sihlangene khona, ngisho esontweni kuyoba yishwa befundisi. Emasontweni mangabe uzoshumayela izwi lenkosi nje uqeda uthi amen. Uphuma uhambe ekhaya ungakhulumanga ngokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane. Ngoba khona esontweni la usuku ushumayela khona bakhona abahlukumezekile. Khona omama lapha emasontweni abanabayeni baba abangasonti. Abaphuzelayo nje mhlambe bayasonta. Ngoba ukuthi uyasonta kusho ukuthi usuyi-angel, nawe umuntu. Uyahlukumeza, ziningi indlela zokuhlukumeza iy'ngane. Ngiyafisa-ke mphathi wohlelo, ngiyaxolisa Nkosi yami, ngifisa ukuvala ngokuthi ngiyufisela inhlanhla lomhlangano omuhle kangaka. Kwangathi ungathela izithelo ezinhle neziyosilekelela ekuthini leli hlazo, ngoba ihlazo lethu thina amadoda ukuhlukumeza kwabantu besifazane libe ihlazo lizophela. Bese ngiphetha mphathi wohlelo ngokuxolisa ukuthi ngizosheshe ngihambe, nginenye meeting enginayo lapha ya kwamasipala. Ngithokoza kakhulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu ukwamukeleka Alfred Duma Municipality. Siyabonga. Sicela ukudlulela ku item elandelayo, Message of Support. Sizoyinikezwa uKhansela F Zuma. Bese ngiyicelela nje ukuthi isoka phela kuyona into embi khona. Sithi ubaba Fisher. Ngiyenzela ukuthi ungakaqalwa ukuthi kulahleke, yabo ngathi uqale wabayeka abanye. So I think it was very relevant, the welcoming. So siqhubeka siya phambili, ngiyocela sithi ukuba bafishane.
Ngithokoze kakhulu Mageba, sengizwile kundisa lolu hlelo namhlanje. Ngithokoza kakhulu ukuthi ungiphelele ithuba lokuthi ngibe phambi kwalezi zithombe ezilangaphakathi. Cha, angithathelele ithuba leli ngibingelele usomlomo unkosazana kwaBoyce, Boyce. Bese ngibingelela uhlalo ngamavimbela. Umuntu akakusho lokho, amandla namhlanje akwabesifazana. Sithokoza kakhulu. Ngibingelele abasivulelele inkonzo, umfundisi osivulelele inkonzo nomfundisikazi noma Mqungeba. Cha, ngizongwenza njengoba eshilo eyalelile okwamageba. Efisa ukusho egameni lomkhandlu wothukela, egameni lenkosi yesizwe sakwaShabalala ewumeya womkhandlu wakithi la kulesifunda sasothukela. Sithokoza kakhulu ukuthi namhlanje kube isifunda sasothukela esikhethe ukuthi kuzohlangelwa kusona amahlelo enkonzo ezahlukene. Sibonge nje ke kumvelinqangi ukuthi kulabo abahamba inkonzo yephasika iyahamba kahle noma sazi ukuthi zibe khona ingozi lapho kube nemphefumulo elahlekayo, kodwa siyabonga ukuthi ke kwadlula kahle. Umuntu akafisa ukukhulekela ke kumabandla ehlukene ukuthi sikhulekele abaholi bakithi ukuthi bekwazi ukubhekana nalesi simo sokuvandalaza kwengqalazinda okukhona ukuthi kwehle. Ngaphandle kokubiza igama likaMvelinqangi singeke sakwazi ukuzinqobela thina ngokwethu. Ngiphinde ke ngikhuleke ngiguqe ngamadolo kiwa amabandla ukuthi mangabe bekhuleka ngokuhlanganyela ngokwehlukana kwenkolo zabo, bekhulekela ukuthi intsha yakithi lena eyaphuthula omatebleteni yahamba ey'khungweni zemfundo ephakeme yaqeda lena ehlezi namhlanje etikadikwa zidakamizwa, ngoba sebebona isixazululo ukuthi bazinikele edakamizweni ukuze ngoba akukho abakwenzayo ukuthi uMvelinqangi akahambele kubona engqondweni zabo ukuthi akusona isixazululo lokho, kodwa kukhona abangakwenza ukunokuthi bayinikele edakamizweni. Sikhulekela abaholi ukuthi abaholi bezwe lakithi ukuthi beqhamuke namasu angakwenza ukuthi encence abatshali izimali abaqhamuka emazweni angaphandle ukuthi bezotshala izimali ezweni lakithi khona kuzokwazi ukuthi kuvuleke amathuba emisebenzi, ngoba akuyona umasipala ongakwazi ukuqasha abantu ukuze bekwazi ukucosha amathuba emisebenzi okanye uhulumeni, kodwa ukuthi kufike abatshali izimali bezotshala izimali la ezweni lakithi silakhele bese abantu bakwazi ukuthi becoshe amathuba emisebenzi. Ngifisa ukuthi ngicela ukuthi amabandla akithi akhulekele isimo esibhekene naso njengamanje eNingizimu Afrika sokuhamba kagesi manje namanje. Siyakhuleka kuneni ukuthi hayi sicela nikhuleke, isikhuleke uMvelinqangi ukuthi le mpi esihlasele ezweni lakithi yehlele ngenzansi. Ngifisa ukuthi sengiphetha ngixolisa Bhovungane Sokhaya ukuthi angibe ngisakhuleka kuwena Bhovungane Shwele, bese ngifisa ukuxolisa kakhulu kuShayankomo uNcamalala baphume ephethazo zombili ukuthi okuyena nje osinakekele nje masifika la njengoba size sangapha nje Shayankomo, ngiyazi ukuthi abantu abayilutho ngaphandle kwethu. Cha ngixolisa uma ngabe ngiyatheleka abaduze kwenceku. Ngifisa ukuthi ke nje emkhulekeni yethu sithandazele nje ukuthula ezweni lakithi. Sithandazele ukuthi kwehle ukuchitha kwegazi, abantu ababona ukuthi inkinga bangasixazulula ngokuthi bachithe igazi ukuze bedlule enkingeni abanazo. Sithi sicela ukukhulekele lokho. Sengenza okusho okamageba ukuthi ngicela ukuthi umuntu ngamunye mase ephindela la kavela khona uMvelinqangi aze amlondoloza afike ephephile emndenini wakhe. Ngithokoza kakhulu, ngiyathokoza.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngazi noma honorable Caluze yabotha ngazi ngi-adjuste na. Ngiyafisa siqhubekele phambili sicele siye kwi-item that talks to purpose and program outline. Sicele usomlomo wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal Honorable NN Boyce ukuthi eze azokhuluma nathi. Mahobela.
Bengimzwe ngconywa lana uMancamalala manje bengithi uzosiphakamisela thina esibafutshane kuthiwa nguye owenza zonke izinto zibe kahle la. Manje angimboni uMrs Ikhakhana ukuthi ukuphi. Mphathi wahlelo Mtu Rejoice Zibuyisile Bezibuyisiwe Phumlile wakwaZulu, sihlalo we-Triple P esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal, Undunankulu engekho phakathi kwethu ihhovisi lakhe limelwe umphathi we-Moral Regeneration umfundisi uNyandeni. Usekela Somlomo naye engekho phakathi kwethu. Ubhexeshi oyinhloko wendlu yowisomthetho yaKwaZulu-Natal Sothondose. Sihlalo woyihlalo Shayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal lamavimbela. Sekela Mbhexeshi Nguni. Sekela sihlalo woyihlalo Mageba. Amalungu eSishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal wonke. Umaphume phethe ngazo zozibini omele imeya yothukela namuhla. Ubhovungana imeya yase Alfred Duma. Abasebenzi bakahulumeni nenhloko zeminyango ezikhoyo nalowo namhlanje obambele unobhala wesishayamthetho. Izithunywa zezifunda zaKwaZulu-Natal ezimele bonke abakholwayo. Ngokukwaziswa ngumthetho sekelo wakwaseningizimu Afrika. Those who believe in the diversity of the beliefs and in our total multicultural nature as the believers of South Africa. Molweni. Amen. Amaku. Salam alaikum. Ngibheka irastela ngakithi lapha ya. Ahoy. Bonke abakhoyo apha ndiyanibingelela. Nalabo sihlangene nabo ezinkundleni zokuxhumana. Namakhansela amele bonke omasipala. Ngiyababingelela. Kunodade wethu oyikhansela olana. Engizokhuluma naye maqedwa lana ukhansela Gumede. Uomnye wabesifazane la kulomkhakha wobukhansela kodwa ophinde ndimazi ukuthi uyakholwa kodwa futhi okunye engimazi ngako babumeya nawe baba uZuma ukuthi ufana nani nonke emakhansela ala Uthukela akaziphosi izinhlelo zesishayamthetho noma yini esubila. Ukhansela uMalindi Gumede ngiyamazi uzobe khona. So ngiyanibingelela ke nonke emakhansela. Namhlanje bengithi ngizocela kuwe sihlalo ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi ngikhulume usiphi ithuba lokuthi sisukume sikhumbule bonke ekungenzeka ukuthi bebengezona izithunywa ngonyaka odlule kodwa bebezizinkokheli ngokwenkolo ezahlukahlukeneyo nalapho esisuka khona ezifundeni beneqhaza abalibambile ngesikhathi sihlangene ngonyaka ophelile kodwa kulesikhashana esincane abangaba abasekho phakathi kwethu. A moment of silence in recognition of all those that represent the diversity of the interfaith in the province of KwaZulu-Natal in leadership and also in followership that may no longer be with us. Bengicela ukuthi usiphe lowo mzuzu Mageba. Wanga usombawo angabapha ukumphumulela waphakade. Siyabonga. Mphathi wohlelo Mhlonishwa uZulu. Izolo kuqalile i-Interfaith Symposium yaqala ngama-commissions alungiselela ukuthi namhlanje ibe imiqondo yethu isilungiselekile ukuthi yeziphi mhlambi izethulo esizozibeka. Sicela ukubonga indlela enaba yingxenye ngayo ozihlalo ebebe kuma-commissions namalungu esishayamthetho ebekhona. Kodwa ngibese ngibonga kakhulu ama-delegates ebeyinxalenye yaleyo msebenzi wayizolo. Kodwa futhi ngicela ukubonga iy'nkokheli ze-Interfaith kwizifunda zonke ezakhele iprovinsi yaKwaZulu-Natal esithe saba nomhlangano nazo izolo. Sikwazi ukulungisana ukuthi senza kanjani ukuthi iqhubeleke i-Interfaith Symposium iba yiloku enikufisayo nathi esikufisayo. Sibe nomhlangano ke obekungowokuqala mina ngiba nomhlangano with the leadership of the Interfaith engingasho ukuthi uhambe kahle kakhulu. Ngiyazi ukuthi bazobuyela kunina bazobika abaholi kodwa nami ngizobuyela esishayamthetho ezinye zezinto esivumelene ngazo ukuthi sizokwenzeka. Ngizobeka nje phambili esivumelane ngayo eyokukhuphula i-civic education within the sector as i-legislature yaKwaZulu-Natal. Konke okunye masike savuma nje lokhu kwe-civic education sizokwazi ukulandelana nako sikwenze. Siyathemba ukuthi izifunda nezifunda zizothi maseziphindile zisimeme singabi kuphela ithini esobe sibiza zona kodwa sibe khona izimemo zokuthi sizokwenza i-civic education through the public participation unit of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. We're committing to that in your districts and also in your different manifestation of your belief systems. Because we are mindful of the fact that when you go back to districts, you have the main interfaith structure, but you also have established structures according to your own belief system. And we will be able to interact with you as a legislature, especially led by Umakeba. We commit to that. I thought that I must say it here, leadership, so that Nazuguti, it's what we intend to do going forward. Kodwa ke njengoba sihlangene namhlanje bengicela ukuthi usuku lwayizolo besiqala ngalo ama-commission sulikhumbule ngoba usuku olubalekile lapho besiqeda khona u100 years since abesifazane bavumeleke ukuthi babe ngabameli ngokusemthethweni. Wawungafunda uyiqedi lo degree, you would not graduate nor be registered as a lawyer, as a woman. Now, when that fight came, yayivumela thina bantu besifazana ngena kummeli. Kodwa you also remember that there was another fight kwaba kwinkolo yamaKristu eyayithi yavumela ukuma kowesifazane ngasemuva kwepulpit to be leaders in the different ministries that they were in. So to those that are lawyers, it was the same struggle for them and they were finishing 100 years izolo. It is a significant day to them and we hope that they will continue dlala indima ebalulekileyo eku-encourageni ukuthi siwazi amalungelo futhi simelwe emalungelweni ethu. Sibonga kakhulu ukuthi KwaZulu-Natal uma siqeda 100 years asiwuqedi kuphela sino Deputy Chief Justice ongowesifazana eNingizimu Afrika uJustice Maya. Kodwa siwuqeda KwaZulu-Natal sino Judge President wesifazane uJudge President Boyce ongowesifazana, both of them ngabesifazane abalwela amalungelo abantu besifazane nabantwana nabo bonke bakamakulinganwe phambi kwezomthetho kodwa they are also strong women of faith, both of them. And we must continue to salute them, including amongst the women of this house, the MEC of Health, or MEC Simelane, who is also a woman that is a lawyer by profession. a woman of stature that we know is a leader that she is. Again, the secretary of this legislature who have been producing this interfaith. Ayenziwa yithi sinomageba. Asiyifandi imali vela from that woman who leads this institution in administration, Miss Naidu, who is the secretary of the legislature, a woman that 100 years couldn't have been a lawyer. And all other lawyers that are found in the KwaZulu-Natal legislature, including Advocate Masondo, who is the senior manager in the facilities unit, Miss Stephanie Kuzwayo, Miss Monica Wilson, and Miss Benjamin, who are also capable of advising the legislature legally. Those are the women that, without the sacrifices that were made by the women before them, wouldn't be bringing the input they are bringing to the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, and many other lawyers that we might not have mentioned. Siyanibonga Mbokodo, sithi kunina, qhubekani mathola nyongande ngokudlelana, nazi ukuthi abadlulileyo kuni banilwele, nina qhubekani nilwele isizwe esizayo. Xa sihlanganyela sithi kuni Mbokodo, lezi zithunywa ezihlangene namhlanje ezizogubha i-interfaith kukwayingxenye yodlalwe yinina njengabameli ekwakhiweni komthetho oze wenza kwabakhona umthetho sisekelo ovumelana ukuthi sikwazi ukuphilisana ngokuthula singabantu sehlukahlukene, sikholelwa ezintweni ezehlukene, siyenza noma siphila ngendlela determinwa yizinkolo zethu, kodwa sisazi ukuthi umthetho sisekelo usenza silingane ngaphambi komthetho nasekutheni sikwazi ukwenza lokho esikholelwa kuko. Sisazi ukuthi uma kukhona abasihlukanisayo ngokwenkolo yethu, bakhona abanjenganani Mbokodo abayothi basimele. Mbokodo siyazi ukuthi abameli besifazane bekholwa enkolweni esingaba sikholelwa kuyona noma bengakholwa, umthetho ubamanya nathi ukuthi basazi that those who believe are leading in social cohesion because they are responsible for bringing the moral regeneration of any unit. And whenever their rights are impeded upon, lawyers of this world will represent them before the courts of the world. For their belief intercedes for them for the courts of the world that they believe in. But in ngesikhathi bekulo mhlaba, lawyers must stand for them and their rights, for their beliefs never to be undermined. It is important then that as an interfaith, we intercede also for lawmakers, but also for the protectors of the law, the lawyers, the judges, the magistrates, the prosecutors, every day. Because without them, our constitutional rights may not be implementable because engekho wagadile. Yingakho ke namuhla sithi kunina siyanibonga ukuthi nibe khona. Siyathemba ukuthi ukusukela ukuthi sasihlangene ngonyaka odlulile sekuphela unyaka kuningi enikwenzile lapho enihluka khona esifundeni zenu. Nokuthi umbuzo obalekile niyakwazi ukuphendula wokuthi yeyiphi indima enidlalayo bantu benkolo ekwenzeni uhulumeni usebenzela abantu ngokwezimfuno zabo, ekwenzeni ukuthi kube khona uma kulingane ekuhlaleni nokuqeda lokho okuyizici empilweni, lokho esiye sikubize phecelezi sithi ngama-social ills. Kungaba ukusetshenziswa kwezidakamizwa, kungaba ubugebengu, ubudlova, ukuhlukunyezwa kwezingane, abantu abadala nabesifazane, ukudlwengulwa kwaye wonke umuntu. Kodwa kunalo iqhaza esicabanga ukuthi siyi-interfaith kufanele sikudlale ezimpilweni. Uma sikudlala ke lokho kuzophinde futhi kube sekuvusa kwabanye ukuthi yesiphi isambulo sakho esifakazwa ngabantu. As a Muslim, what is your prophetic your prophetic manifestation that is witnessed by the one that is not Muslim? As a Christian, yeyiphe yakho. As an indigenous believer, yeyiphe yakho. As a Rastafari, as a Hindu, as everybody, yeyiphe yakho. Ngoba izinkolo ngokwehlukana kwazo zinomthelela ezimpilweni zabantu noma bengakholelwa kuzona. Siyacela ke ukuthi siqhubeke nokwenza lokho kuphile ngokuthi singahlangani kuphela uma sikwi-Interfaith Symposium, kodwa namasikhona ezifundeni zethu senze kulinganwe ngokwenkolo njengoba umthethosisekelo usithi masizenze ziphile izinkolo. Kodwa futhi siwuphendule umbuzo othi uma umuntu engena lana angabona ngathi interfaith yaKwaZulu-Natal lena. Mfundisi uZwide. Interfaith yaKwaZulu-Natal lena uma ungena umuntu nje ongazi umthatha ngebhanoyi umbeka la elenda. Why am I raising that? Is that President Nelson Mandela, the founder of our democracy and the Interfaith, fought for a rainbow nation, enama demographics in KwaZulu-Natal. But in that fight, it was not only reverends like Reverend Mgojo that fought for that. There are also reverends like Trevor Huddleston, who was not even from South Africa. It was not only Archbishop Tutu, who was like the Reverend Mgojo, who fought for it. But there are others who may not be represented here today. You would remember them. I don't want to mention them so that you say, Ubekonde, Usbanban, Usbanban. But labo babebheke ukuthi ukholo lusimanye besivulela amasonto bevulela obaba bethu ababesebenza ezimine emadolobheni eGoli besenza ukuthi bahlale uma bexoshiwe noma abanye bebaleka udlame endaweni zasemakhaya abekho la. Uyazi ukuthi eindaweni zasemadolobheni kwakunabefundisi, kwakunabaprofeti, kwakunabantu ababenenye inkolo, kukhona the Mulanas that were there. They are not here. Bakupi. Those are the true demographics of KwaZulu-Natal that we must also reflect on. Akumele siqhubeke singalikhulumi leliqiniso lokuthi iKwaZulu-Natal inoma Afrika nabanye abangabami baseningizimu Afrika ngokwe constitution. Kodwa bakwazi ukuvela sebevela kwi-Interfaith Symposium ye-province. Bafuneka kuqala sihlangane nabo kweye local, siye nabo kweye district. Uma sikwi-metro siye nabo kweye metro. Sihlanganyele sonke so that when we come here, we are truly representing the diversity of the demographics of this province. And if we don't raise these things, kuzoba ngathi asiziboni. Ngiyazi ke nina ngoba nambulelwe ngokuhlukahlukana, you will go back and look in your own belief system. Who are your counterparts that should also come and participate so that siqhubeke nokuthekelana ulwazi. Siyazi ke ukuthi njengabantu abahlonishiwe emphakathini nineqhaza nilibambile kwakhiweni kwezakhiwo zomphakathi nokuvuselelwa kukaNembeza, the moral regeneration. Siyacela ukuthi siqhubeke njengoba sasicelile ngonyaka odlule. Nibe khona kule mfazwe yokulwa nokuhlukunyezwa ngokobulili, gender-based violence. Ngokohlukana kwayo, nangokuyi-understanda kwakho ngokwe-constitution, hayi ngokwenkolo, ngokwe-constitution. Sibe sesiyabhekela nalabo kakhulukazi labo abathandana nobulili bunye ekuthaneni bangahlukunyezwa, kakhulu bahlukunyezwe ngokwenkolo noma ngokwendlela yokuziphatha. Kodwa okunye sikucelayo ukuthi njengesakhiwo soluntu ukuthi libe yingxenye yokwakhiwa komthetho, ningapheleli kwi-Interfaith Symposium. Ukwakhiwa komthetho kuqhubeka njalo. Kukhona ama-public hearings, kukhona imithetho eyilwayo eqondene nokuqinisa umthetho eNingizimu Afrika. Bekukhona umthetho osanda kudlula obuqondene ne-National Land Transport Amendment Bill. Zonke zihamba lana emhlabeni. Ngicabanga ukuthi abantu ngokwenkolo bangazi-organizer ukuthi yini enikholelwa kuyona engathi ningafisa kube khona ama-submissions kukona. Kube khona bekuthiwa yi-Copyright Amendment Bill. Ngicabanga ukuthi i-last public hearing ibiyizolo eNewcastle kwisifunda saseMajuba. Yayikhona-ke nakwezinye indawo kogu nakuphi nakoThekwini. Liyazwakala yini izwi labantu abakholwayo ngokwahluka kwezinkolo kule mithetho ebekwayo? Ngiyazi ukuthi up to the 31st of January beku-improve umthetho olungisela izinto ze-gender based violence, lowo obhekele ngendaba ye-criminal offences. Kuzobhekwa ukuthi yini ezobhekwa uma kubhekwa ukuthi umuntu udlwengulwe, kuzosukwa ku-assault kuyiwe ku-rape, yini ezobhekwa? Belikhona yini elethizwe? Aseza kama-public hearing esicabangayo ukuthi lizodingeka izwi lalabo bantu abakhela i-Interfaith Symposium. Siyazi ukuthi kunazo izinqumo esezike zathathwa noma izibeko ezike zathathwa, ezinye azikenziwa yiminyango ebhekele. Kodwa siyathemba ukuthi labo abamele umnyango kaNdunankulu bazokwazi ukusibekela ngokusobala kuloko sekwenziwe. Kukhona ngaphakathi kwezinye ezingenziwa kakhulu ngomasipala esisuka kubona. Kungaba sibala leyo yokuthi isupport enikezwa the interfaith at the level of the local and district level. Uthola ukuthi ayibikhona. What are we doing? Where we come from will determine how municipalities also move forward. Babu Mayor wase Alfred Duma, sikhona yini sakhiwo se-Interfaith Alfred Duma? Uma sikhona, uthini ubudlelwane baso nomasipala? That is important. Councillor Zuma, uma sewuthatha bonke laba masipala abawumndeni wothukela, zithini ubudlelane bukamasipala nabo? Ngoba ekuphathweni siyayidinga i-interfaith. Ngoba uma kunyuka izinga lobugebengu, awudingi iphoyisa kuphela uqeda ubugebengu. Awudingi ubuholi obukhethiwe nobuholi bendabuko kuphela uqeda ubugebengu. Uyadinga umuntu okhuluma nomuntu ngokwendlela yokumkhulisa. Kunabantu abanobaba nomama abancane kunabo, kodwa ngokuthi babahola ngokomoya nangokukholelwa. Babe sebekwazi ukubalalela. Uma-ke singohulumeni basemakhaya singakwazi ukusebenza nalezi zakhiwo, sizoqhubeka sibe nayo le gap yokuthi uma silalela uMinister Cele sazi ukuthi iNandi izohamba phambili. Sazi ukuthi iKwaZulu-Natal izohamba phambili kuma gender based violence. Sibe sesibuka kuphela ngokuthi izigebengu, singabuki ngokuthi ekuhlaleni sizikhulisa kanjani izikhungo zokuvuselela onembeza nobuntu. Yizo ke lezi. Uma sizihlanganisa kwi-interfaith, ngoba ngikhuluma nani babu Mayor nawe councillor, ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi noma bengekho abanye omeya beprovince niyahlangana kwi-South African Local Government Association, kwi-SALGA. SALGA must look at how they also work with the interfaith and ensure that in all municipalities, voluntarily municipalities work with believers in their scope that they have, not because it is to benefit the leadership of the interfaith, but because we all are worried about the society that we want to have and that we are leading. And these are our core soldiers in building this better world. Umuntu phela kuthiwa kaphili ngasinkwa kuphela. Kukhona lokho okunye abakunikezwa yi-interfaith. So I am imploring you, when you go back to Salga, to really make this clarion call that municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal are even less than 10% in terms of cooperating with interfaith. And the South African Local Government Association in the province cannot let the situation to go on. You need to incorporate interfaith in your foundations and building of municipalities. We have seen, of course, when you go back, that there is a start in municipalities, like what we recently witnessed in eThekwini, the giving of title deeds to some churches and places of belief to actually have land that belongs to the state given to them, whilst others may critique it. But if you realize the importance of building the nation, not only through water and bread, but also through sustaining values of this country, you will understand that what is done cannot be done only in eThekwini, but it must be done in all 11 districts of this province. And Salga is at the forefront of having to implement that through the municipalities that we have. By the way, bayasikhulekela uma siyokhethwa, bayasiphahlela uma siyokhethwa, basilayitela impepho, bathi ukhethwa kube nokuthula, kusho kuthuleke ukhethwa. Siyaqala ke ukuthi lokho esesikubonile kwenzeke nakwezinye indawo, kodwa kuyokwenziwa kulidwa nguSalga. Hayi ngoba uSalga mhlambi kusuka kuyena ezinhliziyweni, ngoba efezekisa usomqulu wenkululeko wathi the land shall be shared among those who work it. All of those gathered here today are heirs to the land that we have. Bayizindlalifa zawo lo mhlaba ukuthi bakwazi ukuthola ukuze bakwazi ukukhonza. Sihlangene ke namhlanje ngaphansi komgomo othi developing boys to be the leaders in the fight against gender-based violence for the restoration of women's dignity. Sihlanganisene ukuthi sithuthukisa abafana ukuthi babe yizinkokheli ukulwa nodlame lobulili ukuze kubuyiseleke isithunzi sowesifazana. Uma ke sikwenza lokho, sizokwenza ngokuthatha lo mgomo siwenze siukhumbula ukuthi uma ngaba sikhuluma ngabesifazane noma sikhuluma ngabesilisa, kunendawo basic unit emasiqale kuyona ewumndeni. The basic unit of society is a family. If we start from a family, we have seen many programs that were targeting the girl child. We have seen many. Kodwa babuthelezi, the statistics still prove that many that get raped are women. Yes, men get raped, and it is wrong. Many that get killed at home are women. But there are also women that are killing their partners. Others are abusing them. Other women are causing divisions in families that they are married to by ensuring that the relationship between the son and the mother is no longer what it ought to be, which I believe Dr. Ngobese is taking us back to basics on the real relationship between the mother and the daughter. Angiyazi ke mina ngesintu ukuthi ngempela kukhona umother-in-law kazi ukuthi umama indodakazi yakhe. Yini ubudlelwane kufanele kube khona ukuze angathi uma efika lapha kwami umakoti kalele afike ezoba ubhekile ukuthi hayi manje lo mama akazitholeli ingane wakhe indoda yeyami lena. Kodwa futhi nami bese ngibona ukuthi kodwa ngane yami usho ukuthi ubungeke uyoyilanda lapha kwamadolo indoni kahle yokuhlobisa la ekhaya. Ngikhohle ukuthi yena uyilanda lapho efiswe uyena. Now that relationship is there, it exists. But the bigger relationship anti-violence is that there is a domination of one sex by the other. And sometimes we use culture and belief to abuse others. So if we do not address that, mina obamubu Africa abuhlukumezi. Obamubu Africa abukhohlakele. Mina obamubu kholwa abuhlukumezi. Futhi obamubu kholwa abukhohlakele. Now, if you do not teach the boy child will continue to have the anger. Ngoba abanye bahlukumeza ngoba i-manifestation of the anger yokuhlukunyezwa yena esakhula ingabonwa muntu. But abanye bahlukunyezwa ngoba the environment bafundisa ukuthi unamandla nyathela ke mabagobe kuwena bonke. Now when your prep committee agreed to this theme, you understood that let's go back to the family, the basic unit of any society. So when you are going back to the family, you are then calling us all as communities and parliamentarians to ensure that our program do not only target the girl child, but also target the boy child. And we support programs that are building and bringing back immoral regeneration based and esteemed in family values. Family values are about equality and respect. Ngazi ukuthi family yami akukona kwaBoyce kuphela. Every other person that I meet on the road is my family, and I must accord them the same respect that I would have given to Umam Konde, Uma wayesaphila. Our kids siwafundisa ukuthi umndeni angazi ke ukuthi abo honorable Zulu nabo honorable Caluza babafundise ukuthi yini imndeni nabo honorable Zungu, kodwa mina no honorable Mbathacele sibafundisa ukuthi yimina nawe nosisi wakho no boy no baba usuphelele umndeni. We even forget ukuthi kunobabekazi kunobaba omncane kodwa ongengobaba omncane ongubaba wakho. Kunobaba omdala wakho ubhuti kababa wakho kodwa owubaba kuwena. Then there's every other adult that you meet along the road. But when you go to the places of belief, it can be the synagogue, it can be the mosque, it can be lapho kuhlangana khona unomkhubulwana kungaba yisentabeni. There people are taught about family values, and we need to go back to that in our own practice, parliamentarians in constituencies, to support basic family values. Sengihlala phansi siyazi ukuthi bakhona sebeqalile lo msebenzi esingatheleka kubona abantu abanza mhlawumbe kwezinye indawo izimbizo zamadoda, ezinye zakhiwa ngamasonto, ezinye zakhiwa ngabantu ekuhlaleni. Kodwa futhi bakhona abantu abanjengoNick Nzama abasembumbulu abakha into ekuthiwa yi-Boys to Men, lapho afundisa khona izingane zabafana. Kungenzeka ukuthi khona ngakini, kodwa mhlawumbe uma ungatheleka the other delegates zingabukela kuwena. Abanye bazenze esontweni through the boys camps, the young, the youth being divided in church. But ngiyazi futhi ukuthi kukhona nalapha kumasipala waseMkhambathi the annual winter camp that is organized by the mayor, which is also aimed at developing the boy child. So when we do these programs and look in our local municipalities and partner with them, we will be able to take this theme not to live today, but to live until the next Interfaith Symposium. Ngokuyobheka the programs that we can do. Sengivala ke siyazi ukuthi ngo-2024 siya okhethweni. kuyovotwa ngo-2024. Niyipart ye-machinery ye-legislature yokuya evotweni. Ukuthi-ke nina nifana ne-legislature, anisho ukuthi kuyovotelwa abani. Nithi ithi constitution unelungelo lokuyomkhetha lowo ofuna ukuyovotela. Angazi imithetho yasemapulpitini obanye ngenza ukuthi bayame emapulpiti babiza abantu. Thina la legislature sithi you have the right to choose the one that you affiliate to. But you cannot go and vote when you are not in the voters' roll. We are calling upon leaders in the interfaith to assist the Independent Electoral Commission when you have your bigger gatherings, so that they assist your followers to register and be on the voters' roll. You cannot be here and say you do not believe in voting, because this platform is created by the Electoral Act of South Africa. Yiyo eyenza ukuthi kuyovotwa kuyiwe esishayamthetho. Yiyo eyenza ukuthi uma ngihleli kuleli tafula ngihleli nozakwethu. Uma ngihleli esishayamthetho siwu-8 regardless of party affiliation. So 8 we are colleagues. Importantly, we are brothers and sisters that can stand behind you with no doubt. Because I know, omemva kwami angakumela kumele, kodwa sizoprotecta the right of the electorate in KwaZulu-Natal to go out and vote in peace. Now, we are calling on you to ensure that you speak to the people of your belief and cultural practice to go and register to vote. By the way, as we move forward, we have to ensure that people who participate in sectoral work are people who participate and believe and practice the ideal of the Constitution, including you being registered to vote. By the way, registering to vote does not guarantee you that you will go out and vote, because even staying at home when you are registered to vote and not going to vote, that is a vote on its own. These things, when you are taught them by IEC, you will be able to build your communities to participate in having their voice heard. We said we want governance of the people by the people. The only way is via the ballot. To be via the ballot is through registration. Sicela ke niqhube kahle Interfaith Symposium yenu, nibe nazo izinqumo ezikahle, siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo. Manje bangani bami be-Interfaith, ngiyacela ngokuzayo u9 siwenze ube u9, yabona. Sithi sesingena emongweni kodwa manje sesilokhu sinokuthi iwashi li against us. So ngiyacela uma sike sayilahla ewashini suke sesilone lonke usuku. Ngokuzayo ngiyafisa nje ukuthi sisigcine isikhathi. Iphutha elenzekile namhlanje kodwa ke suka kuphasika mos bese sisigcina thina isikhathi la isiholwa khona. Okay. Kunesicelo la. Sicela kube khona program esicela ibe yenzeka while siqhubeka. Ukuze ke singaphazamiseki, sizocela oyihlalo, the leaders of the delegation. Okwamanje sizocela ngiyaqhatheka maqalwa ngeLembe. Sihlalo waseLembe wasothukela nowasemgungundlovu babonane noDuduza. Ulapha ngemuva so bese silokhu siqhubeka as bebuya sicele abanye. Umsebenzi kaSihlalo kwenye inkathi ukubona ukuthi angike ngipake eceleni angi-indicate for some safety reasons. Bekufanele sithole i-report yaka premier's address but ngiyacela siyimise kancane kodwa sibe siqhubeka siye kuma presentations. Ngiyacela sicele i-presentation on the strategies that the interfaith sector can implement to fight GBV and to groom boys to be responsible citizens. I'm told Craig will connect virtually. May I then check if he's with us? If yes, may I then request that he takes the podium? I can see him. Craig, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you for the time, and always a great pleasure to be involved in these kind of discussions with brothers and sisters across the different faiths, and realizing the important role that we play as believers and as leaders of different faiths in setting the example and bringing about change and transformation in our beautiful Rainbow Nation. I've been inspired listening to some of the previous speakers, and inspired to be part of such an auspicious gathering, such an important gathering. You and I, as men and women of faith, have a very, very important role to play in bringing healing to our nation. And it's my privilege to address this group. I've been given 15 minutes, so I'll get right down to it. The topic at hand really is how do we prepare and equip boys and men to be leaders in combating gender-based violence and bringing about a nation and a future which is safe and prosperous for all. Let me just start by saying that there's a desperate need to give boys that are growing up a positive, healthy, and inspiring view of masculinity. There are three main issues. I do a lot of talks to boys around the country, to men around the country. I have the privilege of working in schools and taverns and in communities around South Africa, in colleges and universities. And I find three main issues that are affecting boys. The first one is there's a lot of negative press about masculinity. We've all heard that the phrase, men are trash. We've all heard the phrase that's bandied about so much, toxic masculinity. I often speak to young men and I say to them, would you be okay to tweet out or put on your social media platform the words, "I'm proud to be a man"? And often I hear these young men saying, no, sir, I could never do that. I'd be cancelled. And my response to them is, it's such a pity, such a shame that we are not able as men to be proud of who we are as men. And if young boys are growing up with a sense of shame about being a man, what kind of man will they end up being? So that's the first thing. There's a tremendous amount of negative press about masculinity. The second one is there's a lot of confusion about what it means to be a man. We're living in an age and in a world, and we hear so many things coming from around the world in social media, confusion about what it means to be a man. What is a man? Am I allowed to open the door for a woman? Am I allowed to approach a woman? There's a lot of confusion about masculinity. The third thing is there's a tremendous amount of fatherlessness. As a result of our troubled history as a nation, we have up to 60% of children, boys and girls, are growing up without a present and engaged father. And this is a major issue. I remember years back when I was a youth leader in a church group, a young boy came to me. He was 16 years old at the time. And he told me a story of how he went on holiday with his family. His name was Brett. And he had a father that was there but not there, the kind of father that was present in the house but not emotionally engaged. He was always behind a newspaper, in his cell phone, engaged with other things. And when they arrived at this holiday, he was 12 years old. And he saw a bunch of boys fishing at the river. And he wanted to go fishing. But he didn't have anyone to teach him how to fish. So the next morning he got up early and he took a pin from his mother's cupboard. And he bent the pin and he put some bread on the pin, and he tied a piece of string to the pin, and he went to the river, and he put the hook inside the river, and he waited. And we all know that you can never catch a fish on a pin. The bread kept getting stolen by the fish, and he sat there for hour after hour, getting more and more discouraged. That young boy, Brett, got up eventually. He threw the hook down, and he went back to the house. 5 years later, at the age of 19, Brett committed suicide. Now, imagine if Brett had been sitting on the banks of that river, and a man had come past him and sat down next to him and said to Brett, "Young man, what are you doing? What are you trying to do?" And he said, "I'm trying to catch a fish, sir." Imagine if this man had pulled out a fishing kit, and he'd pulled out a hook and a line and a rod, and he taught Brett how to fish, and he taught Brett how to bait the hook, how to cast the line into the river, how to wait, how to strike when the fish bit the hook. And imagine if Brett had caught a fish and reeled that fish in, and this man had said to Brett, "Wow, young man, look at you, you've got what it takes." And he taught Brett how to fish. Brett's life might have taken on a completely different trajectory. You see, he would have been validated by an older man. He would have been taught how to fish by an older man. Young boys look to older men, and primarily they look to their biological father. Unfortunately, it doesn't have to be a biological father. It can be an uncle, a grandfather. It can be an older brother. It can be a male teacher. But young boys look to older men to teach them what it means to be a man and to validate them in their masculinity. And when we have a nation of boys growing up unfathered, without fathers teaching them how to be a man and validating them, we grow up in a nation where men are growing up wounded and damaged in their masculinity, uncertain of what it means to be a man. So we have these three problems: negative press about masculinity, confusion about what it means to be a man, and unfathered boys growing up unfathered and unmentored. The world we're growing up is a cruel one. The world we're growing up gives young boys many, many false messages about what it means to be a man. I talk about the 5 big lies that boys grow up. Number 1, sex. Number 2, power. Number 3, money. Number 4, big boys don't cry. And number 5, men are trash. You see, these are the lies, and every man in the audience here knows that these are the lies we receive growing up. And even as men, we receive these lies. The more power I have, the more of a man I am. The more women that I can sleep with, the more of a man I am. The more money I have, the more of a man that I am. And big boys don't cry. Men cannot be vulnerable. And we grow up with the message that men are trash. Now, these 5 messages that boys grow up are very, very destructive. And a lot of boys grow up to become boys in men's body with the wrong notion of what it means to be a man. And they end up behaving very destructively. I remember when my daughter was a young girl, she was 2.5 years old. Doctors came to us and said that she would need an operation on her heart, that there was a small hole in one of the walls of her heart, and that she'd need corrective surgery. And luckily, with modern technology, the operation's very, very quick and easy. Instead of open heart surgery, it's a catheter that goes into the vein, pops out into the heart, and fixes the hole. And I remember when she went in for surgery, I approached the surgeon and I said, "Please, can I carry my daughter into the surgery? Because it's a very scary place for a young girl." And they kindly allowed me to do that. I had to put on the mask and scrub up and put on the gown, but they allowed me to carry my daughter into surgery. They allowed me to put the mask over her face, which put her to sleep. I handed her over to the doctors. The operation was a great success. She came out. 1 month later, we were at my house and I had a few friends around. And one of my friends said to my daughter, she was standing next to me, she said, "Blythe, I believe that you were in hospital recently." And my young daughter looked up at this friend of mine, his name was Peter, and she said, "Yes," she said, "my heart was broken." She said, "But my daddy fixed it." And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I was deeply, deeply moved. My daughter saw me as the man who had fixed her heart. She saw me as the man who was the hero in her life, the man who could do anything. And I had to ask myself the question, am I that man? Am I the man that she needs me to be? Am I the man that my son needs to be, me to be? And I realized in some ways, yes, I am. But in many ways, there's a lot of work for me to do. And as men, when we grow up to become adult men, none of us grow up completely whole. There are wounds in our hearts. There are wounds that have been inflicted by society, inflicted by our parents, inflicted by a father who may have been absent or may have been abusive. And these wounds I carry into my adulthood as a man. And one of the key and primary things that we need to do as leaders in the church and leaders as different faiths, as men in society, as fathers, is we need to find healing and refathering for ourselves. We need to make sure that ourselves as men are the kind of men that we want our daughter to marry one day. We need to make sure that we are the man that we want our sons to become, that we are the men that we want to lead the future of our nation. And our primary purpose here is to have this parallel journey as we father, as we lead, as we teach, as we become husbands and partners, as we become leaders in our faiths. We need to become the man that the world needs us to become the man that God has called us to become the man that our children need us to become the man that South Africa, that our province, that our communities need us to be, because we cannot teach and lead others to be something that we are not. You see, we as men impart to others. We as men need to lead the way by leading by example, by becoming that man that God has made and created us to be and redeemed us to be. No boy is born an abuser. No boy is born a racist. No boy is born a misogynist. No boy is born a criminal. Something happens on the journey from boy to man. Something happens in that journey that wounds him, that gives him the wrong concept and idea of what it means to be a man. And you and I as men in communities need to be the man that makes sure that boys grow up not wounded and with a clear and good, healthy idea of what it means to be a man. There are 6 virtues, which I believe, and I'll share very quickly with you, and then I'll bring it to an end, which I believe make a man a good man. Number 1 virtue is that he uses his strength for good. You see, men, we have strength. We have physical strength. We are physically stronger than women. We have testosterone, which drives us to do crazy things. We have a capacity for fear, a capacity for adventure, a capacity for danger. We as men have power. We have verbal power. The things that we say with our mouths have an impact on people's lives. We have physical power. We are able to harm others or protect them. And what makes a man is what does he do with his strength. It's not how much strength you have. It's not about how much money you have. It's what do you do with your strength? What do you do with your money? You see, we as men can fail to use our strength. We can become passive. And we're not called to be passive. We're called to be actively engaged in building a better world. Passive men are dangerous men because they stand by when bad happens. They stand by and watch evil take place and do nothing to intervene. Passive men are men who escape into all kinds of different things. Addictions, gambling, smoking, pornography. These are passive men. Instead of standing up and being who they're made to be, they're passively engaging in things that are destructive. So we can fail to use our strength, men. We can misuse our strength. We can use our strength to dominate, to take what's not ours. How many politicians, how many church leaders, how many business leaders do we have in this nation that are abusing their power? Instead of using their power for good, they're using their power for bad. So a passive man who fails to use his strength, an aggressive man who misuses his strength, these are not men. The true masculinity, a true man uses his strength to love, to serve, to honor, to protect, to provide. The number 1 quality of a man, he uses his strength for good. Number 2 quality of a man is he tends his fields. He takes full responsibility. Whatever is in his field, I'm using an agricultural example here. A farmer has a few cows. He might have some maize and some corn. Those cows, those cattle, that corn relies on the farmer to look after and care for them. And we as men are farmers. We have a field. And in that field are people in our lives. In that field is a community. In that field are roles and responsibilities. And what makes a man is he steps up and takes full responsibility for everything in his field. He makes sure that every person, everything in his field is cared for, nurtured, loved, protected, and provided for. That's the second quality of a true man. The third quality is a man defines himself by his character. He does not define himself by his image, by the car he drives, by the suit that he wears, by the school that his kids go to, by the amount of money in his bank. He defines himself by his character, by his integrity, by the love that he has for the people in his lives, by the fact that he's a man of his word. He's a man of faith and integrity who has a set of values and he lives by those values. That's the third quality of positive masculinity. He defines himself by what's on the inside and not what's on the outside. The fourth quality of true masculinity is he builds a band of brothers. You know, we as men commit suicide 4 times more than women. That's not just South African, that's international. Men commit suicide 4 times more than women. And one of the reasons is that we walk alone. The research shows that most men are lonely. We have friends we can watch a game with, we have friends we can hang out with, but do we have friends that truly know our heart? Friends that we know their hearts? A while ago, I had a tragic event. One of my closest friends took his own life. He shot himself. And at the funeral, at the after tears, we were all talking. A lot of our friends were talking. We were asking ourselves, did you know what this guy was going through? Did you know that Pete, his name was Pete, was on the verge of suicide? None of us knew. Men, we did not know. And it was such an indictment on us as men that we didn't create an environment in which our friend could feel the freedom to share his vulnerabilities. And our friend didn't feel like he could share his vulnerabilities. He felt he had to be the man. And the man was always okay. He was always together. He was never vulnerable. And we as men need to build a band of brothers around us that we stand with, that we fight for, they fight for us, that we're vulnerable with, that we sharpen each other. The Bible talks about iron sharpens iron, and as men we need to sharpen each other. We need to call each other out. We need to hold each other accountable. That's the fourth quality of a positive masculine man. He builds a band of brothers. The fifth quality is that we mentor the next generation. You see, every young boy looks to an older man, an older boy, to model to him what it means to be a man. And we as men have a double responsibility. We need to have mentors, men that we look up to, men and women, who mentor us to be better men. And we as men need to mentor the next generation. You know, in the early 1990s, there were too many elephants in the Kruger National Park. And rangers decided instead of killing some of the elephants, they would move some elephants to the Pilansberg Park. It was a brand new park. So they relocated young elephants from the Kruger Park to the Pilansberg Park. And you know, after a year or two, the young male elephants started behaving terribly. They started charging tourists, turning over cars. They started trying to mate with rhinos. Even some rhinos were killed by these elephants trying to mate with them. And the conservationists didn't understand what was happening. Eventually, they went back to the Kruger Park. They got 2 fully grown male bull elephants. They relocated those elephants to the Pilansberg. And within 2 weeks, the behavior of the young elephants was 100% sorted out. You see, society needs bull elephants. And you and I as men, particularly as men of faith, are the bull elephants that this society needs. We need to mentor for the next generation what it means to be a man. We need to provide discipline and boundaries, and we need to model to them what it means to be a man. There's a wonderful story about a man who lived in a village, and he used to, every evening, he used to go to the tavern on the corner and drink. And one day he was sitting in the tavern drinking, and his young son came and tugged him on the elbow. And he looked down and he said, "Hey, son, how did you find me here?" And the son looked up at his father and he said, "Dad, it was easy. I just followed your footprints in the sand from our house to this place." And the man realized, I'm leaving footprints. Where are my footprints leading? You see, as men, we are leading footprints. People are watching us. And we need to make sure that where our footprints lead is where we want the next generation to go. The number 6 quality, men, of a good man is that he makes the world a better place. We all look back in history to heroes that we have, the Nelson Mandelas, the Mahatma Gandhis, the Wilberforces, the Martin Luther Kings. These are men who made the world a better place. And you know, God has given us as men the mandate and the power to make the world a better place. We need to say, whatever went behind me is not going to go before me. If there was abuse behind me, it stops with me. You see, as men, we have the mandate to stand in the gap and say, I will make this world a better place. You can judge the quality of a man often by looking at his wife. You see, a man who is a good husband nurtures his wife. He nourishes his wife. He feeds her. He waters her. He nourishes her so she comes alive. A man who doesn't do that, often the wife is stressed, fearful, burnt out. And you see, you can judge the quality of a man by the impact he has on the people in his life. We need to ask ourselves the question as men, is South Africa a better country because I'm in the country? Is my family a better family? Is my wife a better woman? Are my children better children because I'm in their lives? Are my brothers, my colleagues, my sisters, are they better off because I'm in their lives? You see, the primary assessment of a man's success is not his bank balance, not his car that he drives. It's the impact that he has on the people in his lives. And I'll leave you with that, men, that we need to make sure that wherever we go, that place is better off because I'm there. And so as men, there are 6 virtues that we need to live up to, and there's 6 virtues that we need to model to the next generation. And you know, men, we need to start from the standpoint that God has created man as a tremendous gift to the world. True masculinity is a gift to everybody in the world, gift to our communities, gift to our wives, gift to women and children. We as men, and men of faith, we need to know this. We are designed to be dangerous. God made us dangerous. Never dangerous to women, never dangerous to children, never dangerous to each other's brothers, but dangerous to whatever threatens women, children, our society. Racism should fear masculinity. Prejudice should fear masculinity. Abuse should fear masculinity. Corruption should fear masculinity, because masculinity says, not on my watch. I'm going to leave it at that and just thank you for the time you've given me, and pray that the rest of the seminar goes wonderfully, God's grace upon it, and may we leave this place and make a huge difference in our communities and our nation. Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngifisa sidlulele kwi-presentation elandelayo. Sicela uphumelele as what role can the provincial government in partnership with the interfaith sector play in grooming boys to be responsible leaders? Sizoyinikezwa ke u-director in the office of the premier. Uphumelele Mngomezulu. Ngiyafisa the maximum should be 15 minutes.
Greetings to the Honorable Premier in absentia. Ngibingelele uSomlomo, ngibingelele ama-honorable members akhona phakathi kwethu. Ngibingelele abaholi bonke abakhona bamabandla ngokuhlukahlukana kwawo. Ozakwethu basema-ofisini ahlukahlukene ahulumeni, our sectors and all our partners. Igama lami nguphumelele Mngomezulu from the office of the Premier. Ngizobe ngenza i-presentation on the role that provincial government can play ebambisene nama-interfaith sectors ekukhuliseni umfana ukuthi abe umholi, futhi bese elwisana nesihlava se-gender-based violence and femicide. So ke iyami presentation ibhekelele lokho ukuthi Siyazi ukuthi zikhona iy'nhlelo esinazo emabandleni ethu okhulisa umfana ukuthi abe umholi. Nathi ngapha esayidini lakahulumeni sinazo futhi nathi iy'nhlelo zokukhulisa kwabafana. Kepha i-presentation yami ithi-ke kukephi la sihlangana khona sibambisane ngoba lo mfana uphila kuyo i-society yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal. Nanokuthi ama-resources esinawo ngapha nangapha senza kanjani ukuthi sihlanganile ndawonye ukuze sakhe isizwe sakaZulu-Natal esizwe nabaholi kuba abantu besilisa nabafana abasiholayo ekulwisaneni no-gender-based violence and femicide. Kusho ukuthi le topic ihambisana ngamashi ne-theme yale symposium yethu yanamhlanje. Ngoba i-theme ithi developing boys to be leaders in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide for the restoration of a woman's dignity. Yona nhloso ye-presentation yami namhlanje. I-presentation-ke sithe masiyihlanganisa sayihlukanisa ngalezo y'nhlelo ukuthi sihlukanise ama-programs siwabone ukuthi ami kanjani bese siyabheka ukuthi singabambisana kanjani. Kodwa futhi iyesekelwe i-strategy se-gender-based violence and femicide. Kune-strategy-ke esinaso esisuka ka-national, i-National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Kepha isifundazwe sesakwaZulu-Natal sasithatha futhi lesi strategy sasi-customize-ke manje ukuthi thina njengoba sinama-districts awu-11 sizolwisana kanjani nesihlava se-gender-based violence kuma-districts ethu ewu-11. Leso strategy sa-approve-wa-ke i-cabinet yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal Executive Council ekuyiyona-ke ezoba yisisekelo futhi sale presentation yami namhlanje. Ama-strategic objectives e-presentation yethu, 1.
Ngiyaxolisa ukuba phakathi kwe-presentation nelento khona ongalungi kahle. Kubukeka engathi asinawo enele ama-hard copies. Ngicela sibhime, si-project, but also-ke ngizokhulekela nje ukuthi sikuthathe. Kodwa somlomo angikusho ukuthi zikhona iy'ntwana ey'funa ukulungiswa between the legislature and government. Yabona mase ucheckile ukuthi izinto zikhona mase kuthiwa we only have 40 copies. We've been planning together and siyazi delegation ukuthi nabantu abangaki. So it doesn't. Akusilekeleli. I've been saying it. Futhi ngiyofisa kufike na ku-DG. We are not here to tick the box. We are not here to tick the box. Rather, we are saying, Tina, njengesishayamthetho, we recognize and value ukulekelelwa interfaith sector. We are able to stand during the times of hardship because of this particular sector. So nje we are really appealing asizicelele mhlawumbe other things sizozilungisa ekhaya kodwa sikwazi ukuyilungisa ekhaya outside the sector that is being affected. Asikuveze la bese sithi ke siyayithatha some of the things sibuyela nazo emuva. Asicele i-understanding nje kakhulukazi kuba hlobo bethu be-sector ukuthi siyayicela i-understanding ukuthi at least mesingathiwa we are just noting while kubhinywa. Then masiqhubeka siya phambili si will improve. Siyabonga kakhulu angiceleke ukubuyisela kumadla kahle.
Xolisa nje kakhulu Hlalo for that. We will definitely do it differently. Siphatha ama-copies anele ngokulandelayo. Xolisa na kwi-sector futhi ukuthi ama-copies anganeli. We really are apologetic about that. Zozama ukuthi ngibe state na kwi-presentation khona at least esikuphethe sizokwazi ukuthi sikuthole. Bengisa kuma-strategic objectives which is on slide 4. Ama-strategic objectives kusho ukuthi ukubheka ukubambisana bese sibheka iy'nselelo ney'ngqinamba abantu besilisa ababhekene nazo besakhula. Mangabe sibheka indaba yokuyiphatha nanokuthi ibona abantu besilisa nabafana ikakhulukazi ababa ama-perpetrators of gender-based violence. Kodwa-ke uCraig usesinikezile futhi ezinye zey'ngqinamba ababhekene nazo. Bese siyabheka futhi as one of the objectives ukuthi simolda kanjani umfana ukuthi naye agcine esedlala indima ebalulekile ekushintsheni isizwe, asinikeze ukuthi naye abe part of the change that we want to see in our province and in our country at large. But also we want to look at the differences between amagender and the relationships. Efuneka umfana abe nawo nomuntu wesifazane nomuntu wesilisa nengane yakube intombazane kanjalo ukuthi how do we mold those relationships between a man and a woman, as well as a boy and a girl. So those are some of the things that we want to cover in our presentation in terms of our programs. Sithema ngabe siqala i-presentation yethu in the next slide. We looked at the different denominations esinawo mangabe sikhuluma nge-interfaith. Sabona ukuthi kuma-denominations zethu sine-Christianity, sine-Rastafarian denomination, sine-Jewish faith, sine-traditional faith, sibe ne-Baha'i, ama-Muslims, ama-Nazareth Baptist as Islamic faith, ama-Buddhist as well as ama-Hindu. Mangabe sithi-ke in South Africa, we've got interfaith. These are the denominations that we are talking about. And in this presentation, these are the denominations that we are aiming to have a partnership with as government. Ukuze sizokwazi ukubambisana ekukhuliseni umfana okhulayo emphakathini wethu. Sabe sesibheka-ke iy'ndlela zokuxhumana noma zokubambisana ekukhuliseni umfana ukuthi abe yindoda eqotho, abe umholi futhi ekulwisaneni no-gender-based violence. Sabona lama pillars ewu-4 ukuthi iwona abalulekile ngoba nasemabandleni ethu umfana uyafundiswa ngokokholo nokuba indoda. Okuyikona futhi nathi ngapha kuma-programs akahulumeni esikwenzayo sinama-educational programs. Sabona futhi kukhona i-mentorship abafana bayitholayo from ama-elders in the church. Nayo futhi ama-mentorship programs siba nawo futhi nathi ngapha kahulumeni kuma-departments ahlukahlukene. Sakubona ukubaluleka ukuthi ikakhulukazi abafana abangenabo baba bakhuliswa ubani, nabafana futhi uthole ukuthi babukhona kodwa akaxhumene kahle naye. Singamkhulisa kanjani i-mentorship? Siyaye singayigcini ekhaya kuphela, kuyaye kube khona umuntu nje kuyena obukela kuyena. Siyagqugquzela-ke lokho ukuthi lawo ma-mentorship programs aqhubeke ngaso sonke isikhathi. And then emphakathini-ke futhi ngoba siphili ngasodwana, what is the role of umfana? Kunama-programs esinawo emasontweni ethu noma emabandleni ethu la sibuye siphumele nasemphakathini ngoba esikwenza esontweni noma ebandleni sifisa ukuthi kube nomthelelo omuhle emphakathini. Kuney'nhlelo-ke futhi kwi-interfaith ezikhona, kuba khona ama-campaigns nama-workshops esiba nawo emabandleni akhuluma ngako futhi ukulwisana ngawo gender-based violence and femicide. And then also building a network. Sibonge kakhulu futhi legislature sishamthetho ukuthi sesicreate-ile vele space la sithi singababandla ahlukahlukene kodwa sikwazi ukuhlangana ndawonye sizokhulumisana ukuthi lesi sihlava esesikhona emphakathini wethu singamabandla ahlukahlukene singabambisana kanjani irrespective of where we come from ekuthini silwisane naso isihlava sa-gender-based violence. So those networks must be built amongst ourselves and even beyond. Now lezi iy'nhlelo lezi ey'landelayo on slide 7, iy'nhlelo-ke lezi ezikhona emabandleni ethu ahlukahlukene kodwa sike sathola from i-Christian faith, sathola from the Nazarene Baptist. Bese siyacela ukuthi mangabe sesiwaqedelela-ke as one of the resolutions of this symposium, sithole namanye ama-programs as per ama-denominations that we read ukuze sizokwazi ukuthi sikhiphe iplan eyodwa eveza iy'nhlelo zonke. Leyo kuqala nje i-Christian faith ikuvezile ukuthi inayo i-mentorship program yabafana. Uma ngabe siyibheka le mentorship program ukuthi imeleni, siyayibona ihambisana ne-pillar 4 of the GBV strategy la umfana ongena baba, a fatherless father, efundiswa khona ehlanganiswa nobaba ozokwazi ukumkhulisa. So that is the aim of that program. It is done by the Methodist Church ke le program le. Imfundisa ukuthanda nokwazi ukuvuleleka ey'nkingeni abhekene nazo. Uma ngabe ziza insecure kuba khona umuntu wesilisa noma ubaba ozokwazi ukuthi amkhulise kulezo iy'ndawo lezo. Amfundise-ke nanokuthi naye uma ngabe sewubaba funeka ayikhulise kanjani ezakhe iy'ngane. Enye program futhi esinayo is the Men in Christ program. Esithema ngabe siyibona sayibona ihambisana no pillar 2 of the GBV strategy, which is looking at prevention and rebuilding social cohesion. Le program ke ibheke ukuthi ishape isimilo kumfana osakhula imsize futhi nanokuthi understand ubungozi bezidakamizwa esesiyibona seziningi kakhulu emphakathini wethu bese futhi abone futhi ukubaluleka ukuthi kube uyena olwisana no GBV kunokube abe uperpetrator wethu emphakathini nanokuthi kube uyena oyi agent of change in the society even if kukhona indaba zo peer pressure endaweni kodwa kube uyena ozothi not in my name when it comes to issues of gender based violence and other social ills in society. Enye futhi a program esiyayithola kuma programs from Christian faith Jesus and the Gens program. Sithe masiyibuka sayibona ihambisana no pillar 4 we GBV strategy le program ibhekeke yona ukweluleka komqondo womfana o counseling programs le ndaba yokuthi indoda ayikhali asivumi siuhulumeni siyafisa ukuthi umuntu akhulume uma ngabe kukhona into emphethe kabi ayikhulume kusesekuqaleni ingaze yakhe ulaka nentukutheko ngaphakathi kwakhe aze enze into wrong. So ama psychological issues abafana ababhekene nawo le program ithi Jesus and Gens ibhekana nawo nje ngqo bese kuba khona ke ne empowerment in terms of job creation ukuthi bangasebenzisa kanjani abafana amakhono abanawo ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi benze imali siyazi ukuthi sinenkinga ye unemployment in our country. We've got big problems in our country, the unemployment, but we do have skills as well. How then do abafana also use ama skills abana namakhono ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi benze imali? In Nazareth Baptist Church nohlelo lokukhuliswa nokufundiswa kwabafana neinsizwa ngomhla ka-22 nangomhla ka-23 nyanga zonke iNazareth Baptist Church ila kufundisa khona umfana ukuyiphatha emphakathini nokuyithiba nanokuthi nje baye bafundisa nanokuthi kusho ukuthini uqoma nokuqonywa lento adishiwe umeya earlier on ukuthi ungaqonywa kodwa futhi nokwaliwa futhi is part of impilo. So lezo zinto ziyafundisa nanokuthi mangabe usushada ke uba indoda enjani ukuze ube umkhonyana oqotho ekhaya. Lezo inhlelo zikhona nyanga zonke in our Nazareth Baptist Church. Sengizodlulela ke manje einhlelweni esitholeke ku-department kuma-government departments bese ngiyasho futhi sihlala ukuthi siyafisa ukuthi zonke wonke amabandla asinikeze inhlelo khona sikwazi ukuyihlaziya sikwazi ukuyi-aligna ne-strategy sethu. But in terms of government programs for umfana, we see Office of the Premier implementa i-program yey'kawoti abafana ke labo bese kuba khona i-Boys to Men program kube khona u-Department of Health kuba nekhosomba lamajita bese kuba khona i-voluntary medical male circumcision eyenziwa u-Department of Health. Sports, Arts and Culture wenza umkhosi woselo as well as amabandla games engicabanga ukuthi siyawazi kakhulu bese kukhona uCocta oza nomkhosi wolwako as well as social development onama programs amaningana ke yena uBoys Assembly, uMen Care program as well as iBoys Championing Change program. Siyawahlaziya ke lama programs ukuthi siwabona emi kanjani in terms of i-alignment with the GBV strategy. Le yes Boy Scouts ibuka nanokugqugquzela ukuthi babe khona amathuba omsebenzi and economic empowerment for abantu besilisa as well as building ama leadership skills kumfana esakhula nanokuthi abe ne self confidence iyasiza kakhulu ke lapho bese kuba i-Boys to Men program ehambisana no pillar 4 which is care support and healing lana sibona nakhona futhi umfana enikezwe ithuba lokuthi akhulume ngey'nkinga zakhe kuma-peers akhe endaweni erelaxile bezokwazi ukukhuluma ngey'nkinga ababhekana nazo besakhula ama-drugs, peer pressure nanokuyithanda nje naye ne-identity is one of the critical issues that our boys are faced with. Uzalwa kabani isibongo kodwa sababa sithize iyamphazamisa kokunye lokho. This is where they get to talk about issues like that. And then also the Boys Championing Change program, which is implemented by Department of Social Development, which aligns with the prevention, rebuilding social cohesion pillar within our GBV strategy. This one is also done by Abantu Besilisa. It's Boys and Men Championing Change program. Ibheka ukuyiphatha komfana nanendaba ze-health noma ezempilo ukuthi ake siyithande nangisemzimbeni yethu singabafana sil-check igciwane lengculazi, siye futhi nakosoka ukuze amathuba ukuthi silithole igciwane lengculazi namanye ama-STIs ehlike, nendaba zo-TB, ama-tuberculosis as well as other STIs. Siyamgqugquzela umfana ukuthi angabalekelani nezempilo noma emtholampilo atholakale futhi naye ukuze ezokwazi ukuphila emzimbeni, ukuze ezokwazi ukwenza the difference that he has to make esaphila emhlabeni. Yeah, and then nanendaba zo-gender-based violence futhi zikhona futhi aphayana ku-Boyce Championing Change. UKhokha, umkhosi wolwago, is part of Pillar 2. It's a traditional practice that is championed by our traditional leaders in our province, and it deals with bringing up abafana and also to promote them to be good men. Baya entabeni where they are groomed to grow up as good men, and when they are also the initiation is also done there. Where they are actually taught is led by the Department of Ukhokha, Cooperative Government. And then umkhosi woselwa, we've got Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Lomkhosi uchampionwa i-Royal Household. Lomkhosi siyasubona wenzeka lapha ekupheleni konyaka, la sibona khona isilo samamandla sihamba nabafana siyobafundisa. Sibona no Department of Health futhi kule program eyofundisa futhi ngokubaleka kokusokwa komfana. And then bese kuba khona amabandla games which are also led by Sports, Arts and Culture. Amabandla games ke wona agqugquzela ukuthi siyithande, siyivocavoce futhi sikwazi ukubambisana, igqugquzela i-teamwork nanokuthi sibe naleso spirit of competitiveness positive ezokwazi ukuthi sakhe isizwe ndawonye. Yenzeka kuma districts ahlukahlukene nakuma locals i-leader Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Department of Health ikhosamba lamajita le program i-leader Department of Health ibhekelele labafana aba-unemployed esibathola behleli ey'ndaweni ey'hlukahlukene emalokishini nasemakhaya bengenzi lutho, bahlala ngakomaplaza kanjalo. Uyayahambeleke-ke ku-MEC waka-Health ayebona eyobafundisa ukuthi how can they make good use of isikhathi sabo, how can they make money, and how can they make use of ama-talent abanawo, ikhosamba lamadoda lamajita. And then bese kuba social development, i-Boys Assembly program. Nakhona futhi we are seeing Deputy Minister uZulu leading this one at national level, but it's also implemented in our provinces. And the aim of this one is for the boys to actually speak out about their challenges. Once again, we really are creating platforms for men to speak. Nanokuthi bangafeli ngaphakathi ukuze bezokwazi ukuthola ukusizakala ey'ntweni abayidingayo. Men care program is also implemented by social development and aiming to deal with the behavior yomfana nomuntu wesilisa. And this one is also linked to the family structure, because as usomlomeke washo ekuqaleni ukuthi it all starts at home. I-family is the first institution that needs to actually recognize umfana as an important part of umndeni. So that is where it is in terms of the men care program. We are saying it begins with the individual, but it cascades to the family and the community as well as the society at large. Those are the programs that we have in terms of programs abafana asinawo kuhulumeni nama-programs akhona kwi-interfaith space. Kepha-ke esikucelayo noma esinxusayo kuma-recommendations ethu ukuthi akube khona phela ukubambisana kulama-programs. Uma ngabe kukhona ama-programs enziwa i-Rastafarian noma i-Buddhist noma i-Hindu noma i-Christian, all our denominations, let us have a plan ezohlanganisa ukuze sizokwazi ukuthi even in our next symposium we begin to report on the progress that we have made in terms of the partnership that we are forging in grooming the boy to be a leader in addressing issues of gender-based violence. That is the first recommendation that we are making. We are also urging the the interfaith sector ukuthi sino operations kumasakhe thina siwuhulumeni lapho ama-programs wonke siwa-implement emphakathini reportwa kuma-war rooms ethu, engabe ibandla lisewadini sisho ukuthi lama-programs esisenzayo thina kuma-interfaith nasemabandleni ethu asesiza abafana bangakhi, asiza kanjani, ngoba nalapho futhi emawadini yila ama-departments bekade ngiwasho khona reporter khona ukuthi this is what we are doing. That is where the beginning of our partnership will start. So we are urging the accountability in terms of our operations market structures. Those reports will move to local, move to district, as well as provincial level. Thank you very much, Shalo. That is the end of my presentation.
Siyabonga kakhulu nge-presentation. Ngiyacela siye Premier's address and feedback on implementation of 2022 Interfaith Symposium. Asicele uSibusiso kwakabiyela eze azo sipha i-presentation. Uma siqeda yona ke siyoba ne-engagement before singene kwi-dialogue.
Greetings to the Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, honorable members and delegates, and all officials that are in the House. I am mandated to make a short presentation on the resolutions that were taken during the 2022 Interfaith Symposium. I will be as brief as ever. I will mix languages so that we are all on board, and I'm a Zulu speaker, not an English speaker. So at times I am comfortable emphasizing in isiZulu. The resolutions were compiled by the Office of the Premier. They coordinated the collation of the reports from government departments who had the resolutions with them so that they respond to the resolutions that were taken during the 2022 Interfaith Symposium. I will start with the first resolution that the Premier submits to the Legislature by 5th of December 2022, a report on reasons leading to the above-mentioned departments not being present at the commissions, and a report on action taken against such defaulting departments. And if we go a bit up, there is a noting. The noting is that despite the Office of the Speaker having communicated with the government departments about the Interfaith Symposium and its commissions, the commitments by the departments to be presented in commissions, including the indication of names of persons sent to represent the departments, and the disturbing absence of the following departments at commissions. So this one is here to address the absence of government departments who could not avail themselves during the commissions. The Office of the Premier was presented by the Ms. Mjali and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. The department was represented by the Senior Manager, Mr. Nhlapo and Mr. Memela, who presented the responses to the resolutions. The Department of Human Settlement was mandated to attend the Taking Parliament to the People program hosted by National Council of Provinces under Ugu District Municipality. The Executive Authority and the Senior Executive of the department were mandated to attend the program with issues of human settlement being the center of discussion during the sessions. Noting that the rise in gender-based violence cases is often related and associated to alcohol and drug abuse, the resolution was that all departments have tangible programs that focus on awareness campaigns in communities on the effect of alcohol and substance abuse. Kubaluleke lana ukuthi izimbangela eziningi zodlame olweyamene nokubulili ludalwa kakhulu izinto ezithintene nophuzo oludakayo nezidakamizwa. The Office of the Premier coordinating departmental campaigns aimed at creating awareness on substance abuse. The coordination is part of the broader social ills campaigns that are run by departments. The Office of the Premier further monitored the implementation and impact of the departmental campaigns through the quarterly reports that are coordinated by the Stakeholder Coordination Branch in the Office of the Premier. A coordination and monitoring plan is already part of the Office of the Premier's 2023-2024 annual performance plan. Ukubheka ke lesasimo ke kade ngisisho eqaleni i-office kaNdunankulu ilona eliqoqa ke imbiko kuma government departments ukuze kubhekane nalesi simo athina amanye ama government departments ngesimo sokuthi udlame oluyamene nobulili ludalwa uphuzo ikasikhulukazi oludakayo nezidakamizwa. Uma ke sibuka ke uDepartment of Sports, Arts and Culture ukuthi yena ke kuma clusters akhe wonke kwakhamba kanjani, soqala ngo-Eastern Cluster both 2021 and 2022 DSAC District Choral Music and DSAC Provincial Choral Music competitions. The theme is TBC is based on fight against gender-based violence. Both 2021 and 2022 District Theatre Festival is based on fight against gender-based violence. So ke kusinikeza isiqiniseko lokho ukuthi lezi inhlelo zomculo wamakhwaya unesiqubulo esezithibile nazo zonke zibhekene kakhulu nokulwa nodlame oluyamene nobulili. Ku-Eastern Cluster ke waba nalezi ke ezintathu engazibala: Youth Day Dialogue kwaXimba Sports Ground, Heritage Day Dialogue Mary Gray Sports Hall, Women's Day Community Dialogue Umlazi Cinema. Western Cluster yena ukume kanje okwakhe ukunaka leya ndaba yesimo sokuthi udlame oluyamene nobulili ludalwa uphuzo nezidakamizwa ukuze baqoqa abantu babagcine besendaweni lapho bezophuma ezidakamizweni nase ophuzweni olunamandla. Youth campaign was held on the 29th of June 2022 at Osizweni Arts Center where 145 youth benefited. Men's dialogue was hosted on the 28th of July 2022 at Danhauser, where 50 men, including young men, benefited. A women's dialogue was held on the 19th August 2022 at Escort, where 50 women, including youth, benefited. A women's dialogue was held on the 22nd of August 2022 at Mvoti Town Hall, where 50 women benefited. A women's dialogue was held on the 4th of August 2022 at Danhauser, where 50 women benefited. Amachuba Rainbow Show was on in December 2022 at Newcastle, where 100 women benefited. Cycling against GBV and child abuse benefiting 50 children on the 10th of December 2022. Zonke ke lezi inhlelo ezenzeka ngoNtulikazi ngoNcwaba nangozibandlela eNewcastle, eDanhauser, eGreytown, eMvoti, eMdlovana nase-Mtshezi kwa napha abantu inani labantu abathi babakhona ukuze kusetshenzwe nabo belulekwe ngokuthi akumele bagxile kakhulu entweni zophuzo oludakayo. Western Cluster Sports against GBV at Uthukela, Stateville benefiting 100 participants. Yenzeka yona kusukela mhla zintathu kuya zizine kuzibandlela ngonyaka odlule u2022. Walk and Aero Marathon held and benefited 800 participants in SG Bambata, Bulwa, Acheni, and Bagis. Kwaba ke naleyo walk ke marathon eyenzeka kulezindawo entathu sengizibalile. Kwamtholo Christmas event Jozini, imindeni engama-50 yathola izipho kwase kwaba nengxoxo on GBV and substance abuse awareness. Ikarat self-defense at Ilembe district held at Mandeni, Sibusisiwe Hall, benefiting 11 clubs. Big walk and Aero marathon held at Ubuhlebezwe, benefiting 200 youth. International Children's Day, raising GBV and substance abuse awareness. Mhlaka 1 enyangeni kaLwezi ngo-2022. Big walk Aero marathon eMsinga kwaba abantu abasizakala babengama200. Sisaqhubeka no Department of Sports, Arts and Culture amabandla inter-regional games, district games and equipment support intensify the program at local and district level. Active Thursday continue with regional games to revive the program. Konke lokho kwakuyizinhlelo ezisiza ukuthi abantu bahlukane nedakamizwa notshwala ukuze bangabe sebenza udlame olubhekiswe oluyamene nobulili. Ukhokta yena kume kanje yena noting the absence of an interfaith desk at provincial government level. It was resolved that Khokta include an interfaith desk at a provincial level. Kwana kwa ukuthi angathi ayikho alukho uhlaka olubhekene nezamabandla ahlangene kwa ku provincial level. Ukhokta ke kwasathiwa akayenze le desk ke ibe khona at provincial level. The interfaith desk was established for Khokta and the focal person is Miss N. Naidu at a deputy director level. It must be noted that the office of the Premier is responsible for the interfaith sector at the provincial level. Obviously kanjena nkulu ke ilona elibhekele kakhulu ezokugqugquzela ezamabandla ahlangene ezingeni likahulumeni wesifundazwe, I mean, not isifunda. Noting the non-implementation of the previous year's Interfaith Symposium resolutions, it was resolved that all government accounting officers submit written reports detailing reasons for non-implementation of 2021 resolutions, and further that the MECs must ensure that the accounting officers are held accountable for the non-implementation of resolutions captured during Interfaith Symposium programs. Lapha ke kwakubhekwa ukuthi izinqumo ezathathwa kwinkulumo ngxoxo yayingomhla yango-2021 azange ize ilandelelwe iminyango kahulumeni. Kwase ke kucelwa ukuthi ke bonke ke abaphathi beminyango okungo MEC babheke ukuthi lokhu kuyenzeka. Kwathiwa ke o-HOD nabo futhi kumsebenzi wabo ukuthi basho ukuthi kungani izinqumo ezathathwa ngo-2021 zingazange zilandelelwe yiyo yonke iminyango kahulumeni. The Office of the Premier submitted a written report and progress regarding the implementation of the 2021 Interfaith Symposium resolutions. The Office of the Premier also coordinates quarterly meetings where departments are encouraged to submit progress on the implementation of resolutions. Noting the gap that exists between schools and interfaith in terms of work relations, it was resolved that interfaith structures get closer to schools and build work relations to contribute to the fight against social ills and gender-based violence, and that schools have school chaplains and for the interfaith structures to form WhatsApp groups to maintain contact and attending to issues. Kwanqunywa ke emhlanganweni loya wango 2022 ukuthi izinhlaka zezamabandla noma zezenkolo azisondele ezikolweni zibe nobudlelwano ukuze kuliwe nazo zonke lezi zinto eziwuhlupho emphakathini ama-social ills kanye nodlame oluyamene nobulili. Kwase kwathiwa ke futhi izikole kufanele isikole ngasinye sibe no-chaplain ozothathwa kuma-interfaith structures kwenziwe ne-WhatsApp group ukuze kukwazi ukuxhunyanwa kalula. U-Department of Education ke yena ke uthi ke the unit recently held the SGB roadshows where strengthening of the quality learning and teaching campaign structures was emphasized. These roadshows were addressed by head of staff or the head office staff in response to the fight and ensuring monitoring that structures were not up to scratch. Religious leaders are part of the structures. It was therefore emphasized that they be brought on board. To abasondele abaholi bezenkolo kulezi zinhlaka lezi ukuze ziqinise ubudlelwane phakathi kwezikole nezenkolo. An interview was held in Ukhozi FM in uNkulunkulu nomuntu omusha where the importance of religion was emphasized and that use of religious leaders to assist with social ills like drug abuse, teenage pregnancy, etc., was emphasized. The program was part of Human Rights Day celebration where the rights of teachers and learners to religion and to have their religion and cultures respected was highlighted. Kwakwenziwa ngoMarch lo nge-Human Rights Day lapho kwakungaqambiswa khona ukubaluleka kwelungelo lokuzibandakanya kumuntu ngamunye kwezenkolo. Noting the need for the interfaith structures to play a role in the fight against social ills, especially in schools, it was resolved that the Department of Education capacitates interfaith structures with counseling skills for the structure to fully participate in providing counseling to distressed learners and educators, and that interfaith structures be allowed to visit schools to fight against spiritual warfare that continues to target learners in schools. Abezenkolo banxuswa ke la kulomhlangano njengalongo nakudlule ukuthi ezikoleni ukuze kulwiswe nemimoya siyazi kuba khona nokuhayiza nani izingane ziba naleyo. Iminyango ke wezemfundo ke yona uthi ke when there is a request by the Interfaith Forum, we will be in a position to offer a one-day lay counseling training program that may be centralized or clustered depending upon the numbers. The unit recently held the SGB roadshow, ukuthi kwenzeka kuphendula lokhu akwangemuva. Noting the miseducation of culture by the media entertainment industry, which could be having a negative influence in the society, thus possibly contributing to social ills such as substance abuse, teacher-learner, romantic relationship, and immorality. That all interfaith resolution is that all interfaith structures re-educate learners and the society about Africanism and discourage the Eurocentric influence that continues to destroy the identity of Africans. Kuthiwa kwanotha ukuthi akuliwe nalomkhuba wokutsholizisa lapho othisha bezwana nabantwana bethandana. Kwase kwacela ukuthi buyiswe kakhulu isiko lase-Afrika kuhlehlwe esikweni laphesheya kwezilwandle ngoba lokho kulimaza ubuthina bama-Afrika. National Symbols Education Program has been rolled out in all 12 districts of KZN through cluster workshops held on Umzinto, Community Hall, and Amajuba Education Center districts were clustered as follows: Ilembe, Pinetown, Umlazi, Mgungundlovu, Herigwala, and Ugu. National symbols are defined in terms of the Constitution and are meant to promote reconciliation and nation building. In the founding provision of the Constitution, it is stated that the Republic of South Africa is a sovereign democratic state founded in the following values: human dignity, the achievement of equality, and advancement of human rights and freedom, non-racism and non-sexist. Ukugqugquzela kwama-symbols, ama-national symbols, kuyolekelela kakhulu ukulwa nalesihlava. Angisekude kakhulu ukuqeda, sengiku slide number 12. Sengizophuma nje khona manje la. Noting the shift in the balance of power between the authorities such as the Department of Education and governing bodies and the labor representatives, we wish to not always work for the betterment or the betterment of schooling. That the Department of Education continues to empower their managers and improve on the management system and approaches. That the school governing bodies be provided with offices in schools to fully participate in school proceedings. Lapha ke kwakubhekwa kakhulu ukuthi ama-trade unions abuye axove ukufunda nokufundisa kuphazamise ngandlela thize bayazika abantu kuyenzeka emphakathini. The unit recently held the SGP roadshow, nakho futhi kuphendulekile kuse into efanayo. Bese sithi ke there is no need for the SGP to have an office at school as their work is random. Their regular presence at school may lead to disruption or to disrupt the processes at school. When they come for duties, the principal's office is their point of call and arrangements are made in case of meetings. All SGP documents are kept in the strong room or the principal's office. Once you allocate an office, you imply that they should be regular at school. SGPs meet once a quarter. The finance committee meets once a month, and safekeeping of all records is the responsibility of the principal as per the South African Schools Act 84 of 1996. Noting the rise of sexual offenses in a foundation phase in schools, it was resolved that the Department of Education recruit more female educators at the foundation phase to protect learners from being vulnerable to sexual offenses. That the Department of Education work closely with the Department of Justice and Child Commission to attend to cases of sexual offenses. Kuthiwa lana ke kubonakala sengathi iyanyuka inani lamacala adalwa ukuthi abantu abaseba ingane ezisencane zase foundation phase ziyahlukunyezwa ngokocansi. Kuthiwa ke ngathi umnyango wezemfundo ungaqasha kakhulu othisha besifazane lapha yamazingena aphansi ukuze kugwemeke lokho, basebenzisane nomnyango Department of Justice ukuze kunakwe lamacala adeleka lapha phansi kokuhlukumezeka kwezingane ngokocansi zisencane. Department of Education response yakhe ithi the department has planned in its recruitment drive for 2023 to employ more females in the foundation phase sector. The processes of recruitment will start on 28 March 2023. Legal Services conducts regular meetings where reported cases that are in the criminal court are discussed. Nako lokho amacala futhi ayanakwa kakhulu. Slide number 14. Noting that sexual education was introduced in schools as part of the curriculum without a department consultation and consent of parents. Engathi kwavele kwafundiswa nje i-sexual education abazali bengazange baziswe noma banikeze imvume. That the Department of Education and Department of Health cooperatively improve on consultation and involve parents when making such decisions about the education of learners. Kumele ke umnyango wenza isiqiniseko sokuthi uyaxhumana nabazali ngalolu daba. Department of Education again kanjena ke uma ephendula. SNES was part of SGB roadshows and where they addressed the SGPs. The SGPs were even exposed to the terms sex education versus sexuality education. The policy is not about sex education, which focuses the show on the how, but sexuality education, which teaches learners about the effects. Bahlukaniselwa amalunga e-SGP ehlukaniselwa uSNES ukuthi cha kwipolicy kunento sexuality education no education lezo bahlukaniselwa zona ukuthi azifani azilimazi kakhulu ekufundisweni nasekufundeni kwezingane. Slide number 15 wethu noting the late remuneration of early childhood development educators, which compromises the quality of workers of work provided by the ECD. So nalapho futhi kwabeke sekuthiwa ke Department of Education akayinake le ukholela othisha babantwana abasebancane kuse early. Department ke yena-ke uthi ke wawasayina ama-assumption of duties ka grade R ngo-2023 so wasayine wonke akusekho lutho selisele sekuzoqhubeka kahle kuhambe ngohlelo bazobakhokhela nje mhla ka-30 April 2023. The resumption forms have been signed and verified by the directorates. Kanti sekuseke kwalunga lokho. The challenges in provision of tractors to communities by the government, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, that the department revised the mechanization program. Lapha ke kuthiwa ogandaganda bezi kahle ngokohlelo kuma kwemphakathini abavela emnyangweni wezolimo. Uthike lana ke uDepartment of Agriculture uselihlungile ke udaba lokuthi le mechanization program and have developed a blended mechanization program to be implemented as from 2023-2024 financial year. The blended mechanization program has 4 categories: state-owned fleet, service provider mechanism, small holding tractor procurement, and procurement of mechanization equipment. But hayi cha ke balisebenzile ke lolo daba as umnyango wezolimo. Umnyango ke wezolimo futhi kwakhululwa nawo futhi kule nhlanganiso kwathiwa the scarcity of water and safe grazing land, that government that consider assisting farmers with boreholes and fencing for community investment in farming. Umnyango ke wezolimo usebeke ke imali elinganiselwa ku 57 wezigidi zamarandi was invest in communal investment projects. The program will provide infrastructure that will assist in commercializing farmers. This program will assist communities with construction and rehabilitation of boreholes, deep tanks, dams, and fencing of grazing camps. Umnyango ke uthi cha usekhiphe lesamba ukuze abalekelele bangabi ama-subsistence farmers nje nabantu basemakhaya kodwa baba ama-commercial farmers. Inkomo ufuyile zingahlali sezigugele ekhaya kodwa ziqhubeke nokulimile kudayiswe emakethe. Usenalolo hlelo. The lack of health resources to assist communities at ground level. Slide esilama isogcina lesi. Impendulo ke bidingeka ke ukuthi inikezwe umnyango wezempilo, that the government provide adequate resources for officials working with communities to afford them accessibility in far rural areas. Kuthiwa impela abantu abasihlala emakhaya engathi bangasizakala ukuthi abantu abasebenza khona bomnyango wezempilo banikezwe izinsiza kusebenza ezanele khona bezokwazi ukubasiza. Iminyango wezempilo as much as the resources are not adequate, an effort is continually made to provide the community-based outreach teams with vehicles to reach out to communities, including those in the deep rural areas. The teams are also provided with the necessary tools of trade. Each outreach team leader has, or that supervises the community health care workers has access to a vehicle. Each school health team is allocated a vehicle to provide services to the schools in various communities. Ake kuthiwe umnyango-ke wenza ngakho kusemandleni ukufaka izinsiza zokusebenza abaholi abahola lamaqembu asebenza emakhaya kwenziwa isiqiniseko ukuthi anemoto nazo zonke izinsiza-ke ezidingakalayo ukuze basizakale abantu emakhaya. Isilayithi sokugcina sithi angisho ukuthi ukungilalela kwenu nilalele i-Office of the Premier, siyabonga kakhulu.
Asibonge kakhulu the presentations esesiwatholile. Ngiyafisa masiqhubeka siya phambili sithi ke sifisa i-public engagement session la esizobe sibuza imibuzo yengaciso, but also uma kukhona esifisa ukwengeza, because we can also make some comments and inputs sikwenze bese ke siyobe sesithatha siqhubekela phambili singena kwi-dialogue. Ngicela ukuthatha izandla efisa ukucaciselwa kuma presentations enziwe. Bengicelile-ke izolo bahlobo bami ukuthi ngizocela ukunipha izandla kodwa bese siyazisho ukuthi singobani, ngoba ngingasuke ngenza iphutha lokuthi kuphambaniseke or else bese kube ngathi ngiyabazi kakhulu kunabanye. Angithathe izandla, ngizoyithatha at once bese ke siya engage. Kunesandla kule row at the far end esokuqala leso. Kule row yesithathu kunesandla, ngicabanga ukuthi unumber 4 mawuqhamuka ngale or number 5. Esesibili leso. Kunesandla sesithathu la phambili. Shushu uzoba unumber 3 bese kuba khona isandla sokugcina lapha ya kudadewethu ziwu4 izandla ezikhona. Ngizofisa ke ngenxa yesikhathi ngicabanga ukuthi ke abanye baphendulekile futhi bazophenduleka, mhlawumbe nami ebengicabangile okucatshangwe ophakamisile isandla. Sicela ukuthatha in that order ke. Ngicela i-mic, yebo.
Ngiyabingelela and all protocol observe. Dr. Khanyile, ngiqhamuka Uthukela district. Ngiyibhalela i-question yami ithi, when the speaker, Honorable Boyce, outlined the purpose and the program of this symposium, she mentioned that SALGA has to be requested or engaged to ensure that religion in various districts is catered for in the distribution of land to build places of worship. So my seeking clarity question is it possible to make this good comment of the speaker as a resolution taken in this symposium? And in other ways, I'm also accolating what the Honorable Boyce mentioned, because as religious sectors, we need the places of worship. And my second question, why the government departments are phasing out the chaplaincy? Hence, we need chaplains in our various municipalities at local and district levels more than before as interfaith sector. So it's a second question. Engisebenzisayo ukucela incazelo la. And the third one, my question, in fact, problem with the last presentation. Uguti, how are we going to get the copy of the premier presented by by Mr. Biela? Thank you.
Ngicela size number 2.
Bishop Mambo. Umkhize from eThekwini. Okokuqala nje Chairperson ukukhuluma indaba oke wayibeka eyokuthi si request kuma presenters ethu ukuthi ama hard copies siyawadinga akakhulu mhlambe ku next meeting babe more serious ngoba sisuke sidelegatiwe uma sila ama interfaith esivela kuwona ubhlungu ukufike usulambatha uthi cha ukhulunyiwe kodwa angisazi ngoba uningi okusivelela engqondweni psychologically uma ke besiphethe izinto bekuyobalula I request nje kubafowethu laba besi presentela okunye okube isicelo ngibone ihlukene kakhulu ngizwe ihlukene kakhulu abantu abenza ama programs okukhulisa abafana khona abaqhamuka traditional abanye abaqhamuka scholastically abanye abaqhamuka religiously bengifisa ukuthi kwenziwe into ekuthiwa collaboration sihlanganeni ngoba silwa impi eyodwa kungabi engathi siyakompete ngigcizelele kakhulu entweni ye visibility ngoba asibazi ngiyaqala nje ukuzwa ukuthi kanti khona izinto ezide kangaka kwi community ngizizwa zilapho nje epulpit lakho angazi noma la sivela khona ziyaqhamuka yini okunye ebengithi mhlambe ngifuna ukukhuluma yilokhu sihlalo kokuthi ukuthinta umbholompi wesilisa lapha emaclinic ezibhedlela uthintwa umama owunesi egameni lokuthi we professional avele nje akudumele akubambe athi Mkhize ngiyakusika manje mina bengibona ukuthi sengazi ukuthi bengingabhalansiswa ama forces ngoba ukubanjwa umama owunesi noma owudokotela abambe lento enkulu kangaka eyakhumuzi yumise kungekho ozwi kungekho teaching kungekho background engithi engifuma kuyona ukuthi lento mina isho ukuthini kumina lento ela enginayo kuyilulazi indoda nesithunzi sayo sehla nje siphele mhlambe siyibheke loyo nto okunye ngigcina ngokuthi kunalento sihlalo elokukhulunywa la eyokuthi abafundisi abahambe baye ezikoleni abahambe bayosebenza leyanto sihlalo ayinalo igama elithi how you are identifying the need kodwa how ukusuka nje la ngiyakuthi thisha omkhulu ngithi thisha omkhulu sengikhona ubani wena Mkhize hayi ngivela kwi symposium yini yona leyo hayi ngizosiza abafana bengithi mina ake kube khona umhlangano ohlanganisa the intellectuals uhlanganise ama course uhlanganise ama councillor the political party uhlanganise the religious group ngoba sikuyimpi eyodwa singeze siyisector eyodwa la ngoba uma siqhamuka la sizodivideka kanti silwa impi eyodwa kodwa kuma sectors noma kuma denominations esiqhamuka kuwona educationally, religiously, asihlanganeni ngelinye ilanga i-symposium yethu isihlanganise. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga Mumbu, siwelela ngaphesheya.
Bahlonishwa, all protocol observed. Izingcwethi esihleli nazo la. Ngifuna ukwandisa kulokhu okade kubekwa la kakhulukazi ekhulisweni kwabafana. Into experienceayo ngoba ngidila nabo bonke amantombazana nabafana uthando abangakaze balithole emakhaya abo. Okuyinto yokuqala okufanele i-addresse leyo. Eyesibili ukulungiselela ukuthomba komfana lokuthi uma sethombile esefundiswa ke inhlanzeko yakhe yomzimba. 2, indlela yokushela okufanele sikubheke lokhu ukuthi kuqala kwakuyisiphi kwakuyiminyaka emingaki lokho. Namhlanje siyafunda, abantu abethu bayafunda. So siyakhetharishela ekutheni ukushela ongena sidingo. Umfana akafunde njoba namantombazana sithi afunde futhi afundile siwaphethe ama virgins. Bekungakuhle ukuthi sesikwenzile sasabayilungu. Let us go back. Sithola ama values ethu African centered, sebenzisa ulimi lwethu lwebele. Ngoba siyokuzwa lezongane. Kuyangidumaza kakhulu as much as singakushayela izandla. Kodwa why izingwevu zingafakwa ezinolwazi? Nezalikwazi zisekhona ifile. Zilahlelwe ngaphandle kodwa siyafisiswa. Bengajabulela ukuthi si African centerize ubuthina. Lezi zinto zogwemeka one way or another. Uyabona ukuthi uzogada ingane first year lapha nase crash. Badlalisana laba okokuqala nje kufanele addresswe ama families. Abazali benze sex phambi kwengane. Baba kuningi kuqala ekhaya. But sometimes we jump guns. Sibona lokho okuphezulu sihluleke i-basic. So bengakujabulela mphathi ohlelo. Masidila nalezi zinto sesishayeke kakhulu silimele sisebenzisa ulimi lwethu lwesingisi kanti sabantu abamnyama ngempela. Sinendlela zethu zokuvikela isimo. Ukuthomba komfana, umfana hamba ayemfuleni ayofakwa udaka lwenkalankala la. Lezo zinto zicritical kakhulukazi kuma rituals zokumkhulisa. Ukwenza umhlonyana is not about girls only. Ucela abantu okungenani bayokwenza ama research kakhulukazi abayithandayo ngokukhulisa kwabengane. Incwadi nje ezilula inqolobane usadliwe ngolidala nezinye ezabhalwa abantu abathanda ukuba amaZulu. Ngoba kuhlukana ama writers. There are those writers biased and prejudiced. Kube khona laba okuphuma ngaphakathi isizwe sabo. As much as ayenziwe ama programs. Ake sehleleni ngenzansi ke sibuka ubulima bethu ukuthi ngeke busize bumonitheke ukuthi since saqala silaphi la ngoba amaningi ama projects enziwe. Maningi asazo establish. Kodwa iqiniso ukuthi iluphi ulimi olusetshenziswayo. 2, lama morals esikhuluma ngawo awabani. Whose morals are we talking about? Morals indigenous or ama morals nje abantu abavele ema ethnic groups abo ba happy ngoba akwenzeki okwenzeka kuthina. Thina silahle ukhiye ukuthi singobani. Sinazo zonke impendulo. Bengithi nje angigcizelele lapho. Ngikuzwile kwa arts and culture kodwa ngifuna ukugcizelela ukuthi sasiqalile ukuthi Arts and Culture no Education. Imfundo yethu phela asingabali LO ngoba LO iphethe izinto zabanye abantu. Ngisho zonke izizwe ziqala sifunde ngobuzona. Ngisho nama-holiday azo ziyazivala iy'kole ney'ngane zethu zivale zingeke wona ezinye izizwe. So kubaluleke ngendlela emangazayo ukuthi abantwana bethu sibanike uthando. Ilonto engingayitholanga amakhulumi abafana abalahliwe eSouth Africa emndenini abathandwa. Into yokuqala leyo kufanele siyenze. Ngesikhathi senza ama-rituals ukuthi bayakhula imhlonyana kuza ama-peer groups abo asethombile. Bajabula babona ukuthi no, ngiyathandwa lekhaya nobaba vele nansi imbuzi anginendaba ukuthi uyakholelwa kuyona noma ukholelwa. Imbuzi yokumkhulisa ngoba lokho kune-identity crisis phakathi, kune-identity crisis ebambekayo ukuthi kahle kahle kanti uma ngikhula ngizofundiswa lokhu nalokhu nalokhu nakho ukushela lokuzalisa okungadingekile nazo kuningi esingakhuluma education ehlangene no-culture kwi-curriculum. Ngiyazi ukuthi it's a long journey ngoba ama-curriculum akhiwa kude. Kodwa iqiniso lithi i-South Africa izoba kwi-renaissance nini ngoba yabasiza ko-Italy. Ngizoma lapho kwamanje ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. Isandla sesine udadewethu la.
Ngubingelela umhlangano. Umama uNgubane from Ugu District. Ngiyathokoza. Siyabonga kakhulu umhlangano esikuwona. Bengicela ukubuza lapha ku Department of Health njengabalaphi bendabuko ukuthi singasizakala kanjani thina njengabalaphi bendabuko ngoba kufumaniseka ukuba kukhona indawo la kufanele sikhe khona imithi esiyisebenzisayo uthola ukuthi asinawo ama-permit ukuthi sizosebenza lapho sikwazi ukuthi silaphe njengoba silapha nje. Enye into futhi uthola ukuthi masisebenza lapho lwandle siba nenkinga futhi sicela uDepartment Health assist because we can run away from saying izangoma but ekugcineni ebusuku niza kuthina. Siyacela ukuthi sizakale lapho entweni yasolwandle nalapha entweni yokuthi mesikha imithi singaphazamiseki ngoba sibelieve ekutheni leya mithi isihlahla lezi ezilapha ikhona into ekwazi ukuthi imsize umuntu ene-cancer akwazi ukuthi asizakale akwazi ukusizakala omunye imhlabelo nalezo zinto but siyaphazamiseka bese kuzothi nezindluke ngoba kunabantwana uthola ukuthi abekho protected bayashawa emphakathini but thina njengezangoma nabafundisi asikwazi ukuthi sibalahlelele ngoba thina siyabona ukuthi umoya engcwele uyabakhombisa abafundisi ukuthi yini inkinga yalengane ikwazi ukuthi akhulekele nathi njengezangoma liyakhuluma idlozi ukuthi cha umgcine lo mntwana ukwazi ukuthi umsize lapha nalapha ya but ke izindlu zokubahlalisa sisizakala kanjani emabandleni siphinde sisizakala kanjani esigodlweni ngoba phela niyakhumbula ukuthi sinaboguqa esisebenzisa bona nezinye izindlu zamathwasa but laba sort of like i-counseling nanokuthi sicishe sifane nabantu abenza ama-rehab besicela ukuthi u-Department of Health nenhlangano ke isibhekele lapho njengamabandla nasesigodlweni zethu. Siyathokoza.
Asibonge kakhulu. Ngifisa sibuyeleke respond embuzweni esibe nayo. Ngiyacela ukuziqale ihhovisi likaNdunankulu bese sigcina ngosomlomo ngoba naye kukhona okuthinte her presentation. Ngiyacela sisondele ke ngomezulu nosobethu. While beseza ngaphambili ngiyafisa nje ukusho ukuthi akhona amalunga amanye esishayamthetho asijoyinile siqhubeka neprogram. Nginothisile ukuthi ukhona uHonorable Xulu acknowledge umtimando ukuthi besaphumele njengalesa sikhathi, but also no honorable Mtshali ngimbonile ekhona. Uma kukhona ke mhlambe also omithekile ngiyofisa ukuxolisa. Mhlambe ngizophinde ngiyithole the update of ama members that have since joined us. Asiceleke uMadlakadla a respond.
Siyabonga Hlalo, sibonge kakhulu nemibuzo. Eminye imibuzo Hlalo ibhekiswe eminyangeni kahulumeni ekhona phakathi kwethu la. Mhlambe wokuqala nje lobo kade ubuzwa ubaba uMango, ubaba uBishop ubade buza ngendaba yama male clinics noma ezomtholampilo ukuthi abantu besilisa bahandlishwa kanjani amanesi. Mhlambe lo mbuzo loyo ukhona umnyango wezempilo khona phakathi kwethu, kepha futhi siyazi ukuthi in our province sinawo ama male friendly clinics awu 29 khona la ngaphakathi kwiprovince yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal, kepha uHoji usengasinabela ke futhi nanokuthi iziphi ezinye inhlelo esinazo. Kepha futhi kufanele sikhumbule futhi noma ngabe kuthiwa siyaya emtholampilo kuzokwenzeka vele ukuthi mangabe usesibhedlela ugcine ususizwa noma wesifazane noma wesilisa. But amanesi siyawaqeqesha ekutheni abe nokuzwelana noku-understand ukuthi umzimba womuntu umanejwa kanjani, uthintwa kanjani ngesizotha. Siyaba njengoba sisho nje sinawo ama male friendly clinics awu 29 right now esifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal. Bese kuthi le mbuzo lo obukade ukukhuluma ngokubambisana futhi nomnyango wezempilo kubalaphi bendabuko, ngiyacabanga futhi na ukuthi ezempilo bazokwazi ukuthi bawukhave futhi nalowo. Owethu nje kakhulukazi lo ukuthi uma ngabe lawo ma partnerships esenzeka njengemnyango obhekelele ukuxhumanisa i-coordination, sizobe sesiyahlangana ke thina si-office la Premier siqinisekise ukuthi leyo partnership phakathi kwabalaphi bendabuko nohulumeni kuyenzeka, bese siyakwazi ukubuyisa umbiko kuyo le symposium ukuthi kwenzeke kanjani, kube impumelelo yini na. Ngizomdedela ubaba uBiyela ukuthi asiphendule kule mbuzo obukade ubhekiswe umnyango wakaCocta mayelana nama-chaplains akhona kuma-districts ethu. Umbuzo ubukade ubuza ukuthi engazuthi there's a phasing out of ama-chaplains, and I think uCocta is here, but also Baba Biyela, that was part of the presentation ukuthi no, indeed we see them as an important structure in our districts. And I think there is a plan in place to make sure there is a continuation. But Mr. Biela, can you please take us through that one? I think those are the questions that were asked, and some of them sounded like resolutions that can be taken in our symposium. Thank you very much.
Program Director, nabahlonishwa bonke, nama delegates, angenibingelele. Umbuzo obuziwe ukuthi the how part ukuthi abafundisi baya kanjani ezilokhuzeni ezikoleni, leyo part izange izibalulwe kuma responses akade ebekwe ama government departments, especially Department of Education kade responder. Sizothike leyo it was an omission that needed to be addressed. Kodwa asikwazi ukui-addressa manje in this meeting. We need to go back, have a meeting with them and sit down and check and pave the way ukuthi how do we okokuqala nje sikhuluma ngokuthi kube nama-structures. Uma ngabe ama-structures engekho ngeke uqinisile ubaba ukuthi an individual can't just go to any nearby school athi sengifikile ngizosebenza. Kufanele kube ne-form of recognition, ne-form of identification, kube nama-structures ahamba kuma-districts, ahamba kuma-locals, aye kuma-war rooms. In that manner, it will be easy ukuthi umuntu okwi-war room ise-wardini iy'kole zonke sewadini lo muntu uyazi ukuthi usebenza khona, but we will work towards that. Ukuqhamuka kwemibuzo kanjena kuyasicija ukuthi siphindele emuva siyolungisa sivale izikhala lezi kade zisele. Okwesibili udokotela uNgobese ubekhuluma ngabafana, ukukhuliswa kwabafana. Kulezi nhlelo ezikhona umnyango lo waka Department of Social Development uyahlanganisa kakhulu iprogram yakhe yama families, ayihlanganise neprogram yabafana. Kodwa kukhona le party udokotela uNgobese athe isilele yokuthi sifake izingwevu zethu, sifake futhi nabaholi bendabuko. Cishe bonabo futhi abalaphi bendabuko sihlanganyele ndawonye ekuthini abafana ngaphandle nje kokuthi sikhuluma ngo behavioral change, yini enye ke ebalungela abafana esingayenza. Siyabonga kakhulu Dokotela uNgobese ukuthi usilekelele lapho. Sesizothi ke enhlelweni ke zaka Department of Health, zikhosomba lamajit zaka Department of Social Development, Boys Assembly, Men Care, bani wonke lama programs zaka DST, ezaka cocktail lwaluko nobani, senze isiqiniseko sokuthi zonke inhlaka ziyasondela ukuze lezi ngxenye ezingabalekanga zokulungiswa kwabafana ziyalunga. Even nase emasontweni kwesinye isikhathi abathathwa bodwa nje abafana, bathathwa abanye kuthiwa bano children ministry kwamanye amasonto amabandla, abanye kuvele kuthiwe nje kuno Sunday school, akuthathwa nje abafana bodwa beyiqeqebani babekwe lapha kukhulunywe nabo. Sisazoke sibheke ukuthi uMama uNyandeni yini esingayenza sinaye as ihhovisi lakanjinankulu ukubheka ukuthi amabandla ayasondezwa ndawonye ukuze le ndaba lena yokusizwa kwabafana bafundiswe nokunikezwa ukuxhunyaniswa kwemindeni, banikezwe uthando emakhaya. Uqinisile impela abaningi abazali la abazi ukuthi intombazane ilala ngaphakathi kodwa umfana ulala ngaphandle, futhi akaziwa ukuthi endlini alala kuyona kukhonani kunjani, kodwa intombazane iyaziwa. Uma ngase kubhekwe leyo asondezwe eduze, anikeze uthando kwifamily iqala, bese ke eyonikeza uthando ngaphandle, kungahamba kahle. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi nalapho sizobuyela emuva siyovala izikhala enhlelweni zethu esizenzayo ukuthi sithole okusha okunje sikufake enhlelweni ezivele ezikhona. Ngiyabonga.
Sicela usomlomo.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, kunemibuzo nemibili athi Sihlalo angidlule kuye, kodwa ngeke ngingadluli kulo kamfundisi lo wokusokwa ngonesi besifazana ukuthi bavele banidumele, bathinta into enamandla. Mina ngizokhuluma ngalokhu kwe-Constitution yase South Africa kokuthi yebo kune-friendly clinic yama-males. Leya clinic yakhelwa isikhathi esiningi ukuthi nina manigula niyi emakliniki, kuthiwe komem makuthiwa mabeze nobaba ningamlethi, ningavumi ukuya. Yinga ku-Department of Health ethi yizana enzele banibone bakunahlazo. Enye yento edala ningaye emakliniki bo baba, nicabanga ukuthi ubudokotela bunesifazane bunesilisa. Nibona umuntu wesilisa nomuntu wesifazane kudokotela. Yilento ke nasesontweni sibuye sibone umuntu wesilisa nowesifazane kumfundisi. Mina ke ngikhuluma nje nge-Constitution. Now ngesintu ngiyazi ukuthi omama baxukuzayo ngesikhathi sasaxukuzwa lengakithi engolweni sisinomagugu kwakuxukuzwe thuvukezi kwakuwomama, yingakho bebizwa nge-midwives. Kodwa ngoba phela inkolo yethu sase siyifaka nakwidemocracy. Ngiya kwi-gynecologist mina udokotela obhekele nje ukukhula kwabantu besifazane. Ayiyi indoda lapha yana. Bonke odokotela bama-gynecologist abesilisa. Kodwa ngingeni nendoda lapha yana, ngingena nodokotela. Mina ngiyacela ukuthi mase sisuka kwi-interfaith silishumayele leli vangeli lokuthi ebantwaneni bethu besilisa eklinika abangeni nonesi wesifazane, bangena nonesi. Abangeni nodokotela wesilisa nendoda, bangena nodokotela. Uma ku-Department of Health kodwa kwenza lokhu kokuthi phambi kokuthi usokwe ungafundiswa, kofuneka kulungiswe sithole indawo. Kodwa ngebhadi sekumane ama-program e-Department of Health ebengikuwona lapho bekusokwa khona. Eyokuqala ngangisafika uba uspeaker yayilapha eThekwini ngasemva kwase-ICI Exhibition Center. Babefundiswa, futhi babefundiswa onesi, abuye bosokwa onesi, osister no-brothers ose babe onesi, babefundiswa. Bayafika umnyango uma sikhona, kodwa ikomiti lakwa-health lizoyibheka ukuthi kukhona nokungafundiseki. Kodwa mina engicelayo, asazi ukuthi eklinikhi ukho isisebenzi nomniki wempilo, akekho wesifazane, akekho wesilisa. Kodwa-ke mase sisekhaya siyohlukuzwa, sihlukuzwa ogogo nomama. Xa siyophuphuthisa iy'ngane ziyophuphutwa futhi ogogo nomama. Sikwazi ukuhlukanisa. Kodwa lapha eklinikhi there are nurses and doctors, healthcare workers, full stop. Yilo lokho ke mina bengithi angidlule kukona. Ngoba izothayisela kuloko okulandelayo kuumbuzo. Yilento ezodala ukuthi i-Interfaith Symposium ngeke sihambe siyonihlanganisela abantu lapha nisuka khona. Ngeke sikwenze. Sithi siyobambeni i-interfaith silanda bonke silanda othisha ngoba kuseyona i-interfaith. Ithikithi lokuba la ukuthi unomsebenzi owenzayo lapho usuka khona. Yingakho uwumholi. Nizothekelana ulwazi, nibe nama-standards enu e-province. Angacaluli. Lana siyathekelana ke. Sibe sesithi lapho sinqanyulwa khona ngumthetho siwenze ukuthi uhambe kakhulu. For instance, emasontweni niyazenza into zo-HIV. Mina ngeke ngimenywe emasontweni kuyokhulunywa ngokuvikelwa kwe-HIV. Ngike ngimenywe niyokhuluma nge-gender based violence. Ngiyababona nje abanye bake bangimemelana. So that is the work yenu ye-interfaith ye-contribution. Kodwa futhi okunye ngiyazi ukuthi ngoJune laphayana eHopewell kuyahlanganwa. Ngiyazi ukuthi makusentabeni laphayana Dr. Mvubu kukhona nenye into yokufundisa nokukhulisa imindeni eyenziwayo. So uma kungumshumayeli uyayithatha ugoduke nayo uye ngakini. That is what we want from you. We don't want to imprison you so that your beliefs are controlled by us. Go and do work where you come from, but within the structures. Ngoba phela bazuzela isonto elilodwa. Angazi mina ukuthi lapha eSambulo uma kukhona lento ibishiwo ngumenzi wesuka la nethi kukhona children's ministry. Miss noma uthisha we Sunday school khona uyifundisa kanjani iboy child lapha eSambulo. Njengoba lapha ya uDr Ngobese bekhuluma ngokuthi bafundisa ingane yomfana uthando into engenayo. Those are the things that we are requesting you to do. Now the last one ngeke befuna ngiyikhuluma ile ukuthi inkulumo yami ibe i-resolution yenu. No. Let me also first remind you, this issue of land that I was speaking about is an old resolution. It's an old resolution yokuthi nifuna umhlaba. Ukuthi thina sasicabanga ukuthi ngempela nizophinda nizi-interfaith niyokhuluma nomasipala benu. We are now just assisting you because bakhona abantu abamele inhlangano yomasipala. But what you resolve will still be up to you. Ngoba noma seniresolvile, uma niresolva, yinini kufuneka kusuke nina la niyokhuluma noSalga. Kodwa thina siyakwazi ukubacela ozakwethu ukuthi sikhulumeleni ngoba ikhona le resolution. Angithi niyawafuna amasonto, izakhiwo zamasonto. Aninayo futhi imali yokuthenga umhlaba ngoba umhlaba kwamasipala uyadayisa. Abanye kwamasipala babo bagcina benzelwe i-discount ngoba istructures zabo ze-interfaith zikhulumile ukuthi ngesibe nayo 800,000. Sinikeni nge-200,000 njengoba ninika i-non-profit organizations. So uma ningakwazi ukukwenza nina ku-structure senu, mhlawumbe ningakwenza ukuyokukhuluma at a level of the province neSalga. Kodwa futhi sazi ukuthi kukhona omasipala abangenawo umhlaba. Yabona nje kwenzeka umasipala waseMzumbe engiwaziyo. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi nalapha enquthu umhlaba awukho kakhulu kumasipala. Kukhona umhlaba wamakhosi. So nizobe kufanele kukhulunywe namakhosi. But ngoba thina siwamemile uSalga lana, it was important for me to ask them to join in and assist the resolutions zenu ukuthi zenzeke. It's up to you what you resolve. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu ngezimpendulo. Kodwa ngoba vele umcimbi olokhu uqhubeka sizolokhu sikhulisana sibonisana siya phambili. Angicele ke singene kwi sector dialogue, the interfaith sector dialogue. Ngicela ukuthi sibize ngokulandelana leadership yama districts bese uma sesiqedile ngenzela ukuthi ngingabe ngisasukuma mina ba engage baze bafike ekugcineni. Ngizama ukuthi sithi ukuthenga isikhathi. Eherigwala sizoba no baba uMzinyathi, Reverend Mzinyathi. Uyena ozoqala, kulandele iLembe as number 2, number 3 iTheku, number 4 it's uMzinyathi district. Number 5 King Cetshwayo, number 6 Umgungundlovu, number 7 Ugu, number 8 Umkhanyakude, number 9 Zululand, number 10 Amajuba. Lastly, it will be the host district municipality, district rather, Uthukela. Asithethe mhlambe sengilibala kodwa bayazazi it will be Baba uMzinyathi, Reverend Nxumalo waseLembe, Baba Bishop Ujali waseThekwini, uMzinyathi Apostle Nala, King Cetshwayo uShenge, uMgungundlovu umkazi Reverend Angazi, Ugu Archbishop Ngam, Umkhanyakude Reverend Unhleko, Amajuba uZululand uBishop Mayisela, Amajuba uMangethe, then lastly uPastor Maphalala of Uthukela. Ngicela silandelane in that order.
Ngiyabonga usihlalo, ngibonge abahlonishwa bonke abala, ngibonge iminyango yahlukene khona esihambele, ngibonge abefundisi nobishop, ogogo, nabezwi lakwantu abenkolo yesintu. Bafowethu ngime la ukuzothula isethulo se-district ebizwa ngokuthi iHerigwala. Kwabangamazi ke uHerigwala uhlanganisa laba omasipala. iKokstad, iNkosazana Dlamini Zuma, iXhobo kanye noMzimkhulu. Sile district sibe amasuka amuva ukuphakamela lesi simo sokucija iboy child ekwazini ukuqala nje umuntu yena ukuthi uziphatha kanjani. Okwesibili ukuthi u-interacta kanjani nomuntu wesifazane. Sase sithi asilinde kuvalwe izikole kunyaka odlule. Kuthe makuvalwe izikole kunyaka odlule sahamba sayokhuleka ebandleni lamaweseli ukuba basinike inkundla la sizoqoqa khona bonke abantwana babafana okusukela kwiminyaka ewu-13 kuya kwiminyaka ewu-18 sizoxoxisana nabo ngalesi simo esikhona, kakhulukazi sibhekise kwi-gender based violence ukuthi bangakheka kanjani labantwana. Sase sicela kubazali ngoba ngeke nje uvele uqoqe ingane ungakhulumanga nomzali ukuthi abazali bakhulule abantwana ukuthi beze kule nkundla esesiphiwe ibandla lamaweseli ukuthi sizohlanganisa abantwana. Sifisa ukusho ukuthi abazali nemiphakathi esiyakhele kulezi ndawo baye bayithakasela lento, babakhulula abantwana baphuma ngobuningi ukuthi sizoxoxisana nabo. Ekutheni mase sixoxisene nabo kwavela igama elithi makwakhiwe inkundla la bezoya khona bayotrainwa ke manje kuloko kuziphatha besaxoxa nje ekuqaleni sekufuneka itraining. Sase sibaqoqa abantwana sabayisa eMaritzburg la abaye bafika khona bathola itraining yokuthi kufanele benze njani. Mase bekule training baye bakhuthazwa ukuthi mabebuyele emakhaya mabafike emakhaya ke bese beqoqa ontanga babo nalabo abangaphansi kwabo ukuthi beze bazofunda ukuthi bona bahambe bafike bafunda batholani bese beyiletha ontanga kwawo lokuthiwa i-peer group, ngoba ongathi mabekhuluma nontanga ibona bazobezwa kahle noma bekhuluma nami njenganomuntu omdala bazosaba ukubhekisa eminye imibuzo eqondene nabo njenganontanga, kanti mabekhuluma nabantu abangontanga babo kuzoba lula ukuthi lezi zinto bazikhulume. Sesikwenzile lokho sase siba nomunye umcabango oke wavela la ukuthi masiye ezikolweni siyoncenga ama-school governing bodies ukuba asidedele ukuba sifike sidlulise le nkonzo, sidlulise lesi sifundo sokufundisa abantwana ngokuba impi esibhekene nayo iyimpi enkulu kakhulu. Angeke sikwazi ukuyiphatha sisodwa futhi ngeke sithi sizoyiphatha emabandleni ngokwahlukana. Nasezikoleni kunabantu abangayi emabandleni kodwa ezikoleni singakwazi ukuba sifinyelele kubona. Asiceleke ukuthola lelo thuba lokuthi siye nasezikoleni. Besingakayi-ke ezikoleni kodwa ikhona leyo nto yokuthi kufanele masiye ezikoleni siyokhuluma nemikhandlu yezikole ukuba isinikeze ithuba lokuyokhuluma le ntshumayelo yokuziphatha kwabafana, singabhekisi nje kuphela kwi-gender based violence kodwa siyazi ukuthi ezikoleni abantwana bethu baphatha izikhali, bayagwazana, uzokuthola esikoleni kugwazene kwafa. Ezikoleni kuthengiswa izidakamizwa. Yonke lento ifuna thina singabantu bezenkolo ukuthi siyothi bantwana bethu masila ezikoleni Uthisha umzali kufanele ahlonishwe, uthisha angaphathelwa isikhali, kungaba ummese, kungaba isibhamu, makangabulawa. Isikole masingabi inkundla yokuthengisa izidakamizwa, kulinyazwe ikusasa labantwana bethu. Isikole indawo yokufunda, mabafunda abantwana ukuze kwakheke isizwe esitholile ukukhanyiseleka, nesizwe esifuna ukuthi sikhule njenganezinhlanga labantu abampisholo. Singabukelwa phansi ezinye izinhlanga, ngoba ezinye izinhlanga zona silibele thina ukudakwamizwa, thina silibele ukuphuza, ziyaqhubeka ziyaphambili zizokusibusa singayindawo. Sokwamanje ke sahambe safika la, kusekuningi esifisa ukwenza, kepha ngenxa yokuthi sisuke emuva, lento siyiqale ngoDisemba, sihambe sazokuthi ga kulokho esengeke ngikubale phakathi kwenu. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Chairperson, usomlomo kanye nezicukuthwane ezingaphambili, ama-delegates, nomphakathi, nabo bonke abafundisi abakhona, yanibingelela egameni lenkosi yethu uJesu. Kuzoba kufushane, ngimele lapha i-district iLembe. Kwi-district iLembe sike sahlanganisa abafana ababengaphezulu ka-50, sibahlanganisele esontweni lase-Truvine. Silekelelwa kakhulu uBishop uBhekimpi kanye ne-department uDSD ukufundisa abafana nokuxoxa nabo maqondana nokuyiphatha nazo zonke izinkinga ezihlasela abafana. Sibone kulekelela kakhulu ngoba kukhona omunye umhlangano ogcina ususeThekwini, i-district iLembe ikhipha abafana ababili ababemele i-district. Kuvulwa izikole, sihambele izikole ezingaphezulu ka-20. Njengoba de esho uza kwethu osuka la phambili kuyokhuluma nabafundi, noma ke bese sihlanganisile singabhekile kubafana bodwa, kodwa sibheke kumantombazana abafana, sibapha izwi likaNkulunkulu, sikhuthaza nothisha kuma challenges ababhekene nabo njengoba befundisa abantwana bethu. Sibone kuthela izithelo, kukhona ezinye izikole ezibuye zasi-invite iy'ngane ey'hayiza ngenxa yokuthi bese siyivezile ukuthi sikhona sisebenza kanye nabantwana bethu. Siphinde futhi uqalwa lo nyaka sahambela imikhandlu yamakhosi, kodwa ikakhulu lawa akhele ikwaDukuza, ukwakha ubudlelwane ukuze sikwazi ukusebenzisana kanye nawo. Silethela futhi nondaba ezitha umthandazo. Siphinde futhi sahambela osopolitiki kakhulu imeya yakwaDukuza, sibalethela umthandazo. Yona kwi-district akhona ama-challenges esinawo okuyisukumisa nje kahle i-interfaith ime ngomumo. Okunye okuba ama-challenges sithi uma siza la kwi-symposium uthola ukuthi laba abezinye inhlanga ababisaphakama mhlasimbe ngenxa ye-transport esuke sihamba ngayo, ngoba kusekhona lokho ukungathembani, ngisho njalo ukuthi ukungathembani ukuthi ama-delegates ume u-10 sambe mhlasimbe ngemoto eyodwa, kuba khona lawo ma-challenges. Nakho-ke kuba nzima ukusuka ekhumbini nomlungu usuka naye elembeni uza naye la egibela ikhumbi, nesulumane ligibela ikhumbi, kuba nzima ukusuka nesulumane le kwaDukuza liza la Uthukela. I think akhona lawo ma-challenges esibona ukuthi sibhekene nawo, kungewona amasulumane kuphela, namandiya futhi ngokunjalo. Siyacabanga ukuthi isishayamthetho I think ukuthi lilento ethinta transport kuyofanele sambe sibuke nathi siye siphatheke kabike sesishayeka sesila kube sengathi sisebenza ngokuhlanga oluthile kanti okunye siyathanda nathi ukuza siyixubile inhlanga kodwa ilokho nje engikuphakamisayo ukuthi thina njengenhlanga ezahlukene sisenakho kwesabana sisenakho ukungathembani sisenakho ukungezwani kahle siyethemba ukuthi uma kuqhutshekwa kuya phambili because ngijabulile kakhulu uma ngizwa usomlomo eyiphakamisa le ngacabanga ukuthi kule symposium ezayo sonke sizoza ngezimoto zethu ukuze kube lula ukuza la kwi-symposium. Amen.
Bengishilo ukuthi mina ngeke ngisasukuma ukuzama ukubamba isikhathi. Ngicela ngokweyinamba.
Ngiyabingelela sihlalo hlonishwa umama uZulu mama Boyce Dika awukholi bonke obukhona mama Mavimbela siyathoba kakhulu bingelela abaholi esinabo nomphakathi okhona wasendaweni yaseUthukela ngumfundisi uziningi Jali ngimele eThekwini district miningi ke imisebenzi esiyenzile ngokulekelelwa njalo yiyo le symposium esithi masihlangene la bese sithatha umphako sihambe siyo implementa where we coming from. Okunye ke kwezinto ebesizenzile our goals for 2023 bekuwukuthi sibe nama workshop for ubuholi be-interfaith eThekwini bubonke in dealing with social ills and the plight against the GBV. Okunye kwakho ke esesizokwenza manje ikona ke lokhu ekuphume kwaba yitheme kule symposium ukwenza sure ukuthi nabafana bethu they are groomed. Okunye ke lokho ebesingakunakanga kodwa futhi besiba involved ngokwemenzi sector ngoba ukhona lapho uBishop Mchunu oholy men's sector kodwa manje sesoyasiya ngokuya siba involved nathi as ubuholi bakalizwi ekutheni emasontweni silishumayele leli ivangeli lokuqeqesha abafana ukuba babe ngabaholi. I-eThekwini Interfaith ke it has also availed itself in sitting in the meetings of District 8 Council where we have a civil society where we've driven successful programs such as i-World AIDS Day ebikhona laphaya endaweni yaseNanda kuningi nje nokunye okumaqondana nokuqwashisa abantu ngokuthatha imishanguzo nokuzinakekela ngoba siya understand inhloso kahulumeni ukuthi isandwelela gciwane ngculaza lingabe lisanda instead kuye ngokuthi alisekho detectable emzimbeni yabantu so si involved ke nakuleyo nalawo ma campaigns anjenganalawo as umkhandlu weTheku. Okunye futhi sibe involved khona kakhulu is TB awareness campaigns ebesiwenza sihlangene nayo i-District 8 Council iholwa uyena u-champion chair ubaba umeya ubaba uKhawunda ebambisene noNzimande. So ke we were successful in doing that because we also understand the vision ukuthi abantu baqhubeke bathathe imishanguza eqondene ne-TB ukuze ingaspread kalula. Okunye ke okwenziwe ubuholi bendabuko ngihamba naye lapho uDr Nkomo o-Deputy Chairperson we-eThekwini Interfaith Desk esinayo ngoba okunye abaholi bayafinyelela ngokohlelo lwezenkolo yabo ukuhambela usasa behambe befundisa abantu bebanikeza imfundiso in terms of ukunakekela abadala in terms of ukuthatha ama-ID nokubaluleka kokuthatha izinto ezifanelekile ukuze bakwazi abantwana ukuqhubeka ba-apply benze izinto efanele bazenze. Ngingathi nje ezinye zezinto ezibalekile ezenzile ebesiyiphethe njenge-mandate sinikezwe umkhandlu weTheku kwi-ofisi likameya ukuhlanzeka kweTheku engikholwa ukuthi sibe successfully ke lapho ngoba siye sabambisana nomnyango waka-DSW ekutheni amahlelo amabandla abe involved ekutheni iTheku liyahlanzeka. So kuyasiza ke baholi ukuthi as much as singama-structures e-interfaith but sisebenzisana nawo wonke ama-departments kwenza ukuthi kungabhekwa kumnyango owodwa owamasipala kodwa kube ukuthi ezinye izinsiza ziqhamuka kwamanye ama-departments. Ilokho nje engingakusho, ngiyabonga.
Sicele elandelayo ingcetshwayo. Ngiyaxolisa Shangelweni sasikhona phambi kwakho. Ubuye ngathi Mzinyathi usuphumile kodwa.
Umphathi wohlelo Hlonishwa Makeba ngicela ukuthi nje all protocol observed ngenxa yesikhathi ngiyubheki wabuthelezi ngivela lapha esifundeni senkosi uCetshwayo King Cetshwayo. iKing Cetshwayo yakhiwe omasipala abawu5 yakhiwe iMfolozi, uMhlathuze, iNkandla, uMthonjaneni kanye noMlalazi. Those are the municipalities that forms iKing Cetshwayo. I've just there are a few things that we have managed to do and participate in. Firstly, oqala sinama school visits esiwenza on weekly basis because we discovered after we spoke about it we Interfaith Symposium we started to implement. Sihambela kuyikole on weekly basis. What we have picked up ukuthi akugcina kusiza abafundi ugcina sekusiza nothisha. Akubona bodwa abantwana abanenkinga mhlambe yama drugs, nothisha they are demoralized. Abanye uyezwa umuxoxa nabo ukuthi bafisa ngisho ukuthola omunye umsebenzi if ithuba belingabakhona. So we end up helping all those people ukubelekelela morally abafundi kanye nothisha besides nje inkinga ke serious esibhekene nayo yama drugs. Okwesibili sibe ne boys camp usekwasho omunye la sibambisene no Bishop uBhekimpi umchunu ngo-October. What was very much interesting was the partnership that we have with the Department of UDSD, Department of Social Development. We did not end there. There is a continuous relationship now where we are sitting as DSD in the district to look at the issues on our own and to ensure that our programs la isiwenzayo especially athinta abantwana besilisa siyaqhubeka nawo siyawenza ngoba sinalenkinga ye ongoing gender based violence esisakhuluma ngayo namhlanje. And itheme yanamhlanje ikufaka konke ngempela ngoba sikhulisa laba abafana ubani baba abaholi abazoselekelela ubani sibuyisele isithunzi somuntu wesifazane. So ke lama programs ke ayaselekelela kakhulu. Okwesithathu we have managed to mobilize churches during ama floods. We were involved size sakapakela naseThekwini through KZN kunokunye sakushare sathi asingadli sodwa kodwa asikwazi ukuthi sihlephulela nabanye abafowethu nodadewethu. I was so humbled program director ukuthi ngenkathi senza lokhu ngoba ngempela okunye sicabanga ukuthi government unemali uzosiza. Okunye uthola ukuthi ma kunesidingo usizo liyaqhamuka nakubantu. Ngikusho lokhu ngoba khona elinye ibandla engathi mangelithinta nje ngithinta umongameli wakhona. Ngimchazela ngesimo ngisibonile ngamehlo ami. Lelo bandla they spend $500,000 ukusiza nje ama-flood victims. Even their bishop from overseas, he flew to South Africa bazobambisana ne-leadership la elunganeni through ukubacela nje ukubabekela isithombe and benza izimangaliso ezinkulu. Okwesine sibe in partnership with KZN la khona besiprovide khona i-trauma counseling for church leaders. Okusisize kakhulu because kuningi okwenzakala lesikhathi abantu kulesikhathi uma abafundisi benaka bane depression ongakaze uyibona anganoma emabandleni nanibonini. Mina I've visited people bami ithola ukuthi banenkinga i-depression izimo eziningi ke musuthi uxoxa nabo bese uyathola. So kusizile ukuthi sitrain abafundisi sikwazi ukutrain abafundisi abawu 240 ngalawo ma resources amancane esasinawo. Siyafisa ukuphinda futhi siqhubeke sibelekele ngoba bayafisa ukuthi baqhubeke nolwazi. Okwesi5 ukuparticipate kwabafundisi okusijabulisayo kuma war rooms. Kodwa ke lapho sihlalo angisho nje ukuthi sisaphumelele ukubabona kahle endaweni yasemthonjaneni nasemhlathuze. Sisalandela ke kwamanye ama local municipalities. Kodwa we are happy ukuthi at least kukhona abanye sebe understanda and ngajabula kabi ngifica ukuthi emthonjaneni emthonjaneni and umhlathuze uchairperson emthonjaneni umfundisi we-civil society emhlathuze u-deputy chair we-civil society umfundisi. So ikhona le participation until abantu baze babona ba-attenda lama meetings ukuthi no abafundisi kukhona esingabafaka kukho sibona banomthelela omuhle kukho kule mihlangano esinayo. Okwesithupha ama prayers e-interfaith sibe nemkhuleko yokuphela konyaka ngenxa yeingozi ezibakhona no create i-awareness about i-road safety. Siparticipate kakhulu safaka isandla esikhulu nama resources ethu ngoba sitravela ngopetrol wethu asitholi indawo la khona esupportwa khona. Naseqaleni konyaka ukuvakashela izikole kanye nokukhulekela nje uqala konyaka sibe nayo imikhuleko enjengaleyo sibe nawo kakhulu uNkulunkulu wasiza. Okwesikhombisa sibe ne-men's get together la khona sasibize nje sanje endaweni yenkosi sacela nje amadoda ngamangala amadoda ukuthi aya responda maybe mase siwabizile ke sakwazi ukuthi sicoxe nawo izinto eziningi. It's where we picked up ukuthi they are aware ngendaba ye-gender based violence and manje we are working together ukuyishintsha lento ukuthi siyiqede lento yokuthi kube nokuhlukumezana ngokomndeni. We spend some resources lapho sasopheka inhloko sosenenyama kumnandi amadoda then bakhuluma kuze kube manje basafuna ukuthi siqhubeke sine planning ukuthi siqhubeke nakulonyaka sibabize ndawonye sibe nayo lama dialogue namadoda sikhulume nawo. Okwesishiyagalombili 8 we participated with South African Armed Forces Day ebingu February 19 kulo nyaka ibandla laphana e-University of Zululand. Our role as Interfaith was to coordinate the prayer part of it. Okuningi kwakungokwamasonto imviliyelo yawo kodwa we were part of that and we were successfully mobilized. The Hindu faith, Muslim, ama-Nazaretha kanye nama-Christians, they participated even in that prayer and it was a big thing kakhulu. Okwesishiyagalolunye 9 the interfaith leaders i-participation yabo bese ngibalile ababamba iqhaza kwi-civil society and also with-district AIDS council siyahlala nabafundisi lapho at a district level. I'm so excited about it and we also report about the activities that are in line with our goals la esinawo. Okugcina ncike sihlalo ngifisa lena ukuthi ngithi abantu bezenkolo they are really essential workers. Ayikho into yababuhlungu njengokuthi siboshwe ngesikhathi se-COVID ngoba kuthiwa uma sithola last drive and we were getting calls. I've sat with families where we were planning imingcwabo ingekho into ozoyenza but on the road uboshwe uboshele ukuthi uphume ekhaya ngesikhathi se-lockdown. So ke siyathanda ukugcizela ukuthi akusinke kubo bonke abantu ukuthi pastors are essential workers. Uma kufika leso sikhathi kwenziwa i-declaration noma ngabe i-lockdown mayophinda ibuye Let us exclude pastors bafana namanesi. Angibonge bahlobo bami.
Ake sibingelele umoya ingcwele egameni lika Jesu Kristu. Amen. Ngibingelele kubaholi bonke abakhona ngokwezihlalo zabo ngokwesikhathi kuthiwe all protocol observed. Okhulumayo uReverend Thembi Nkosi Ntshangase indodana yaseSiyoni. Siwumgungundlovu district municipality singamelwe omasipala abayisikhombisa. Kulabo masipala abayisikhombisa uMshwathi, uMsunduzi, Impendle, Richmond, uMkhambathi, uMngeni, Impofana. Kulabo uhlelo esinalo siyahlangana kathathu ngonyaka kulabo masipala ukuthi sixoxe izinto ezikhona nezinkinga esinazo komasipala. Okubalulekile kuko konke ngifuna ukuthi ngidlule kona ukuthi into yokuqala esathi fanele siqale ngayo ukuthi siyenze ukuthi sibe nobumbano, sibe neunity thina sisodwa, ngoba inhlanga ezikhona, inkololo ezikhona zu-13. So ukuze zonke lezi zo-13 zikwazi ukuthi zihlaleleke zibe nabameli bazo, kumele ukuthi kulabo masipala abawu-7 bakwazi ukuthi bahlale phansi nabo, kuxoxiswane nabo, kubhekwe okubalulekile, ngoba okubaluleke kakhulu ukuthi sihlala kumahhode sikuwona nomasipala esikubona, yini esiyenzayo thina singabaholi bezenkolo ukuba silekelele kuhulumeni wethu, ngoba into ebalulekile ukuthi ithina qobo lwethu ohulumeni bona sibakhethwa yithina, ngakho kudinga ukuthi thina sibalekelele. Ezinye zezinto ezisihlanganisayo ukuthi sixoxisane nazo esibambelele ekutheni ke we are working hand in glove with the mayor, the district mayor and the local mayor and the chief whip no speaker. Sike sicele ko speaker ukuthi basihlanganisele abefundisi kulezo indawo. Nazi ke izinto ezibalulekile esihlale kuzona kusukela ngo2019 kuze kufike u2022 sisaqhubeka nazo. Sibe nenkinga yokuthi uma singena komasipala siyavaleleka singaba ngoba into ebalulekile ukuthi ufohle ukuze uthole into oyidingayo. Besifohla ke even nase-ofisini lakwaPrima nase-ofisini likaSpeaker besike singene singqongqoze sivuleleke. Ingakho namhlanje sila izinto esakhuluma ngazo ezibalulekile okokuqala sathi we need to remind ourselves and understand the original mandate of Interfaith and ukuthi why this Interfaith was formed. Yafomwa nini, hobani, and sikhumbula ukuthi even organizations akhona ngengizisho ngamagama but inhlangano zonke ezikhona zinabaholi abazifomayo bezenkolo namakhosi, kodwa manje akusekho ukubambisana nabo nokusebenzisana nabo. Ngizolinganisa nje ngithi njengokuthi KwaZulu-Natal kunalento ebizwa ngokuthiwa the trial of the KZN eyakwahlangana khona uJohn Langalibalele Dube, uMahatma Gandhi, Isaiah Shembe. Labo bantu kuyibona abahlanganisa lento ukuze sifike la sifika khona. La ngikhona okwesibili ukuthi endaweni esihlala kusona saba nento ethi ekhuluma ngo-land and food security concern ukuthi kunabantu abaswele ekudinga ukuthi banakekelwe. Abaholi okuyibona bona kufanele baphume baye kulezo indawo bakwazi ukulekelela kulezo zinto ezinjalo. Okwesithathu sakhuluma nge-education and training to a black child ukuthi kulesi sikhathi samanje siphila kusona sesigculezwa izingane zethu, izona izingane zethu esesingazi izinto ezizona. Kungani naye? Ngoba mina njengendoda, njengomuntu owabizwa uNkulunkulu wabekwe endaweni, ngisukile kwiposition. So ibuyela kanjani indoda kwiposition? Ibuyela ngokuthi yenze izinto ezi-right ezifanelekile. Number 4, sasikhuluma ngokuthi kudinga ukuthi abaholi esabakhetha thina singene ema-ofisini abawaphethe sihlale phansi nabo Ngezinye indlela saba nobudlelwane nama-department wonke akhona ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sisebenze ngendlela okuyiyona. Sase August 5, 5 and 6 sabuyisa isithunzi nobumbano between ukhansela, umeya, umfundisi, umphakathi. Lokho sikwenza ngoba kunemhlangano ekuhlalwa kuyona. Sase singenelela ukuthi into ezokwenza yonke lento iqoqe ukuze yenzeke kahle. Umgungundlovu unama-structures akhona. Kune-structure sabantu seyintombi esilidwa udokotela uNomagugu. Bese kuba khona i-structure samadoda esilidwa ubaba uMhlongo. Bese kuba khona i-structure somama esilidwa umama uAngie Zuma. Bese kuba khona i-structure seyinsizwa lapho engikhona kuzona nabafana abancane nobaba uMthembu, Bishop uMthembu. Bese kuzoba khona i-structure sakwa disability esilidwa ubaba uMkhize noBishop uNgcobo. Bese kuzoba khona i-structure sama senior citizens. Senior citizens silidwa uBishop uMama uNgcobo kanye noBishop Mpotshwana. Zonke lezo i-structure ezikhona nezeyintombi nezinsizwa nezingane young women and ladies abefundisi bahlangane nabaholi bamabandla onke akhona endaweni ezikhona sakwazi ukulekelelana. Lega food security saphuma sayongqongqoza kumnyango yamasulumane kungelula ngoba mangabe sibiza imhlangano abasondeli kodwa sakwazi ukuthi masiza nama programs kubona bahlala phansi nathi sakwazi ukuxoxisana nabo namaHindu nabo zonke kangangoba umgungundlovu ungamelwe wonke amabandla akhona ukuthi into eyenza ukuthi bangabi bikho lana inamba esinikezweyo nincane kodwa ngokomgungundlovu ama-structures akhona wonke and bayagijima bonke bayasebenza. Kunenhlelo ke esinazo esisithatha isinqumo sokuthi umsunduze njengoba kuwona esingaphansi kwawo esenze ukuthi sihlale phansi no deputy mayor wasinikeza ofisi lakhe sathi nanka ama-programs esinawo sibe ne-partnership nomsunduzi okwathatha u5.5 years ukulwela ukuthi kube khona i-relationship yokusebenzisana sibe sikhona kuma-structures. Uma kuthiwa-ke kunemkhuleko nani besigijima siyakhona kodwa-ke finally sakwazi ukungena kumgungundlovu sakwazi ukungena kumasipala bonke laba bakhona mibili kuphela imikhandlu esasele okwaba ne-structure esalimala khona which is Impofana kanye noMngeni ekusamele ukuthi sihlale phansi nabo sikwazi ukulungisa yonke into efanele ukulungiswa. Isibulo sethu-ke esinaso sengigcina sithi #RealMen for Love Life. Sithi #RealMen for Love Life. Bese kuzoba ukuthi #keep on praying. Together we can make it. Bese zothi don't lose ifocus. Zonke lezo zinto zenzela ukuthi thina sikwazi ukuqhubekela siye phambili. Ngigcine ngokuthi baholi siyalibonga ithuba elihle kangaka enisinikeza lona nezifundiso esitholayo njengomhlangano wayizolo. Umhlangano wayizolo uvezile ukuthi asikakenzi lutho kusamele ukuthi sigijime. Okugcina okusalayo ngimi la ngiusihlalo we-civic association ekhona ngaphansi komgungundlovu kumsunduzi la sisebenza nenhlanga zonke ezikhona nama-ratepayers residents and ratepayers association lapho kufomeke khona-ke into ebizwa ngokuthi njengamanje uhulumeni uyakhala ngokuthi sintshontshe ugesi amanzi zonke izinto ezikhona ekudinga ukuthi thina singabaholi esikwenzile thina sisukume silekelele siyilwe lempi okuyikhona ekhona njengabantu abadlela izindlu sifome ama-trust ukuthi abantu babe nabameli abazobamela kumasipala ukuze bakwazi ukuthi izindlu zabo zingadleki. Ngicabanga ukuthi kuloko okunye kuningi kakhulu ngoba isikhathi sami sesiphelile. Qalo ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Mlotsha. Kulungile ngicela silethele izulu lendlela.
Angibingelele kakhulu
Bingelela umhlonishwa umama usiphathele uhlelo somlomo amalungu onke ePhalamende bese ngibingelela nje abaholi bakalizwi kanye ne-interfaith yonke ngokubanzi bayo ngiyanibingelela egameni lika Jesu amen. Zululand district siyafisa ukwedlulisa qala kwakho konke ukubonga kakhulu ngoba kunesikhalo ebesivama ukuthi sisilethe njalo la uma sihlangene si-interfaith indaba ye-interfaith desk sizwileke ukuthi umama wethu upremier wesifundazwe sethu kukhona akwenzile sikushayela ihlombe kakhulu lokho. Angingene kwi-report yethu singuZululand. I-district yethu ke eZululand ihlala Nkosi ngicabanga ukuthi asidingi uyichaza. I-KZN yonke iyazi. Amen. Usuka nje Olundi uye kwaNongoma uye Vryheid iDumbe bese kuba uPhongolo isihlangene ke iZululand. Singabaholi be-interfaith eZululand sikwazile ukuthi sibe nemhlangano lapho siye saxoxa khona indaba yokuhlukunyezwa kwabesifazane sabuka ke nendaba ye-HIV and AIDS kanye ne-TB ngoba kuyenzeka i-TB ikhohlwakale kanti nayo isengumbulalazwe ngempela bese kuba ke i-COVID-19 esiphuma kuyona. Nakho sikwenzile siye saba ne-action plan yethu sazehlukanisela njengoba singama-sub-district amahlanu ukuthi abaqulusi kanye nedumbe bazobhekana nendaba ye-COVID-19 bese kuthi uLundi kanye noNongoma bona bazobhekana nendaba ye-gender based violence bese kuthi uPhongolo lubhekane nendaba ye-HIV and AIDS kanye ne-TB. Esikwenzile siye saba nomhlangano selekelelo e-ofisi lika Premier la besinento ethi khona i-ethical leadership. Kwi-ethical leadership sabona ukuthi kubalekile ukubiza abaholi sibafundise sibachazele ngalezi zinto. Kuleyo ethical leadership esasinayo kwi-district yethu iZululand sasikanye ne-district iKing Cetshwayo kanye noMkhanyakude. Siyabonga kakhulu ukwelekelelo esakuthola kwi-ofisi kaPremier. Ngicela ukukhumbuza nje ukuthi ngenxa yesimo esike sasivelela siyiZululand district laphaya oPhongolo la siye salinyalelwa khona ngabantwana abawu-16 sebebonke bese kuba nabadala ababili engozini eyayi-involva i-truck kanye nebhakhi eyayithutha ingane zesikole. Sithanda ukudlulisa ukubonga kakhulu indlela uhulumeni wethu aresponda ngayo kusukela osukwini lokuqala yenzekile ingozi kuze kuba sekugcineni. So ke siwuZululand sigcine siba preoccupied ngendaba yokubuka isimo somgwaqo esiwakhele nendlela yokuhamba kwama-truck kwagcina ke okuningi obekufanele ngabe siyakwenza singakwazanga ukuthi sikwenze. Kodwa ke sikwazile ukuthi noma kunjalo imindeni le okuyiyona ebikadilinyalelwe ngabantwana bayo sibe kanye nayo sikwazi ukuyisiza sikwazi ukuyelekelela ngakho konke nje emotionally physically nangezinto ke eziphathekayo. Sibonga futhi kakhulu ukuthi iprovince yethu iholwa umama uDube Ncube baba nesandla esikhulu abasidlalayo siyakubonga kakhulu lokho. So ke njengoba ngishilo ukuthi we were so preoccupied ngendaba yokulimala kwezingane asinakho okuningi esingakudlulisa njengeZululand district. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu, asithathe elandelayo. Mkhanya ukuthi yebo. Okay. Luphi ugu? Okay baba, ngizocela ulandele after umama uNhleko. Asibingelele kakhulu ebuholini obusetafuleni ngenhlonipho enkulu. Kodwa ngeke ngiyeke ukubingelela usisi wami. No speaker nabo bonke nobuholi bonke obukhona ngapha, sibonga ithuba esilinikwayo njengomkhanya kude. Siyaxolisa ugu ngoba lona alukho kude kakhulu njengathi ukuthi silujampe kanje. Thina njengomkhanya kude benako ukuhlanganisa abafana phakathi nonyaka abawu-50 from 10 different churches. Bahamba baya koqeqeshwa eThekwini, eMaritzburg ngosizo luka social development mhla ka-22 December. Babuya baya kwenye futhi inhlanganiso babenayo mhla ka-14 to 16 December ukuze babuye bazosiza i-peer group yabo ukuthi bayiphatha kanjani abantu nokuthi lezi zinto zokweshela zikanjani njengoba desho usisi noMagugu. Kunolunye uhlelo olukhona lwebandla elithiwa inkunzi isematholeni. Lolu hlelo lwenkunzi isematholeni lenziwa ibandla lilanda abafana kwi-community beze bazoqeqeshwa nangosizo luka Department of Health. Dokotela khona ozinikela uDr. Ngwenya ukuza azobafundisa nje ngobuntu babo okubalekelelayo kakhulu abantwana. Kukhona futhi nohlelo lokuhanjelwa kwezikole la kufundiswa khona futhi abantwana babafana ukuthi bangaziphatha kanjani. Kulolu hlelo lwabafana sikubona kuyimpumelelo enkulu nokunomthelela omuhle ikakhulukazi kubantwana laba abazalwa ngama-single parent. Uthola ukuthi umntwana uhlala nomama, ayikho i-father figure. So uma sebethathwa-ke beyiswa lapha bayohlangana khona nabanye, uyakuthola naloku angakhoni ukukuthola ekhaya, naloku uma wakhe abengeke akwazi ukumelekelela kukhona. Sinohlelo lwe-GBV, i-Gender Based Violence, la sisebenzisana khona ne-civil society. Kunama-campaigns, ama-awareness campaigns enziwayo kwi-community ukuqwashisa nge-gender based violence. I personally have i-shelter yawo ama-victims. Siyabalekelela ukuthi uma beza sebebaleka bezohlala la e-shelter ukuthi bathole i-counseling, bathole nokukhulekelwa lonke uhlobo lokusizakala, bayasizwa kakhulu kwi-shelter. Kukhona nolunye uhlelo oluvele nge-department yakababa uCele, i-spiritual crime prevention. Siluthathele phezulu thina njengomkhanya kude. We are very proud ngathi ukuthi amanye ama-district abangakenzi okutheni. Yithina esilontshe kuqala, abafundisi bazimisele kakhulu, luhamba kahle kakhulu lolo hlelo lwe-crime prevention esinalo. Sinakho ukuhlangana njenge-interfaith, sine-challenge yama-Nazareth Baptist. Siyahlangana nabo siphinde sihlukane. Even masiza la umuntu uvela ashintshe ekugcineni nje athi ayi angisaphumelela, ngazi ukuthi sisagejana kuphi. Ngeke ngikuphose kubi inselelo, mhlampe yithi esingakwazi ukuhlangana kahle nabo. Kulolu uhlelo lokuhambela izikolo nabantwana ababizwayo beza, into eba inkinga kuba i-transport yokusuka la beya la besuke la beya la. Kodwa-ke okunye kusuke kungayidingile i-transport ngoba suke bezosuka emakhaya beze esontweni eliseduzane nalapha behlala khona. Siphinde-ke sibonge kakhulu njengoba ethintile obekhuluma ngeZululand ukuthi kuke kwaba ney'ngozi engenhle kakhulu lapha. Ayikho ingozi enhle nje, kodwa ibe yimbi kakhulu leya sophongolo. Sabona ukuhlangana kwe-interfaith ngendlela emangalisayo. Besihlale njalo sibizana kufike abase office la transport eMaritzburg cishe bese behlala khona, kodwa nje abafundisi baba nako ukuhlanganyela okukhulu. Sinalo futhi uhlelo lwe-Interfaith ngokuka transport la abafundisi behlanganiswe khona i-Department of Transport ukuthi bafundise emabandleni ngezokuphepha emgwaqweni. Okuhlelo esilithokozela kakhulu noluhamba kahle kakhulu njengamanje, noma ngabe ingozi nibonile ukuthi zehle kangakanani. Jesu lo ushinyayelwa ngabafundisi be-Interfaith ukuthi abantu bayiqoqe bayiphathe kahle. Ngiyabonga mphathi ohle.
Siyacela Mlotshwa.
Angibonge mhlonishwa mphathi wohlelo ithuba onginika lona, ngibingelele u-Honorable Speaker, u-Chief Whip, ngibingelele ukhansela okhona, ngibingelele abahlonishwa bonke abakhona, ngibingelele ama-delegate wethu, ngibingelele nomphakathi. Angithi nje all protocol observed. Mphathi wohlelo siwugu district municipality, mangisho nje ukuthi sine sakhiwo laphayana esireport akusona si-interfaith sector. Lesi sakhiwo ugu civil society forum ehlala njalo ngekwata. Sibuye siphinde futhi sibe no ugu district AIDS council nakuyona siya report. Sikwazile mphathi wohlelo Madam Speaker ngokusizwa i-KZN kusukela kuma floods kuze nakwi looting, sabuka ukuthi singenze njani ngokwe social cohesion. Safinyelela lapho khona ukuthi target yethu kufanele kube abafana namantombazane, kodwa ke safinyelela ngenxa yebudget ukuthi hayi ake sithathe abafana okwamanje ngoba kubonakala inkinga ikhona kakhulu ngasemadodeni. Sibeke ne soccer festival eyenzeka eSports and Leisure lapho khona bonke omasipala babemelwe, kwasetshenzwa kahle kakhulu nabafana abadlala babekhona bakuthokozela kakhulu lokho. Sasifisa ukuthi lolo hlelo luqhubeke kwadla ukuthi inkeceke ibe ncane kakhulu. U-Department of Sports and Recreation waye ingxenye yethu, iwona owawusiza kakhulu ekululekeni babe ingxenye yethu. Saphinda futhi mphathi wohlelo ngenxa yemeda ebonakala idla lubi enhlangweni, ngala kuthina siwugu sinezigodi namawadi awu-2 inhlangwini engena kuwona, bese kuyiphinde-ke ukomkhulu inhlangwini ingena kwiHerigwala. Kwaba khona umkhuleko ohlelwayo. Sibonge kakhulu kubuhle bezwe neHerigwala ngokulekelela kulowo mkhuleko, nakhona kwenziwa i-awareness nge-social cohesion nama-social ills. Saphinda futhi mphathi wohlelo saba ingxenye ye-session eyayibiza amadoda oku. Leyo session leyo yayizobheka ukuthi kungani amadoda ethukuthele. Ufacilitator ke wakhona kwaku-DSD no KZN ne-Office of the Premier. Sasebenza kahle kakhulu lapho omasipala babemelwe futhi kuloyo workshop. Sibuyile ke futhi mphathi wohlelo ngokubuka ukuthi kumele omasipala bethu baqiniswe. Umzumbe wacela ukuthi wenziswe i-strategic planning nokupresentwa kwe-concept ababeyenzile ya-adoptwa umkhandlu. sabamba iqhaza ke lapho futhi njengo coordinated district ukuyobalekelela ukucacisa irole yabo sa presenta ke nayo iconcept istructure nje sasemzumbe sesayithola itraining siyaqhubeka saphinda futhi mphathi wohlelo saparticipate kwi workshop eyayibizwe uziphakamise welfare organization esisebenzisana nayo yona ke nangalelo langa kwakudilwa nama social ills HIV and GBV issues esabona ke lapho participation yayinhle kakhulu khona amandiya nabelungu sakujabulela kakhulu lokho nabo bajabula ukuthi sikhona nathi ukuba sihlanganyele kanye nabo sicacise nezinye izinto ababecela ukuthi sizicacise ngenxa yesimo sezikhukhula washayika kakhulu umdoni kwabe sekubonakala ukuthi kube khona uhlelo loqeqesho ngokwelulekwa ngokwengqondo nangokusetshenzwa kweinhliziyo zabo ukuthi isimo lesi nje wasibashayile bangalungiseka kanjani kunabaholi abaqeqeshwa ke beqeqeshelwa i-psychosocial counseling emdoni sabuye saba nanomkhuleko emdoni which was well attended somlomo i-religious leaders yasogwini iye yamenywa ukuba iparticipate kwi-spiritual crime prevention nanokuthi form a-structure se-district uhlelo kolu-drive uBishop Mbuyazi sikwazile-ke ukuba ingxenye yokudingida i-concept ye-spiritual crime prevention saphinde sakwazi uku-achieve ngonyaka odlulile sihugu ukuthi simise i-structure esisebenzisana no-South African Police Services ukudila nezimo ze-crime ukubalekelela la besinxusa ukuthi siyosiza khona ama-victims e-crime siyareporta njalo ngenyanga ukuthi iziphi izikole ezanjeliwe imapha ama-awareness enziwe sibambisene no-coordinator abatshalwe ezistation be-spiritual crime prevention issues of GBV nazo ziyasetshenzwa mphathi we-program i-office of the premier liphinde lasilekelela lehla leza kugu kwahlangana umasipala bonke esports and leisure kuzodilwa ngama-issues e-service delivery GBV HIV and AIDS including crime prevention leyo session yaba inhle kakhulu angisho nje ukuthi i-control room eyasungulwa upremier the actual premier honorable Sihle Zikalala to deal with that isasebenza namanje isilekelele kakhulu ixubile-ke nayo abelungu nomphakathi wamandiya osegwini nabefundisi siphinde-ke mphathi wohlelo saba nohlelo lokubheka ukuthi kwenzekalani lapha eMzumbe yini edingakalayo kwabulawa izingane kwabulawa abesifazane sase sibona ukuthi ake sithagethe ama-single mothers sibe nokuhlangana-ke iy'nduna amakhosi interfaith structure nabalaphi bendabuko sahlangana eMzumbe ukuthi kube naleyo dialogue ngalezo zimo ey'njalo kudilwe ne-teenage pregnancy nama-issues e-GBV angisho nje ukuthi sasi-expecta izinsizwa ukuthi zibe khona hhayi zesaba iy'nsizwa ezingo-single father ukuziveza kwaba khona ezintathu nje kuphela. Siyabonga kakhulu ke kulezo ezintathu, kodwa sizokuphela amandla somlomo ukuthi sisebenzisane nezinsizwa nabafana. Sengigcina ngonyaka odlulile futhi siye sabambisana noSukuma Ndoda sakhe ukuthi kuhlanganiswe ama-boys asuka ey'ndaweni ey'hlukahlukene nakomasipala, sabambisana nomnyango wemfundo ukwenza lolo hlelo lube yimpumelelo. Nomnyango wa-DSD somlomo wabamba elikhulu iqhaza ukululeka abafana ngoba kwaba khona i-session yabo bodwa, siphumile thina esingo-coordinator, basala bodwa abafana ukuze bakhulume bakhululeke, kukwazi ukubonakala ukuthi ikuphi la bengasizwa khona. Sibheke-ke manje ukuthi i-follow up yalolo hlelo yenzeke. Angibonge kakhulu, inkosi nibusise.
Phathi wohlelo, usomlomo, amalungu ephalamende, abefundisi bonke nje ngithi all protocol observed, manginibingelele egameni elihle lenkosi yami uJesu Kristu, amen. Ngimude kodwa ngizoba mfishane, ngiyabona isikhathi sesihambile. Ngizosho nje lokho okwenzekayo kuphela ngoba bekuthiwa asisho lokho okwenzekayo kuphela singalandi. Amajuba yakhiwe nje amalokhuzana, yakhiwe umasipala abathathu, iDanawozi, eMadlangeni neNewcastle. Izinto esizenzile emajuba, ngizoqala nje ngizozibala nje kuphela bese ngiyohlala phansi. Okokuqala siye saba ne-issue yokudila nabantu besilisa, moral regeneration, ukubona ukufadalala kwamadoda, and ngokusizwa inkosi we were able ukuthi sihlanganise amadoda awu-500 ukuze sidetecte le problem esikhala ngayo namhlanje leya yabafana abancane abayimdlwembe. Sasempelandaba amadoda awu-500 and we were able ukuthi bakhanselwe, kube nama-session akhona, bavele ukuthi kungani lezi zimo zibe khona. Okwesibili, sakwazi uku-attenda sikude, kube nento yama-floods, but angikusho mphathi wohlelo, ngizohlala ngikusho njalo ukuthi kuzo zonke izinto siyakwenza ngokusemandleni, kodwa uthola ukuthi usizo sakwazi singamabandla seNewcastle ukukoleka izinto zokusiza abantu abalinyalelo sizozisa eThekwini. Sake sahlala almost a month singakwazi ukuthi lezi zinto sizozihambisa kanjani kulaba bantu ukuthi bakwazi ukusizakala. I-challenge ke ukuthi singakwazi ukuthi sisebenzisane nomasipala. Ezinye sazo sasithatha, ezokuqala zasithatha sasihambisa, nezesibili futhi sa-organizer sasithatha sasihambisa ukuthi abantu bakwazi ukusizakala. Okwesithathu, sinohlelo lapha esifundisa ngalo i-farming God's way, ukutshala ngokwendalo ngokwendlela kaThixo, hayi lokuphendula umhlabathi silimaze umhlabathi, ukutshala ngokwendlela kaThixo. And leya ndlela iyasebenza, ama-product akhona ayamangalisa ukuthi abantu, ngoba ukuze sikwazi ukudlula kulesi sihlava esikhala ngaso sabantwana balokhuzana ingenxa yendlala. So lokhu kuyasisiza-ke, ikhona lokhuzana iprogram esinayo ye-farming God's way. Esibili, sibe ne-program la esibize bonke abefundisi, whereby ngoba ngeke uyokhuluma nabantu labantwana, thina kuthiwa lapha kunama-last warning, abantu baye bezwe ila amalokhuzana bekhona kakhulu, kodwa ngeke usuke nje uyokhuluma nabo noma kanjani. So we had to organize i-leadership training yawo wonke ama-interfaith members ukuthi kuhlalwe phansi kwazi ukuthi i-approach, because you can't just speak anyhow nalaba bantwana. And nominini angakhipha uBush akhipha isibhamu akudubule, but iba nendlela ukuthi how do you address him so that akwazi athi nolapha asondele nikwazi. So sikwenzile labo abefundisi, they are trained ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bazohlangabezana kanjani nalabantwana. Okwesithathu, ukubhekelela leso simo sine program esiyiranayo within Amajuba district. It's a family building program whereby we look at the situation where abantu abahlushwa on the basis of GBV. Kube khona ogogo laba abahlukunyezwayo and nabantwana babo bebathathela ilokhuzana, bebathathela inkece yabo labayinikwa uhulumeni. Zonke lezo zinto nokwenza amalokhuzana, ama-awareness ngophuzo, ngoba ezinye zezinto kufuneka sidetecte ukuthi yini ekhoza ukuthi laba bantwana babe nje. Ukungabi nabazali abanye izidakamizwa, ziningi izinto eziyimbangela. Ngeke uvele uyo-addressa lapho, but you have to understand to detect a problem. Usuke kuyona uthi nibe niyazi ukuthi i-problem imsuka yini. Okugcina, siye sahlaselwa zingozi. We had on the 23rd of March, 23rd of April, a successful prayer eyayimangalisa lapha ukunqanda nje ingozi zomgwaqo, because siye indawo iyinye kuye kwashona 15, kwathi nakulandelana same spot kwashona 9 people, nakulandelana kwawu5. But kuleyo kwenzeka izinto lezi esikwazi ukuthi sizenze uNkulunkulu emuhle akwazi ukuthi asiphumelelise kuzona. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Asicele ke Pastor Maphalala, and immediately after that kuzoba uShenge asipha the resolutions engicabanga ukuthi ngeke kube kusabade kakhulu.
Ngiyabingelela sihlalo, angibonge, all protocol observed. Ngibizuza kwethu la izinto esizenzayo noma esizenzile ngizozimenshina nje ngoba uma ngethu uthe angabona ukuthi kuzoba yimi wathi kuthiwa singachazi yonke into. I will mention uzobe sevele esho ama programs nje uboy child esikwenzile. Ngiyacabanga nosuku mandoda. Ngiyabonga kakhulu mphathi wohlelo. Sibe yingxenye as Interfaith HIV and TB ebeyikhona yenziwe emhlumayo unyaka ophelile, la khona engage khona nabalaphi bezendabuko, saba ne dialogue, sazwana kamnandi. Mrs Ngubane uyahleka lapho yamoyizela. Ngiyakweqa lokhu siyahlangana nama NGOs nama NPOs ahlanganisa izinto ezithile. Amongst them siyahlangana no LGBTQ, senze ama programs. Kunenye iwing yaka health ngicanga NPO uHST, siyahlangana nalabo bantu labo uma ngabe kiwe emphakathini kuyoqwashiswa ngezinto ezithile ezenzakalayo. Asigcini lapho, la Uthukela sinomasipala abawu3 sesike sanalo ithuba lokuya kwi-council meeting yamakhosi la khona abahlangana khona beyinduna namakhosi kanye nenkosi uqobo, la khona esisuke ngoba kusemakhaya sicacisa indaba ye gender based violence. Okwangithokozisa nje isihlalo ukuthi undaba ezitha noma ngabe iagenda yayingekho ngalelo langa, kodwa wavele wayijikijela nje into ye GBV. Inkosi uHlongwane, kwangijabulisa kakhulu lokho ukuthi la beshunyayizwa khona amakhosi bayakwenza lokhu enikushoyo. Sike sanalo futhi ithuba lokuzofundiswa from the office of the premier, sizofundiswa ngako ukuthi yini i-gender based violence. Since thina engqondweni zethu sazi ukuthi i-gender based violence ukuthi nje kuvele kusuka ubaba efemelini akhenye umama ashaya ingane aphuza utshwala bese kuphelela kanjalo, may decide bese mhlambe egcina ngokubabulala bonke abagubhele endlini abagqibe. Kodwa isilekelelile i-office of the premier ukufika si-interfaith isichazele, iqale ngegama nje elithi what is gender based violence bese inaba ke ngama categories ngokuhlukahlukana kwawo. jabulela lokho kakhulu. Si Interfaith sike sahlangana no MEC wethu of education, then MEC champion Mbali Fraser uchampionate wethu ngenhlanhla ukhona khona la kwi district sike sahlangana naye si Interfaith kodwa efuna ukuthi iyabantu bamabandla uke wayidalula uspeaker leyo nto leyo. We are still struggling ukuthola sibalance kahle sibe interfaith yangempela. Kodwa ke one of the things mhlawumbe eziba i-challenge esiba nayo yiyo leyo ukuthi besingakayitholi kahle hle intuba yokupenetrate singene baba eduze kwami. Ngijabulile ngimbona ubaba uZulu, baba uZulu, amen. Ngijabulile ukumbona ekhona phakathi kwethu kanjalo nomeya sihlanganile la ipassage ngibese ke sengifaka nje appointment yokuthi sizofika. Siyafisa ukuthi sibe strong kakhulu sibe interfaith kuma locals rather than lapha phezulu ngoba ngathi simandla kakhulu ku district kanti kuhle uma ngabe siqala laphansi siba strong. Njengoba ngeke ngasho ukuthi siyahlangana nama NGOs ukulekelela makunama disasters ikhona esihlangana nabo ku OSS ama NGOs inhlangano eyaziwayo nje ehamba phambili egijimayo ngicabanga ukuthi ile phezulu ku national kodwa ngoba ngathi umholi ukhona la kithi kwi district kunale NGO enamandla kakhulu siyasebenzisana kahle nabo uAlimdad Foundation okuyena yena umphathi wakhona Karim. So siyasebenzisana ngezinto ezithinta umphakathi akugcini lapho bane access ekutheni balande odokotela bangaphandle kwamazwe bawalethe la kwi district ukuthi abantu nama communities bakwazi ukuthi basilekelele ngokugula okunhlobonhlobo okuhlukahlukene balanda isitimela lesi abantu basizwe okuthiwa Hello Pepper iprogram yakhona. Ngiyabonga sondela baba bengithi nje ngizothi ngiyabonga ubusula masishane singathatha isikhathi awusinike kancane ke boboiled child nokwakhiwa kwamadoda. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu mama Phalala undaba ezinhle mahayi. Ngiyabonga program director abahlonishwa bonke abakhona
Kusho ngoba asayenzi into ezogcina isihlukanisa phakathi. Ngiyacela nje with due respect singaphinda siyenze kodwa ngiyacela nesikhathi silimele kakhulu ngaso. That was the last presentation on behalf of Uthukela. I mean on behalf of the district. Asicele i-presentation noma of the 2023 Interfaith Symposium, the resolutions thereof. Asicele uBishop Buthelezi azosiphawu. Siyafisa nje ukuthi sesiyela ngasekuphetheleni siyanothisa futhi asikuveze also ukuthi abaphumile bacelile ngenxa yobukhulu besifundazwe. Abanye baya kude uma beya emkhanya kude beya emhlaba uyalingana emkhanya kude cishe bayofika sonke siyobe sesibekile imizimba phansi emakhaya. So siyaxolisa kakhulu kodwa as I indicated ukuthi ngokuzayo kufanele sisibambe isikhathi ukuze sikwazi ungasale sesigijima kakhulu. Asiceleke Sondiya asithathe through.
Angiphinde ngibingelele sihlalo mhlonishwa ndabezitha ngibingelele abaholi bonke ohleli nabo etafuleni abaholi abasiholela umsebenzi we-interfaith ma-district and all protocols observed. Ngicelelana ukuthi ke ngibheke sihlalo ama-resolutions ale conference esikuyona. Angisho nje ukuthi la resolutions esiwenzile awu 24 sinama resolution awu 24 angazi noma ngiyowaqeda ngoba ngibona ngathi kuningi kakhulu Futhi okwesibili ngiyacela ukuthi uma ngabe ngidlula nje ngesingisi bakithi seno understand sekuba kukhulu ukuhlafuna ngesiZulu ngiphinde kuhlafune ngesingisi ngoba sikwenze in English. So ngiyacela nje ukuthi lokho sikubekezele sikwemukele because abantu sebeyabaleka ngenxa yokuthi beyindlela. Lana okunye ngicela sikunake ukuthi uma sithi la kule lama resolution sithi sector sisho i-interfaith sector. Singadideki mhlambe ukuthi mhlambe sesisho ngisho ukuthi mangikhohli ukufaka u-interfaith. Okay. Okokuqala nje sihlalo lapha kuye kwabukeka ngasohlangothini lwe-legislature, KZN Legislature. Lana kwi-KZN Legislature indaba ithi sibona lokho njalo nje i-medium of communication, indlela yokuxhumana ne-interfaith nezinto eziprintwayo zibhalwa ngesingisi. Kwase kuthathwa ke i-resolution ethi i-legislature must ensure that part of the symposium material is printed in isiZulu. Iqondile nje. Bese kuba i-office lika premier. E-office lika premier nakho okuvele kuma commission. Ukuthi some departments are not attending war rooms. Kwase kuba ne-resolution ethi ke i-office lika premier must ensure that departments are attending war rooms in all districts. Mina nje bengizoba developela i-attendance register ngihlale nayo phansi ngicinga ukuthi ube khona umsebenzi. Yeah, i-resolution ke leyo ukuthi i-office alenze sure ukuthi baba khona kuma war rooms. Okunye ke okwesibili ngaphansi kwe-office ka premier lokhu okubhekeka ukuthi the provincial government has programs aimed at nurturing young men and women. Then ke kwase kuthathwa kwenziwa ke le resolution ethi such programs must be inclusive of interfaith leadership to provide spiritual understanding and growth. Okwesibili kuleyo resolution ukuthi ke that joint summit for men and women be held to a better understanding of social challenges faced by men and women. Shuthi ke sibe nayo into eyi-summit esihlanganisayo khona sixoxe sindawonye ngoba sometimes asibi ndawonye masikhuluma izinto ezisithindayo kulento yegender. Okwesithathu e-ofisini lika premier kunothiseka lokhu ukuthi kune high rate of teenage pregnancy, ukukhulelwa kwabantwana esifundazweni sethu kwi-province yaKwaZulu-Natal. Kwase ke kwenziwa le resolution ethi i-office lika premier, u-Department of Health, u-Department of Social Development must strengthen their awareness campaign in schools and in communities in general. I-resolution leyo. Bese ngidlula ngiya ku-Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Kule department ke nakho okunakekile ukuthi this sector is responsible for needy people in communities. Kwase kwenziwa le resolution ethi that one home, one garden must be directly linked to the sector through local government structures. I-resolution leyo. Okwesibili ngaphansi ka-agriculture ilokho ukuthi ke in rural communities people have pets that they do not vaccinate. That's increasing the risk of rabies and other diseases. Sinenkinga ukungagonywa kwezilwane okubanga ke amarabi nezinye izifo. Kwase kwenziwa le resolution ethi the Department of Agriculture should make vaccination compulsory and work with SAPS to enforce pet vaccination. Ayiziyakhala. Ekwesibili ku-agriculture ukuthi ke the program of eradicating alien plants and is sometimes not supported with chemicals. Kwase kuthathwa le resolution ethi the department must ensure that adequate supply of chemicals or poison that eradicate alien plants is available in all districts. Okwesithathu, kwi-Department of Agriculture, a high rate of substance abuse in communities. Kwase kuthathwa ke i-resolution ethi ke that dagga must be used only for medical purposes, and those with licenses to plant it must be closely monitored. Siyazi ukuthi esinye isibonelo umthunzi weinkukhu uvumelekile. Kodwa ke manje lana ke i-resolution ethi sicela ukuthi ugovernment noma uDepartment of Agriculture akaba monitor laba bantu ukuze lento inga-abuswa ilimaze nezingqondo zeingane zethu. Bese kuba uDepartment of Transport. Department of Transport, ku-Department of Transport ke kunothiseka ukuthi sekube nemhlangano esize abambili bengakwazi ukuprovide a detailed report to this sector, i-provincial report. Sisho nje ukuthi sibonile u-RTI abakhona ebanathi e-reporter yena kodwa i-department kunenkinga mase kuza kuyona. Then ke nansi i-resolution ithi ke that the Department of Transport must provide a detailed provincial report through the portfolio committee and be disseminated to district structures of this sector. We are now for the Department of Transport, okwesibili, kunothiseka lapho ukuthi kunama allegation okuqashwa ngokomhlobo nepotism associated with the recruitment process of traffic police and metro police. Kwase kuthathwa ke le resolution ethi ke each department must ensure that people are appointed based on merit and must have successfully met all the requirements. Okwesithathu ku-Department of Transport kunothiseka ukuthi ke the roads linking communities and public institutions like hospitals, schools, and police services are in a very poor condition. Kwase kwenziwa le resolution ethi the department must improve main roads linking communities and public institutions. Bese ke kuba nokuqondene no Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, uCOGTA. uCOGTA ke kuthiwa ke lana ke there are no interfaith desks in municipalities. Kwase resolve ukuthi ke uCOGTA must ensure that interfaith desks are established in all municipalities. Okwesibili uCOGTA ukuthi employees experience GBV and sexual harassment in various municipalities. Kwase resolve kuthiwa ke COGTA should strengthen its oversight in municipalities and ensure that perpetrators are brought to book. Bese ke kuba uDepartment of Community Safety and Liaison. Kule department ke yona kuthiwa ke the interfaith high level of crime, or we notice high level of crime and moral degeneration in communities, and that there is still no recognition of interfaith spiritual crime prevention programs in other communities of this province. Kwase kwenziwa le resolution ethi ke the department must include the interfaith as spiritual healers in crime awareness campaigns, moral regeneration, and social cohesion programs. Okwesibili ku-Department yamaphoyisa ukuthi ke there is severe shortage of tools of trade in police stations. Isibonelo kwathiwa ke imoto and human resources. Kwase kuthiwa i-resolution ke that the Department of Police must strive to provide sufficient tools of trade in all police stations for sufficient policing functions. Okwesithathu ukuthi ke the various prevention programs seem not to be yielding any positive results. Kwase kuthiwa ke i-resolution to that the department must strengthen monitoring, evaluation, and reporting systems to ensure that such programs yield the intended results. Bese sidlulela kwi-Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Kule department ke kunotiseka lokuthi ke young people do not recognize older persons as knowledge repository. Kwasekwenziwa le resolution ethi the department must have programs aimed at ensuring that all people impart knowledge to young people and that knowledge and history be archived for future generations. Okwesibili kule department ya sports ukuthi ke there is violent parts of the province which led to the loss of lives due to political violence. Kwase resolve kanje kwakubili ama resolution athathiwe lapho kuthiwe ke the department must initiate a process of engagement with the sector, this one, which will lead to the spiritual cleansing of the province. Okwesibili kule ube ukuthi ke the process shall be inclusive of all traditional leaders. Okwesibili ke ngaphansi kwa sports ukuthi ke there is high rate of accident taking lives on certain sections of our roads. What's it resolve ukuthi the Department of Arts and Culture must work with the Department of Transport to coordinate a provincial spiritual and cultural cleansing of provincial roads. The Department of Social Development owake umphako uthi ke ama shelters for abused women and men are offered by the department provide different types of services including spirituality. Kwasekwenziwa le resolution ethi the department substitute the term spirituality with religious and cultural services to accommodate all structures of the interfaith. Lokho kushuthi ke ukushintsha nje amagama lapha ukuze si accommodate nabanye abafowethu sikanye nabo kulomkhakha wethu okwa religious. Okwesibili ku department ka social development, the parenting program and Boyce Assembly program offered by the department to address issues of family structures and gender-based violence to maintain healthy relationships and build healthy families. Who resolve ukuthi ke the department must work in partnership with the interfaith structure as a structure that prioritize the building of strong family foundations to intensify the programs offered by the program. Kuyakubenda ukusebenzisana ukuze ngoba abafundisi bayakwazi ukuthi bayiqinise lapha at a lower level, at a local level. Okwesibili ku department ya social development ukuthi ke ukwanda kwe substance abuse, teenage pregnancy among the youth, which lead to extreme poverty and rise of dysfunctioning families. Kwasekwenziwa le resolution ethi ke department must profile communities and strengthen awareness program aimed at fighting against social ills and implement poverty alleviation programs. Department of Health endulele ukugcina kuyona ke kunotiseka lokhu ukuthi ke non-participation of the Department of Health in commissions that we have of this sector. Resolution ithi ke the department must prepare a virtual platform to conduct their presentation on their programs for this Interfaith Symposium. Department of Education. Good Department of Education, ukuleka preparedness by the Department of Education in commissions. Undermine the partnership of interfaith structures within the department. Ukungabambi iqhaza kwe Department of Education bonakala ngathi kuyibukela phansi lendlu. Kwa resolve ke kanjena ukuthi ke the department must prepare a virtual platform to conduct their presentation on their programs for the interfaith. Ngamanye amagama nje ba providela a second option ukuthi igcine participate. Angibonge kakhulu hlalo ngaleli thuba ilawo kama resolution aphakanyiswe ile conference ka 2023. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Sizowathatha siwayise to the relevant departments sibone implementekayo kunama challenges, but we'll keep on talking to the sector. Ku Nesimemezelo nje sisodwa engicela ukusenza. Mnikazi wemoto, it's a Mac, it's NKR 47991. Kubonakala engathi ulahlekelwe ikhiye. Mhlawumbe akakaboni lahle likhona zikhona la ngaphambili. Kodwa ke honestly I will not really mind uma ngathiwa i-present engisuka nayo la eMnambithi. But on a more serious note, sicela umnikazi we-NKR 47991, the car keys are with me. So siyamcela eze ngaphambili. Ngaphandle ke kokuchitha isikhathi, asicele usihlalo wezihlalo azosibongela ukuze sikwazi ukubuyela emuva. But Honorable Mavimbela, on my side ngicabanga ukuthi sisebenzisane kahle, ngiyanibonga kakhulu. Mkholo Lonsundu sicela uze uzobonga.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu umqondisi wohlelo Ndaba Ezitha. Ngicela ukubingelela somlomo wethu ohloniphekile dadewethu Mahubele. Ngiyabingelela Msholozi omele i-district mayor Ncamalala. Ngifisa ke ukubingelela basi laphaya ubaba Mkhatshwa, our chief whip kanye no deputy chief whip uMnguni Omnyama. Ngibingelele Mageba usekela sihlalo wamakomiti esishayamithetho KwaZulu-Natal. Ndaba Ezitha wena owakhula silibele. Ngiyabingelela nje bonke oyihlalo bamakomiti esishayamthetho ozakwethu ngimi ngenxa yamandla engiwathola kinina bafowethu nodadewethu. Ngiyafisa ke ukubingelela bonke abahlonishwa abakhona la ngaphakathi esibuya nabo esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Ngicela ukubingelela kakhulu the interfaith leadership from all the walks of our province. Ngiyathobeka kakhulu kubaholi be-interfaith, the sons and daughters zala Uthukela district. Ngiyabingelela sanibonani. Ngiyazi ukuthi indlala ibangulaka senizoze ningakwazi nokuvuma senilambe kakhulu. Ngifisa kakhulu nje ukudlulisa amazwi okubonga kinina nonke enenza ukuthi lolu suku lwanamhlanje the Interfaith Symposium lube impumelelo, ngoba besingahlela senze konke kodwa ukungafiki kwenu bekokwenza ukuthi usuku lungabi impumelelo. Mhlambe sengikhohliwe ukubingelela the government officials akhona kunye nesiqhamuka nabo esishayamthetho bangixolele, abasebenzi sisebenza kunye nabo, ngiyanibingelela. Sihlangene la namhlanje kumhla ka-12 ku-April enyangeni eyinqophamlando kithina sonke engicabanga ukuthi sinalowo mqondo nalowo mbono ofanayo. Inyanga esiyibiza ngokuthi inyanga yamaqhawekazi akithi kanye nenyanga yenkululeko. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke abanye bethu bayazi ukuthi uma sikule nyanga akuvumi sixole kahle uma sikhumbula ukwedlula emhlabeni kukaBaba uChris Hani, uma sicabanga ukwedlula emhlabeni kukamfowethu uMahlangu. Kodwa ukuthi kunjalo kube khona induduzwano encane efikayo yokuthi kuyo lenyanga kula khona thina sonke madodana namadodakazi asemzansi wase-Afrika sakwazi ukuyoyikhethela uhulumeni wethu wentando yeningi okokuqala ngqa ngo-April ka-1994 ngomhla ka-27. Yingakho-ke sithi inyanga yamaqhawe kunye nenyanga yenkululeko le. Ngiyathobeka kakhulu kuzikhulumi ezikhulumela ngaphambili. Ngiqale ngomeya umeya walapha ekhaya umfowethu Bovungana osamukelile, ngedlulele kuwena Ncamalala
obe namazwi amafishane kodwa adle ngokuqina okuseseka njengesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Mahubela dadewethu ukukulalela zonke izinsuku akuze kungaba yiphutha mawukhuluma nathi. Ngoba ikakhulukazi mawusebenza amazwi akho kuvala uthinte le ndawo ebalulekile ekhuluma ngokubaluleka kokuthi abaholi laba bangaphambi kwethu noma esiyibo thina sonke sila ikakhulukazi bezenkolo ngokwehlukana kwazo babe ngamanxusa ukuthi imiphakathi nabantu esiphila kubona babhalise baphinde baye beyovota futhi ukuze bayikhethele uhulumeni wabo. Lokhu ke wakuqinisekisa ukuthi uma singakwenzi lokho noma ngaba uvotanga ufana nomuntu ovotile ngoba unikeze abanye abantu ukuthi bakuthathele isinqumo egameni lakho. Yingakho ke thina njengabaholi abathenjwayo ngokwehlukahlukana kwezinkolo zethu kubalulekile ukuthi sibe ngamanxusa ogqugquzela abantu bakithi ukuthi baye bayovota. Okungithobisayo kakhulu ke ukuthi sikhuluma ngesihloko esibalulekile, developing boys to be the leaders in the fight against gender-based violence for the restoration of women dignity. We really appreciate indlela enikhulume ngayo nonke zikhulumi ezikhulumile la ngaphambili. Ikakhulukazi ebebesethulela inkulumo ndodakazi uMiss Mngomezulu kanye nondodana uSibusiso kanye nondodana uCrack ngoba benze ukuthi kube ne form of a discussion kuma members and they contributed ngendlela eyenza ukuthi si-enrishe ulwazi lwethu going forward and sisharpenishe our thinking skills going forward. Engicabanga ukuthi ke bekubalulekile lokho. Kodwa angifuni ukudlela umona kwama district, i-district ngayinye la ngaphambili izobeka inhlelo ezenzayo la esiqhamuka khona. Kwathina esila namhlanje kuningi esikufundile kuzo zonke izethulo enizenzile ma-district ngokwehlukana kwenu. Kulezi zethulo enizenzile ezinye ebezikhuluma ngqo nalolu suku okuyilona olusihlanganisile namhlanje. Ezinye zezifundo esizitholile ezokuthi siqinisekisa kanjani ukuthi sakhe abantwana bethu babafana babe izakhamuzi zakusasa ezinakelelayo, ezinothando, ezenza kube nozinzo ezweni lakithi. Sikuthole kule misebenzi eniyenzayo kuma-district wethu ngokwehlukahlukana kwawo. Kodwa okusijabulise kakhulu ukuthi sizwe ukuthi nisebenza nazo zonke izinhlaka eyikhona emiphakathini yakithi ngokwehlukahlukana, okukhombisa ukuthi ngempela niyaqonda ukuthi angeke kusize kakhulu ukwelapha imphefumulo uma singadili nama-social ills ngoba abantu baphila esimeni lakhona izimo zempilo zenza ukuthi imphefumulo ungafinyeleleki kuyona uma ungakwazi ukungenelela kuzona. Kuyasithobisa-ke ukuthi niyakwazi ukusebenza nazo zonke izakhiwo ezikhona emphakathini yakithi kanye nohulumeni basekhaya nazo zonke izinhlaka ezikhona ekuhlaleni. Kuningi-ke esikufundile. Ngiyafisa-ke futhi ukuni-anshorisha ukuthi njengoba sila we are not ticking the box noma siqonde ukuqinisekisa ukuthi lolu suku lwedlulile, kodwa enikushiloyo nenikuphakamisile sizoqinisekisa ukuthi kuyadlulela eminyangweni kahulumeni njengoba undodana uSibusiso ebenza ama-report aqhamuka ehhovisi likaNdunankulu avela kuyo yonke iminyango kahulumeni wesifundazwe ukukhombisa ukuthi sizoqhubeka sikulandelele lokho kwenzeke ngendlela efanelekileyo. Sengiya ngasemaphethelweni ngifisa ukubonga kuwe Mageba indlela oluphathe ngayo uhlelo lwakho. Nakuba siqale emva kwesikhathi kodwa uqinisekile ukuthi you manage isikhathi ngendlela efanelekile without compromising ama-discussions abekhona. Kodwa-ke I will be failing my duties if I do not extend amazwi ami okubonga kosihlalo ikakhulukazi ababeyingxenye yokusherisha ama-commissions yesterday, because lo msebenzi uqala izolo kuma-commissions. Ngiyazi ukuthi abanye ngibabambe ngezidlozana ngoba sekuney'nselelo zokuthi abanye asisabatholi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu bodadewethu nabafowethu, asibambane njalo siqinisekise ukuthi konke esikwenzayo sikwenza ndawonye ngokubambisana. And-ke ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi uma kukhona la enibona sengathi akwenzekanga ngendlela, sifisa ukusephula isigqoko, sixolise kakhulu, besingakwenzi ngenhloso, siyaxolisa. Kuye kuthiwe ngesintu kufundwa ngamaphutha, kodwa asizukufunda ngamaphutha sime lapho, sizofunda ngamaphutha kodwa sikwazi uku-improve for the better, ukuze lokhu kuhlala noma lezi ithangami esiba nazo kube zithangami ezinomthelela oyokwazi ukubonakala, ukwazi ukuguqula isimo sokuhlala lapho esisuka khona ey'ndaweni zethu esibuya kuzona emakhaya. Ngiyafisa-ke ukubonga kakhulu kubasebenzi, ikakhulukazi basesishayamthetho abaqinisekisile ukuthi siyahlangana kanje, yonke into yenzeka ngendlela. Kunezinto njengabe ngiyayibalula kodwa ngiyoyikhuluma mase sisoda mase senza i-postmortem, ezinye ezireyizwe yilembu ukuthi in terms of how do we mobilize and organize the transport, ayikho conducive accommodator nokwazi ukukhombisa ukuthi iprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal is a rainbow province. Ngakho-ke we will improve kulezo zinto, siqinisekise ukuthi zonke zima ngendlela efanelekile, sidlulisele zonke izincomo enizenzile eminyangweni kahulumeni. Siyabonga kakhulu Shenge ngama-resolutions ayakhombisa ukuthi besingezile ukuzodlala eniwathathile njengale symposium yanamhlanje ka-2023 esicabanga ukuthi ayiyukufana elandelayo ngoba zonke lezi zinto sizokwazi ukuthi siyilandelele zenzeke ngendlela. Ngiyabonga kakhulu umqondisi wohlelo. Ngizame nje ukuthatha your 5 minutes only. Siyabonga. Ngiyacela Dr. Ngwane usondele ngapha, ngiyacela nje ukubamba inkunzi. Sifisa ukusho one announcement. Abahleli ngale kwe-demarcated area sizocela babambe laphaya, kodwa abahlonishwa esifike nabo sizocela ukuthi siphelezele osingabo beyobamba ngale okokuthiba umphangazana. Ngikholwa ukuthi kubekeka kahle. Khona i-serving station elaphaya, but osingabo and also the honorable members ngoba thina esibaphelezele namhlanje sizocela beyobamba ngale kule hall that is across. Ngiyacela uNgwane asale esesinyusela enkosini ngomkhuleko, asicelele uhambo oluphephile olubuyele emakhaya. Ngiyakhuleka Sangweni.
Ngizocela sikhuleke. Baba oyingcwele, siyabonga kakhulu Nkosi yami ukuthi saqala lolu hlelo uye waba nathi nakukho konke obekade kuxoxwa. Baba uye wasisiza namanje ke Nkosi yami udumo lonke solunikela kuwena. Sikhuleka uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele ukuthi sazobuyela emakhaya, usivikele sonke kuzo zonke izingozi ezikhona emgwaqeni. Siyakubonga Nkosi yami nange-legislature abachithe isikhathi sabo uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele. Qhubeka njalo ke Nkosi yami ubaphe amandla. Konke Baba lokhu siyakucela egameni leNkosi yethu uJesu Kristu. Amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu sesingayala isobaba khona umoya. Oh no, I didn't know.